What's up, everybody? It is Chris Aiken from the Classic Metal Show, Aftershocks TV, and Heavy Metal Television. And I am now on Cameo. That's right. If you need a message sent to somebody, maybe it's happy birthday, maybe it's get out of here, hit the street, you're fired. I don't care what it is. Firing a girlfriend, firing a boyfriend, firing an employee, wishing them well, whatever it is, I'm on Cameo. I'm here to deliver the message. I'll do it in my unique way, so you can imagine it'll have some profanity in it and it'll be a little bit filthy, but that's okay because that's probably what you guys want from me anyway. So check me out, cameo.com/Chris Aiken. Again, cameo.com/Chris Aiken. Book me and I will deliver whatever message it is that you need delivered, and it's cheap, so go do it. All right, later.
To describe my partner and friend, Chris Aiken. What's going on there, Chris?
What is up, sir? Jesus, this fucking, anytime we change servers and shit, it is just a mess.
Yeah, well, gets a little getting used to.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to make yet another change, me and you, during the week, because I cannot get it to now stream on the mainstream. It's only streaming on what is now the backup stream that used to be the mainstream. So,
right.
motherfucker. And I've got it scheduled to be playing now, and it isn't. I don't know what the fuck. Well, it worked last week, goddammit.
Well, we'll work out the bugs.
We'll figure it out. But if anybody's listening to it for now, just go to the app and listen to the CMS 24/7 on the bottom. That is, if you're watching the video wondering why you can't hear the sound.
Right.
Do that, and I will be playing videos and shit in between segments this week, so you can just stay with the video if you want to. If you can't figure it out, which it looks like you're not going to be able to because I can't figure it out. So
right.
Fuck. All right. So what's up?
Well, we're back after my week off. I guess you had a decent show last week with your fill-in guest host, John.
Yeah, we had some fun. We just got a little silly, not that silly though. Just kind of, I thought it was going to be a crazy drunk show, and it just was kind of like, I mean, I drank a lot. I drank like 10 beers during the course of the show, but I just never got like really buzzed up too bad. So
yeah. So
it was fun.
So did John come to your place, or did you do it via the way we do it now?
We did it through Skype, or not Skype, whatever this is, StreamYard.
StreamYard, yeah.
Yep.
All right, cool.
Yep. But yeah, all good, man. I'll tell you what, I'm in a great mood tonight. Didn't get any sleep either, but I don't care.
Why is that?
Because I don't know if you're aware of this, but my favorite fucking show of all time debuted last night again. Brought back. Live PD, motherfuckers. Back
really?
On the air.
Really?
Yep. Has a new name. It's now called On Patrol Live. And it has a new channel. It's not on A&E anymore. Those pussies pussied out. It's now on the Reels channel. All
right. I'm familiar with Reels.
Yeah, Reels is excellent. I started watching it today just because I was gearing up for some live PD. And
wow.
And boy, I was watching this one documentary on the breakup of Twisted Sister.
Okay.
And it was as told by the guys in Twisted Sister and hosted by D. Man, those guys, they were dicks to each other. Holy smokes.
I was well aware of that. There is a Twisted Sister documentary. Now, is this the same documentary that's been on is this new just for Reels, or is this the documentary that was already out there?
I think it's new for Reels because there's like a whole series of them that are done by D. Like D's the announcer, but D just happened to be the announcer on his own. So
okay. Yeah, because I did watch the documentary, Twisted Sister documentary, and it did get pretty contentious with those guys, and and just all in all out hateful, just hateful. And it really boiled down to that D became the alpha male in the band, and he just decided, I'm steering this ship and it's going to be my way or the highway. And It's one of those, because the reason this band is successful now is because of me.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's one of those deals, so you get a little resentful, especially when your original members had the band going years before you came on the scene,
Right.
and it's like, well, this was our band and you kind of like came in, and well, if it wasn't for me, you'd still be unknown. God damn it.
Yeah. It's so true, man. But
Yeah,
wow.
I'm writing the songs. I'm performing the songs. I'm steering the ship. This is what we're doing.
Right.
Feelings be damned.
Yeah. That was a crazy documentary. I sort of knew some of it, but I didn't know this. I didn't know it was that bad. I didn't know that they hated each other going into their fucking success, like before Stay Hungry.
Yeah.
But they did. But Reels channel, good channel. Man, but boy, was I happy to see Live PD. I literally, I missed it last night just because I didn't find out about it till somebody texted me. I was like, "Are you watching Live PD?" I was like, "What?" Is
it the same people?
Same people.
Okay.
Same format. Even like the same guests. Remember how they used to say, "Okay, we're going to take a break now. We're going to go to the National Child Prevention Beating Center or whatever." Same people on that. I mean, it's literally the same show. Even the music is very, very similar, like the bumper music and shit. Right. It's just called On Patrol Live. It's like, because A&E are fucking faggoty woke fags, that they because they're that way, they would not let it be, so they just changed the name and moved on. But
I wonder if Cops will come back.
Cops is on the Reels channel as well.
Is it the reruns or it's
no? These seem to be new. It's called Cops Reloaded.
Wow, how about that?
Yeah, I was watching that too earlier in the afternoon.
Wow. So were there a lot of quote unquote the usual suspects?
If you mean criminals, yes. The best one that I saw so far, and the show's one show old already. I mean, one show old. They arrested a guy for I think he had a fake license plate on his car or something.
Okay.
They opened up his car and must have found 50 fucking pounds of weed.
Nice.
It was insane. They were like, first they found like a little baggie and they were like, we're going to give you a warning or whatever. Then they kept finding it. And then they were like, okay, you're under arrest. Then it became intent to distribute as they're going through his car. Then when they opened his trunk up, they're like, okay, this is trafficking.
Well, that just reminds me of that guy they busted down the street there from you, that Streetsboro guy they pulled over for a headlight being out.
Right.
And he was getting all nervous. Oh man, I can't afford this. Oh man. And he goes, dude, take it easy. It's just a headlight. And he banged the headlight and it popped back on. And he was just like, oh man. And he goes, well, let me just run your license just for,
just to be safe.
Yeah. And they found out he was a concealed carry. And he goes, hey, are you concealed carry? He goes, yeah. He goes, well, you were supposed to tell me that before when I pulled you over. That should have been the first thing you told me.
Right.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Well, do you have it with you? Well, yeah, I have it. Well, where is it? What's in the glove box? and so the cop opens up the glove box and there's this pistol in there, and it's sitting on top of a stack of cash. He goes, what's all the cash for? He goes, oh, it's rent money. It's rent. You remember that?
I do remember that guy.
And he had all the paperwork sitting on the passenger seat, and right under that paperwork was a big brick of weed.
Right.
It's like, what are you doing, you dumb shit?
I love it. I can't get enough. I can't believe it's back. And they just literally have decided to take 6 hours of my weekend every weekend.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up, because now I'll have something to watch too.
Yeah. Well, it's on tomorrow if you like, because it obviously I was watching yesterday's episode at 6:00, but it goes 6 to 9, and then 9 to midnight is the actual live. So it's live right now.
All right.
But it's on tomorrow. The full replay from 3 to 9 is episode 1 and episode 2. So every Sunday, that's going to be my Sunday afternoon. I may do my CMS processing Sunday afternoons from now on because I got live PD.
Right. Very good.
I'm very excited that they're back, man.
Yeah,
I love that show.
That's interesting that somebody had the balls to re-air that, or to rebrand it and put it out there again, because it was a great show, and a lot of people liked it, but because everybody was so wokety woke, we got to take this off the air, we got to take that off the air because it shines a light on the poor behavior of certain people that live within our society.
Yeah, because it shines a light on the people that are criminals. It doesn't matter if they're black or white.
I didn't mention anything.
I know that. Well, that's why they pulled it off.
Oh, I know.
There's too many black people that are being accused. Shut up. You pull fucking 50 pounds of weed out of the car. I don't think you did it because of your black oppression. Shut up. You did it because you're a fucking pot dealer.
Yeah.
Assholes.
Yeah. Well, as you're aware, I work on the very, very, very south side of Chicago, right next to the Indiana border. In fact, the Indiana border, I could throw a rock from my office and throw it across the border. That's how close I am.
Right. Sure.
And but I am on the Chicago side of the Indiana-Illinois border. And as I was getting in my car to go home for the day the other day, Chicago, I don't know if they're doing this all over or just in certain areas or whatever, but they have the Chicago police on bicycles. And okay. I don't know if it's just like a workout regimen or if it's a patrol thing, but I've been seeing the Chicago police, like 5 or 6 of them all riding bicycles together.
Oh, that's nice.
Like in a pack. So I don't know if it's just training or if this is a patrol. I don't know what they're doing, but I've been seeing them more and more since the weather's been nice.
Sure.
And as I was getting in my car, right next, my car is parked near the road. As they were coming down, I definitely went out there and said thank you to each and every one of them.
Okay.
So sure. So just as they, and they were very appreciative. I just walked up as they were coming down the street, and I'm just like, thanks for doing what you do, guys. And they're just like, hey, thanks, appreciate it. But boy, I wouldn't want their job. Fuck that.
No way. No. Well, they like hearing anything other than, hey, cocksucker, you must hate me because I'm black.
Yeah. Which
is what they hear all the fucking time. So.
Yeah. So I always stop to say thanks and
sure.
Whatever, because holy shit, especially in Chicago, no way in hell that I want that job. No way.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't do it. Fuck that.
Working for Mayor Splinter over there. Yuck.
Mayor Splinter.
She is one of the most hideous people I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
I mean, she is just visually unpleasant. Not only is she visually unpleasant, but just unpleasant in general.
Right. She's just a rabid animal.
Ugh. I can't. Just to think that this is the mayor. Like, this is who I work for.
Yeah. This is our leadership.
Ugh. Ugh. Speaking of protection, I just wanted to mention that the CMS Studio A is being protected by Beretta PX4 Storm tonight. So
nice.
This is my conceal carry that I carry now that Indiana is allowed to conceal carry without permit. So
that's nice, isn't it?
This is my little holster that I keep it in. So
what do you do when you cross the border? Do you carry it to work?
No, I can't take it across the border. I could, I'm sure, but I'm not going to risk it.
That's all you need is getting that ticket, for no reason.
Yeah. So no, I'm a law-abiding gun owner, and I don't take it across the border.
Right.
I know better than that, but within my state here, I'm free to walk around with that all day long if I choose.
Right on.
So there it is. That's my concealed carry weapon of choice at the moment.
There you go.
So, what else is new with you? Anything?
Shitty week, but I'm glad it's over, and and moving forward with my shit. I mean, that's really it. I really haven't done a whole lot of anything. I did break the cardinal rules of Chris, and I went into a store this week.
Oh,
yes.
And what was the momentous occasion that caused you to leave your hovel?
I had to mail something. I had to mail something for only the second time in 7 years, I ventured into an actual establishment type store. I went to the post office. I consider that a store.
Oh, sort of.
Yeah. But I went into a post office and actually mailed something instead of having somebody come and pick it up.
Oh, look at
that. So, yeah, other than that, dude, nothing, just working on shit, and me and Johnny trying to get our schedules together because we got some videos that we got to record for the Starving Artist thing on Monday before he leaves for wherever the fuck is Stan he's going to. He's going to, I don't know where he's going, Bulgaria or Rome or somewhere. So
somewhere over there in Europe.
Yeah, somewhere in the not here. Yeah. So he's going over next on Tuesday. So we got to jam it in Monday, and we're hoping to get our schedules together that way. So, just doing my thing, man. Other than that, just, keeping it busy and keeping going.
Right.
How about you? Anything good?
Well, obviously last weekend I was out and about with the Dockin' Boys.
Right. How's that?
And well, it's always an adventure. It's always an adventure. They played literally 30 minutes from my house.
Okay.
And over in this small town called Plymouth, Indiana, I guess there's a racetrack over there. Now here I've lived in this area for 17 years.
Right.
And I was not aware of two of the places that I was at. The first place that I was at was where we were staying.
Okay.
We stayed, and I guess this place has been here for a while, but I had absolutely no idea. But I stayed at a resort. It was a golfing resort and conference center.
Okay.
And, it literally is out in the middle of nowhere. It's off of US 30, north of US 30, outside of Plymouth, Indiana. It's called the Swan Lake Resort and Conference Center.
Okay.
This place is massive.
No kidding.
This place is huge as far as like the land it takes up. It's a golfing thing. It's a big golf resort is what it is. And they have, right. I guess they have golf lessons over there, but the actual golfing area goes for a couple of miles.
Okay.
And it has a hotel component, restaurant, and we're like wedding chapel type place, and outdoor patio areas, and it's just a big complex.
Sure.
And so they had us booked there to stay there, and I rolled up there last Friday evening about 8:00. And again, I didn't know what to expect. I'm driving on this little 2-lane country road and driving, right. And all of a sudden I come up on this big complex with this huge golf course and hotel and the whole thing. I was like, holy shit. Somebody had a vision that this would be successful out here because it's not near anything.
Right.
And so I rolled in, real nice place, real nice amenities. And got checked into the room, and so I went down to the bar area. They have this restaurant bar, and I went down to the bar area, and they had there was this real attractive blonde girl attending bar, and she was quite a character, very bubbly, energetic, smiling. She wanted to know your name right away, and she would call you by your name, and
okay,
and she was very attentive. And So I'm noticing around that people at that bar, obviously they're all dressed in their golfing gear, their Izod clothes and their Titleist hats and
Sure.
their cargo shorts and all their golf attire, and I'm kind of sticking out like a sore thumb there at this bar.
Right.
And so I'm sitting there just having a couple cocktails, waiting on the guys to get in because they didn't get in till like 9:30 or so. They flew into South Bend, and so I'm sitting there at the bar just kind of waiting. And BJ and Chris were the ones coming in first, and they got there right about 10 o'clock. And the kitchen over there closed at 10, so I was texting with them and told them I ordered something up for them, by the time they got there. And so they came in and they had a couple cocktails and, had some food, and we were just sitting there. Well, while we're sitting there at the bar, these 4 older guys, mid 60s, mid to late 60s, I guess, dressed in the golf attire, and a younger guy, he might have been in his mid to late 30s. They all belly up to the bar, and they're, obviously they're together as a group, and they're just chit-chatting among themselves. And I guess they were staying there for the weekend to do like a golfing thing.
Okay.
And so, they were just kind of chit-chatting amongst themselves, and they were what is this? What are you showing me here?
It's just some docking from that show.
Oh, what is that, from the race show? No, that isn't from the race. Is that?
It says from the 16th.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, because I'm in the back. Oh, I could see me back there.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're sitting there, and those guys are just, they seem like they're pretty decent guys, and they order up some shots, and they asked me if I want some shots, so I did a couple shots with those guys and whatnot.
Right.
Well, the one guy, he says he plunks down $100 bill, and he says to the bartender that he wanted to play a game or something, like a trivia game with her. I wasn't really paying a whole lot of attention what he was going for, and so she's like, yeah, okay, I'll play a game with you, and she goes, what do you want to play? He goes, well, you pick it. And so she says, okay, I got it. She says, I'll give each one of you 3 guesses to guess my middle name.
Okay.
For whatever reason, that was the game they all agreed. And so among the 4 guys that were there, each one got 3 guesses. So that was 12 guesses total to get to figure out her middle name. Well, the guy who put the money down, he starts getting real, halfway through the game, he starts getting a little irritated, I guess.
Okay.
And his 2 older buddies, they just tap out and they decide they're leaving the bar, because I think they already sensed what this guy was all about. He was kind of like one of these guys who, when he drinks a little bit too much, he probably gets a little violent or gets kind of nasty.
Okay.
And so he starts calling this bartender a hustler and a whore and all this other, because he was losing, that by this time they hadn't guessed her middle name,
Right, sure.
And so he starts calling her names, calling her a hustler and a whore and this, that, and the other. And she goes, you've got no reason to talk to me that way. And he goes, yeah, you're just a fucking hustler and you're just a whore. And he was just really just getting real belligerent. And she goes, listen, dude, here, take your fucking money back. I don't need your money. She goes, you're the one who wanted to play this game. You're the one who agreed to it. I'm not doing anything here. Take your money and just get the fuck out of here.
Right.
And so he starts in, well, you don't know who I am. I'm the richest guy in this county. I could buy this place 5 times over and blah, blah, blah. And she goes, I don't need your money. I don't care who you are. And I don't care how much money you have. Just get the fuck out of here.
Right.
So the young guy who was there with him, he's sitting there and he's looking pretty embarrassed. Right. And so the older guy, he just kind of meanders away, and I'm just like, so I kind of looked at this kid and I go, hey, what was that all about? And he goes, oh, that's my dad. I'm just like, he goes, yeah, that's my old man. I said, what's his story? And he goes, well, he's pretty wealthy, and he's just an old white man with money, and he just doesn't understand the when you go out to a place that, you know, be it a bartender, waitress, whatever, not only are they your server, but they sort of provide a little bit of entertainment and make your evening enjoyable. And, you know, you kind of tip those people because if you had a good time, you kind of show your appreciation. But he says he's not like that. He's, you know, he's not one. He may have a lot of money, but he certainly doesn't, you know, spread it around. Let's just put it that way.
Right.
And he goes, I don't live here in this area anymore. He says, I live in downtown Chicago, so I know how it goes.
Nice.
And he goes, I said, so what does your dad do? And he goes, well, he's got a lot of businesses, and his buddies that were here, they you know, they're pretty well off, whatever. He says, I'm the grandson of Mayor Daley.
Okay.
Mayor Daley of Chicago, you know?
Right.
So he was just like, but, you know, I don't think the way that they do or act the way that they do. He says, I have a whole different viewpoint in life. And, you know, I said, so when something like that happens, what do you think? And he goes, well, I'm just here for the weekend to do this golf thing with them. And after tomorrow, I'm going back to the city.
All right. So
he was kind of embarrassed about the whole thing.
Sure.
You know, I felt bad for him, you know, because he's just sitting there. Yeah, that's my old man. But yeah, the way that guy went off on that bartender for no real reason aside from that he was a bad sport.
Right.
You know, just stupid. But after that, Don and John got in because they came in on the same flight, and Don made his way down, and we were all just kind of hanging out there and shooting the shit and stuff. So while we were sitting there, the bartender, or not the bartender, but this older guy come by, and he starts chit-chatting with us. He's just like, hey, how's it going? Glad to see you guys here. You know, glad you made it out, and, you know, looking forward to the show tomorrow. And we just thought he was a fan, right? We didn't know who this was. We just thought he was a fan. And so Don and I hung out at the bar till, I'm going to say 3 or 3:30. They left the bar open for us.
Right.
Chris and BJ already headed to their room. So we were settling up, you know, we were getting ready to get out of there and head to the room. And when we were settling up, I was just like, well, so what do we owe you? And the bartender, she's like, it's all taken care of.
Oh, nice.
I'm like, what do you mean? And she goes, well, the owner of the racetrack who was here earlier, he told me to just give him the tab, whatever it is.
Okay. Thank you.
So apparently that guy that stopped by to say hello, who he didn't really introduce himself, but apparently he was the owner of the racetrack.
Oh, nice.
So they were playing at like I said, the Plymouth Speedway, and it was George Lynch and his Electric Freedom Band.
Oh, good.
I.e. the Lynch Mob.
Was it one of those 2 days that Ray West was in the band?
Yeah, I don't think he was there. No,
it was somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't Ray get the boot in Las Vegas or something?
I know he did 2 days. That's it.
Yeah.
2 days.
So so it was George Lynch, Jack Russell's Great White, Firehouse, Winger, and Dawkins.
Okay.
And we were at the hotel just before we headed to the racetrack gig, and the Firehouse guys were just getting in, and I hooked up with Bill Leverty. I hadn't talked to him in literally years, but when he got in, he was just saying hello to everybody. He goes, oh man, I haven't seen you in a long time, Neely. How are you? You know, I was just like, I was surprised he actually remembered me, but
sure.
He came over and we chit-chatted for a few minutes. Bill Leverty couldn't be the nicest guy you ever know.
Yeah.
Just as friendly, as nice, even, you know, just he just seems like he's just happy to just do what he does, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was nice to chit chat with him for a few minutes.
Yeah, he is a nice guy. Mm-hmm. Don't like his band, but he is a nice guy.
Whatever. But he and John Levin, they were trading technical tips and things back and forth, and you know, talking their guitarist jargon and
right.
Whatnot, you know,
string talk and pickup banter.
Well, yeah, they were talking about their little amps and their little effects and all kinds of stuff.
Right. Sure.
So yeah, it was cool to see Bill and chit chat with him for a few minutes. And the gig over there at the racetrack, they being it as a speedway, they don't have like official dressing rooms per se, so they had these travel trailers out there,
right?
And they were the top of the line travel trailers. They were just decked out to the T. I don't know if like some local RV place rented them to them or whatever the case may be, but every one of those travel trailers, they had one for each band. They had because I looked in a couple of them, they had all amenities you could think of stocked in those travel trailers. Everything you could drink, food, towels, all kinds of accommodations. I mean, just everything. It was just like, this. I don't know anything about this racetrack owner or the venue or anything. I don't know if this guy is one of these well-off guys who started this racetrack, just as one of his hobbies, or if that's his main gig. I know nothing about it, but they spared no expense. I'll tell you that.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah. So the accommodations were good. Everybody was cool. Whatever you needed, it was just like, well, just let us know what we can get you,
right.
And just off to, if you say, hey, do you have this or do that? Oh, I'll be right back. Just like that,
Now, how does it rate compared to like Badlands Pond?
Well, I mean, Badlands Pond was obviously a building,
right.
It was a venue and a building, and Badlands Pond, that guy spared no expense.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a racetrack too, wasn't it? Didn't they have a racetrack too?
No, that's a racetrack component, but that wasn't located at that Badlands Pond complex.
Okay.
It was located at a different place, but the place, the Badlands Pond, was actually a venue, a concert venue. So
he didn't spare any expense, and then he just fucking walked away from it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was pissed at the legislation, the South Dakota legislation for shutting down his dollar loan stores.
Right.
They made quote unquote predatory lending illegal, and I think Ohio shut down theirs too, didn't they?
I've not seen one of them places in forever, so
at least 12, 15 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they made those illegal too. I think they still have those here in Indiana, but those high interest rate loan stores, where you take your paycheck there and you can get a loan against your paycheck and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. You know what's crazy is now the mainstreamers online do the same shit though.
Mm-hmm.
Like PayPal, you can get a loan from PayPal.
Yeah.
But it's like 18%.
Oh yeah, 18% is low. Yeah. I remember seeing some of those Indian nations.
Yeah,
I think it was like Big Sky, something like Big Sky loans or something like that. Right. Their interest rate was like 28%. I think.
Jesus, what was their logo? A bat hitting a knee?
I don't know, but. Yeah, so when Chuck Brennan, when the legislation in South Dakota, outlawed the dollar loan stores, he was like, yeah, well, fuck you then.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, hey,
I'll take my entertainment plaza. I'll shut everything down. I'm out of here.
Right? Yeah. Who can blame him? It's his money. Why should he be? Why should he fucking make less money because they want to be dicks? Fuck that.
Yeah. So. But yeah, he had that music school over there, and as well as that concert venue and the pawn shop and the gun range and all that stuff.
Right.
And unfortunately, that place was only open like 2 years.
Yeah, not long.
Yeah, and then he had the radio station.
Yeah.
He had the TV station, the radio station. So he had a lot of media stuff going on over there, and. When I was over there for 3 days, it was just like, holy shit, this guy put a lot of money into this.
You're like, for a minute, you were like, man, I wouldn't mind living here. And then a week later, they closed it. And you were like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't move.
Pretty much.
I'm glad I didn't follow Ron Keel.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I felt bad for Ron, man.
I did too.
He picked up, uprooted his life and was he living over near Reno or that way?
Yeah, Vegas. Wasn't he in Vegas or near Vegas?
I knew he had land up in the upper northern part of Nevada too, didn't he?
I think. I know he was in Vegas, or he was always in Vegas playing, and he just picked up roots and went to South Dakota.
Yeah.
I was like, oh boy. Well, you sort of did the same thing when you went to Chicago.
Well, I did, but that was family though.
Yeah, well, it worked out about the same.
Well, it did. I mean, you'd never expect it to work out that way, but sometimes you got to take a gamble.
Yeah, that's it.
But the interesting thing about Ron is that he stayed.
Yeah, he stayed and made it his own, man. He's South Dakota's own now. He's a proud South Dakotan.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, granted, you can do music anywhere, especially if you're like a traveling act and all that kind of other stuff. But I found that interesting that he actually stayed. But Ron is no stranger to moving around. I mean,
no.
He lived down in Nashville. He lived over in Columbus, Ohio. He moved out to Las Vegas. He went to South Dakota.
Sure.
He's been around, and he goes where the opportunity is. And that's, and I've done that as well. I mean, I've lived all kinds of places. I lived in LA, obviously Ohio, Louisville, Kentucky, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, here in the Chicagoland area. I've gone where the opportunity is.
Yeah, don't blame you. Wouldn't do it, but I don't blame you.
Well, I from the time that I remained single after that sham of a marriage I was in when I was a young person, I just, decided that I'm going to, if I have to pick up tomorrow and just, shuffle off to Buffalo, I will,
right.
if that's what I have to do. There's no consideration. Oh, I got to take the kids out of school. Oh, I got to worry about my wife and her established friends. Oh, I got it. Yeah, I was just like, fuck that. If I have to pack a suitcase and get the fuck out of Dodge, I will.
Right. Yeah, I did it early in my life, but once I came back here in 92, I was done. I was like, fuck that. I ain't moving ever again.
Yeah. Well, if I had to tomorrow, I would.
Yeah.
I mean, I that's the whole other thing is I never grew roots anywhere. You know what I mean? I always looked at every situation as temporary.
Sure.
I mean, even this one here, as long as this is the longest I've stayed in any one place in my life. And I don't have any attachments here. I have no roots here. And if something were to come up tomorrow or an opportunity were to present itself, I wouldn't think twice. I would be
I know that. There's zero chance you're going to retire there.
No, of course not.
Zero chance. You're going to retire in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. That's if that city doesn't go to shit. I'm seeing more and more news reports coming out of there of violence.
Oh, it's a shit show down there. You need to live. You need to live on the outskirts.
Mm-hmm. I know. It kind of makes me sad because for the longest time, it was a cool place to go. I would imagine it's probably still a pretty cool place to go, but it's starting to get sketchy.
It's a little sketchy in the city, and that governor's a first-class fucking libtard cunt. So, you always have that to deal with as well. Sure. So,
yep. So, yeah. So again, I don't have any allegiance to anybody or anything. So if I have to go, I'm going to go.
Yeah. I don't blame you. Me, if there was a sinkhole outside my front yard, I'd be like, man, I hope I don't fall in. I ain't moving.
Well, I see that you bought some oceanfront property.
Well, yeah, I'm staying at my Lake Erie estate.
Just went a little to the north there to your lakefront property.
Yeah, that's right. It's amazing how I kept the sun up, even though it's dark everywhere else.
I know, but when you're as cool as Chris Aiken, the sun shines on you 24/7.
Sun works on my schedule, not the other way around.
Exactly.
That's right.
The reason the sun exists is because of me, D. Snyder.
That's right. It's the only reason I allow it to shine on the rest of you.
Sure,
that's it.
Absolutely. Well, I had asked you earlier this week when I chatted with you for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Did you catch up on the Animal Kingdom?
I'm caught up.
All right. So any thoughts on this past episode?
Not enough Smurf. First of all, there just wasn't enough of her. I like seeing Julia get banged. I enjoyed it. As you know, I've had the hots for Julia since the start of this season.
Right.
And to see her finally take it right in the poop chute, that was fucking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, after the first time she banged Baz,
Yeah.
she became a real hose beast.
Yeah, she liked the dick.
Yeah, she wants more.
She likes the dick. No question about that. But good episode. I enjoyed the episode. It was I really enjoyed the whole Darren and Craig going and getting the baby.
Yeah, did you like the fact that Craig blew that guy away with a shotgun right to the face?
Boom. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Take the baby out. Take the baby out. I was like, fuck.
Shotgun to the face.
Yeah, that was, and that dummy. This isn't over yet. Yeah, it is.
It's over now. Boom.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, good episode. I was happy to finally see some action. That's the only thing I haven't liked this season. A lot of suspense, but not a ton of action.
Well, I think that it's building to something, building to a crescendo. So we might see a lot more violence,
Yeah. If you had to predict right now which brother dies or which of the four.
You know what? I'm thinking that this is, and again, I don't know. I was actually, who was I talking to about this scenario? What I'm thinking that Jay is going to walk away with everything.
See, I think Jay gets whacked.
You do?
Yep. I think it's too obvious that he wins in the end. I think it's going to be like who's the muscle guy? That's Darren, right?
Well, Darren's the gay guy.
No, the other guy.
Craig.
I think Craig is going to be the one because he's the least likely to fucking survive. He's the most, wild card. Yeah.
Radical. Yeah.
I mean, Pope is not going to survive. There's zero chance Pope survives.
Well, that cop is on his tail.
Yeah. So Pope's going to either get arrested or killed, probably killed. I think the gay guy is smart. So being smart's not going to help him in this situation, and he's going to get killed, whatever the situation is. I just think that Craig is going to be the one that survives because he's the least likely to survive.
Well, I'm thinking Craig, or not Craig, but Darren.
Okay.
Because we haven't heard about his lover boy that's out of the country avoiding arrest.
Oh, yeah, that guy, the surfer guy.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Darren's going to pack it up and go join his boyfriend.
Could be.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he's going to leave the country. He's going to grab whatever he can grab, his share of whatever is left, and leave the country.
That could be too, because they're building it up that he doesn't want nothing to do with anybody right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's constantly like, I don't care. Let's just get it done. Move the business along. Let's get our money. So maybe that's why, so we can go and take surfer dick.
Yeah, because we can't, they haven't mentioned what's his name? Adrian,
yeah.
Yeah, they haven't mentioned Adrian at all.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's not a forgotten character in this. I mean, it's not like he just disappeared and nobody thinks about him. He's going to resurface.
Yeah. I just think Jay has to die. He's mixed up in too much bullshit.
Okay.
He's mixed up in so much bullshit that someone's got to kill him.
Do you think the married chick he's banging, her husband will come back and knock him off?
Could be that guy, or it could be because isn't the black girl that he's also banging, isn't she like somehow like a cop or something?
No, she's the daughter of
that's right.
What's her face?
Of the one that tried to take the house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Smurf's friend
that tried to take the house last season.
Yeah, she's a lawyer.
Yeah, but she's also part of a scumbag family.
Right.
That feels, even though they gave the house up, I can't think that they liked that. So it wouldn't shock me at all if they're just setting Jay up for the big fucking fall.
Well, isn't that who's the black girl that's working with Craig? Is that a different black girl?
I think it's the same girl, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So Craig is banging her too.
Yeah, which all the more reason that it could just be a setup to lure them in to fucking gun them both down.
Right.
To take out the family, which that other family may want to do.
Maybe.
Because all they got was a dumb t-shirt.
Yeah. you don't think anybody from the past is gonna creep up like the what was left of the survivalists?
It could. There's so many characters that could. It could be them. It could be the remnants from that Spanish gang.
True.
You know, it could be that. It could be those people too. There's a lot of people that want to kill the family.
Cody's.
The Codys.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people that don't like them. So
right.
I mean, look, there's got to be cops that know that they killed some of those cops.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of people that would like to take them out. So it is building to something, and I have a feeling it is going to be Jim Jones like at the end. But
what do you think the new bartenders down the street? What role do they play? You know, Jay punched that guy out for being late on their Shylocks.
Yeah, I mean that's another angle. Is who are they, and why did they move into the neighborhood, and have such a sudden interest in the bar?
Yeah.
They showed up and they're like, oh, let's have a drink together. Let's talk shop. It's like,
yeah,
what?
If you let us exist in business, we'll pay you X amount of dollars.
Yeah. It's like, what? Why are you just volunteering that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's all kinds of different strings out there. We'll just have to see how they're woven together at the end here.
Well, the other thing is Craig's new friends.
Yeah.
His new motorcycle friends.
Yeah. We still don't know what their real deal is.
Yeah, because that still baffles me. This guy just shows up out of the blue and Craig just takes to him like they're old friends, and he doesn't know anything about the guy.
Yeah, doesn't know if he's a cop, if he's really a scumbag, whatever. I mean, he thinks he's not, but who knows? Dude, it was a great scene this week in that show when Craig was fucking that chick, and then immediately, like, as soon as she got off his dick, started lifting weights. That shit fucking made me laugh fucking hard.
Well, that just goes to show you how guys think about sex. It's just an activity.
Yeah, but
it's like golf or playing a video game or whatever, and it's like, okay, I'm done doing this. I'm just going to go do this now.
That shit was hilarious, though. She literally climbed off his dick, and he just reached up and grabbed the barbell and started lifting weights, like within like 5 seconds.
Yeah,
that was fucking hilarious. I laughed and laughed.
All right, that was fun. All right, now I'm back to working out.
Yeah, I got to get my reps in.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, since you like the creepy sexual tension that Smurf has with her sons,
yes.
What did you think of her walking in on the young Pope?
Yeah, that was weird.
He just got out of the shower and he's totally naked, and she's just like putting her arms around him and towels around him and all kinds of weird shit like that. And I'm thinking, what the hell is Chris thinking about this?
Oh, dude, I was like, she's just about to suck his dick. That was weird. And he's just standing there fucking buck ass naked, and she's just like, okay, baby. It's
exactly.
Like, Jesus.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This show's completely fucked up now, and I love it. I do love how fucked up it is.
You don't have a whole lot left to not love anymore. I mean, how many episodes are going to be in the season?
Yeah, there's only probably like 3 or 4 more, and that's it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. So you don't have.
What have we at 7?
Is it 7 or 6?
6 or 7? Yeah, I think it only goes to 10.
I think 7 is tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, it only goes to 10.
Mm-hmm.
So we're a month away from knowing.
Yeah. So. Yeah, if you haven't seen Animal Kingdom, if you weren't hip to that, I would recommend starting it from the very beginning and watching the whole thing, because what Chris and I are describing is we're coming down to the final minutes of this show, and highlight of the show obviously is the young Smurf.
Yeah, but she was very clothed this episode.
Yeah, well, but regardless of that, she just has something about her.
Yeah.
I can't figure it out. I don't know if it's her face or her lips or her eyes I don't know if it's just the whole I don't know what
the whole package. It's the whole package.
She's just got something about her.
Yeah. She's just one of them chicks And there are some of them out there that just ooze sex.
Yeah. You know who she's the daughter of?
No.
She's the daughter of Pyle from Full Metal Jacket.
Oh yeah. Wow. He fucked in an upward trajectory.
She's his daughter.
No kidding. Wow.
Yeah.
Did not know that. Wow.
Pretty weird. Well, before we wrap up this segment, the other show that I really am digging that you turned me on to is The Old Man.
Old Man is great. Yep.
That's a great series, man.
Fuck yeah.
Are you caught up?
Yeah, I'm caught up. I'm caught up on it.
You know what the biggest the interesting turning point so far in this whole show?
What's that?
Is how that Zoe chick is now she's all into him.
Oh yeah. Yeah. She went from being scared to death of him to like, nah, now he's great.
She was scared to death of him to blackmailing him to now being his soul partner.
Right. Yeah, it's it's a weird show though. I'll tell you what I don't like about that show. I love the show too, so don't take this as much of a criticism. But if I have a criticism, I do not like any show going as far back as Godfather 2. I hate and to be honest, I don't like that they're doing it with Animal Kingdom. Although because of Young Smurf, I'm willing to put up with it. I hate when shows go back and forth in the timeline.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm glad you brought that up because that was one thing I wanted to talk about is the characters that they used for the younger characters of the main characters.
Yeah.
How well they match them.
Yeah, they look real good.
Younger version.
Especially the young old man, whatever his name is.
Well, Jeff Bridges.
Yeah, Jeff Bridges, yeah.
Yeah, but Emily, did you see the daughter? Yeah. Is she the kid that they got her playing her as a younger person?
Mm-hmm. Spot on.
Spot on.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good show. It is. I hope people don't hear us talk about these shows and sit around thinking, well, I'm going to watch that someday because we're going to spoil all of it.
Yeah, I know. You got to watch. I'm surprised at the quality of some of these shows these days. Because the production is really good. Mm-hmm. They don't skimp out on any of the scenes. The filming scenes. Right. I don't know if they actually film some of these things out of the country, like The Old Man, or if they actually created in the backlot somewhere or whatever. But boy, you would think you were in Afghanistan the way.
Yeah.
Some of the rough-hewn buildings and the dirt streets, and Mm-hmm. But they do a great job of it, regardless if they do it on the back lot of a movie set or if they actually film in some third world country or something.
Right.
But they do a great job with that.
They do. I'll tell you, just in general, FX is fantastic. FX lately, I mean, not always, but pretty much every situational show that they have is really good. Mayans MC was really good. Obviously, Sons of Anarchy, really good. The Shield, really good. There's a show that I've been hyping forever called Snowfall, really good. Now The Old Man, really good. Mm-hmm. FX is fucking really good. They've taken the place of Netflix.
Yeah, no kidding.
Is Netflix not really good anymore? Jesus.
Yeah, the only thing Netflix offers is what I want to see is they do offer really good documentaries.
See, I'm gonna argue that point with you.
Really?
They're starting to get lame and lazy with their documentaries too.
Okay. All right.
I watched one. I'm gonna play my little Chris Aiken Presents at some point between sets today here. But for the show DB Cooper, Where Are You? That sucked. That fucking I couldn't believe that it was so lame on Netflix.
I did not watch it, so I don't know.
Don't.
It's not very good.
No, dude. Here's the look. I'm gonna do a Chris Aiken Presents right before you watch a Chris Aiken Presents, but
okay.
Fucking so they make it seem in the in the trailer like you're going to find out some new information and some new shit.
Mm-hmm.
Then when you start watching it, you realize within a minute, this fucking guy that put it together, he's already made his decision on what happened. So he's framing everything in a 4-part series or 5-part series, whatever it is, to meet his objective of who DB Cooper was. He's not actually following any facts. He's only using the facts that meet his purpose. And it sucked. I just watched it and I was like, this guy is full of shit.
Well, he's framing the narrative.
Yeah.
To work up to his foregone conclusion.
Yeah, and skipping everything that everybody else has ever put out there so that, so that his narrative works.
Okay.
And it's like, this fucking stinks.
Well, my nephew wants to know if you're a fan of Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Love it. I do love that. Have you not watched that?
I have watched it. I haven't watched it as a, full-time thing. I've caught various episodes here and there.
Yeah.
But, obviously, that one goofy little guy who was in the
Danny
Horrible
DeVito.
Bosses. No. He was in Horrible Bosses.
Oh,
he's a Jennifer Aniston's, what do you want to call it? He cleans your teeth and shit at her office in Horrible
dental
Bosses.
Assistant, dental hygienist. Charlie Day.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a goofy, funny guy.
Yeah, it's a fun show, and it's definitely not politically correct, which makes it work for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely there's a lot of fucked up things that happen on that show.
Yeah,
I like that show. It's fun.
Cool.
And again, another FXer.
Yep. Well, that's why he was asking, because since you were mentioning FX shows.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, good stuff.
All right.
All good, man.
Well, let's take a break. Are we good for our guests coming up?
Yep. Eric hit me up this morning and said he was ready to go, and he actually promoted it on Fuckbook and everything, so he's ready.
Well, I hope he's got good internet connection, because I remember last time we had him on, his internet was kind of shoddy.
I specifically told him to try it out ahead of time to make sure it worked.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
If it doesn't, he's getting a fucking beating. Right. Much like the doctors on his chest last week.
Exactly. All right. Well, I'll let you pick a tune, and we'll play a few tunes, and we'll bring our good friend Eric Ferentinos on. He's going to give us an update on his health situation, his health scare that he had a week ago.
All right. Well, then let's go with some Dio. Go with Naked in the Rain from Dream Evil.
Ooh, look at that. All right, some Dio. There he is. Dream Evil, you say?
Yep.
All right, let's see. Where are we at? Dear Dream Evil. Come on now. I have it. I'm just looking through the old disc. Oh, there it is. Okay, I got it. All right. And which one is it?
Naked in the Rain.
All right, I got it. Okay. All right, well, we'll play a few tunes. We'll come back. We'll do some more stuff, and we will talk to Eric and let us find out what's going on with him and how he's doing. And if you haven't read, our friend Eric had a heart attack last week after a Piercy show. So, all right, well, here it is. It's Dio with Naked in the Rain exclusively here
on your Classic Metal Show.
Thanks for checking out this episode of The Classic Metal Show. Get all of our episodes uncensored at www.theclassicmetalshow.com. Join us weekly from 9 p.m. till 3 a.m. Eastern at www.cmsradio.net. Participate in the live chat room at www.chatandkill.com. Once again, thank you for checking out The Classic Metal Show with Neely and Chris. Hail and kill, fuck you, pal, and hand job!
Hey, everybody, it is Chris Aiken from the Classic Metal Show and the Aftershocks podcast. And before we show you this next video, just wanted to remind you that you can add the CMSPN to your Roku. That's right. If you have a Roku or a Roku TV, just click the link below. It's in the scroll. It's also in the description of this video. And make sure you're logged into your Roku account on your computer, and it will add it right to your Roku. It'll add it, then you just refresh your device, and bang, there it is. That way you can watch all of our episodes, whether it's us or Skull Sessions or Talk to Me or Aftershocks or Classic Metal Show. All be on your TV. It's a deal, right? And it's free. All right. Make sure you do that. And now, here's the video you actually came to see.
Right here on your Classic Metal Show with The Kid Goes Wild, featuring the departed Sam Kinison on little cameo there.
Hey, didn't you see Sam Kinison before?
I have.
Kidding. I know you told that story last week. That's why I'm bringing it up.
I'm telling you what, I wish Sam Kinison could be resurrected today, because I would love to see what his take is on the current environment that's going on in the States.
He'd probably be canceled everywhere.
Of course he would.
He wouldn't be. You wouldn't know his stance, because he wouldn't be allowed to have Twitter or perform or anything.
Yeah, you're not allowed to speak out, pal.
Yeah, I mean, dude, what's Louis C.K. been up to lately? Who fucking knows?
Yeah.
No, but
there are no real edgy comedians at all today.
they're
None.
afraid. They're afraid to be.
Well, but even since Sam Kinison, we're talking. What did he die in 90? I think he died in like 91. I think he got killed in 91. So here we are. Shit, I hate to say it. 30 years later.
Yeah.
There has not been anyone edgy since Sam Kinison.
Well, there hasn't been anybody big. There's been edgy comedians. They're just not as big.
Like who? Give me an example.
Jimmy Norton.
Well, yeah, I agree. And at least he's had a few opportunities to have some video specials.
Yeah. I mean,
one that he actually filmed there in Cleveland, which O&A actually were in the audience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Norton's certainly edgy. He's not, and CK was edgy. Louis C.K. was a pretty edgy.
They're edgy, but they're not bombastic. I think what I'm looking for is just over the top.
Stanhope
is really funny, and he's one of my favorites. He's more cerebral. Sam Kinison was just bombastic.
DePaulo?
He's
not his show, his comedy.
Yeah, his comedy is, all of them have good comedy and good commentary, but as far as being a larger than life person, Sam Kinison, he was like the out of control comic guy.
Yeah.
Norton, he tells really good jokes, and he makes a lot of, edgy comments, as well as Stanhope and stuff. But when it comes to like this larger than life, like in your face, just like, I'm gonna wrestle you to the ground or punch. Yeah. There hasn't been anyone like Kinison.
Artie?
No. I'm talking about somebody who not only do they have good jokes, but they're also, their presence is very dominating.
Oh, well, that person doesn't exist anymore.
That's my point. Yeah, since Kinison, there has never been anyone like that since.
And the guys that were like that have all fucking sold out, like Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy was larger than life.
Yeah, he was, and I agree. And look, like watching Raw and things like that, which, surprisingly is available to watch.
Yeah.
Instead of going, oh, well, we can't show this anymore.
He's a black guy. He can get away with it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he definitely was very, very top of the line. Mm-hmm. Just a very larger than life character. Yeah, and speaking of it, well, who?
He sold it out. That's the problem.
Well, and I agree. And speaking of that, since we were talking about HBO Max,
yeah,
they offered all the the Beverly Hills Cop movies.
Yeah.
And I watched the classic, of course, which was the original one, which was really good.
Sure.
The second one wasn't bad. The third one just blew a bag of dicks. That Beverly Hills Cop 3, I watched that once a long time ago, and I totally forgot about it, and it was just horrible. I watched it again like a week ago. Yeah, last week. And it was just like, holy shit, what a bag of shit this is.
Well, you'll be happy to know that Beverly Hills Cop 4 has been approved and is in production.
Oh, forget it. After Coming to America, fuck that.
And another 48 Hours is coming as well.
Fuck that too.
What if they do We're Still Trading Places?
No, forget it.
No, you're
Forget
done with
it. After Coming to America 2, after seeing what that turned into, I can't even imagine that Beverly Hills Cop or what was it, 48 Hours?
Yeah.
Forget that. I'm not even going to even entertain watching it.
I know they're going to be shit, and I'm going to tell you straight up, I'm going to watch every one of them. I know it now. I might have, dude. People are listing all Eddie Murphy movies in the chat room. I'd watch every one of them. Best Defense 2, yeah, I'd watch it. I absolutely. Best Defense 1 was horrible, and he was barely in it. I'd watch Best Defense 2. Eddie Murphy's one of these guys. I watched all his dumb movies, all his really shitty ones. Harlem Nights, Bowfinger. I was watching all that shit. Bowfinger when he's driving around in the Sanford and Son truck.
Yeah, with what's his name, the comedian guy.
I don't remember who was in it, but
the guy from Trains, Planes, and Automobiles. What the fuck is that comedian? Yeah, it's Steve Martin. Yeah. He's in that movie, right? Bowfinger.
You know why I didn't recognize? Because you said comedian, and that automatically makes me think of something funny. And funny couldn't be more opposite of Steve Martin. Steve Martin is that is seriously the luckiest fucking guy ever. That guy is not funny and not entertaining. How did he get fucking famous with the dumb arrow through the head fucking hat and the wild and crazy guy?
Well, he was featured on SNL.
But he wasn't funny there.
Well, but the thing is he made it on SNL. And again, this goes back to a lot of the discussions we've ever had about what made bands popular.
Yeah.
They spoon-fed it to you. So he's on SNL, so he must be good. You heard this on the radio, so it must be good.
Yeah. And Ghost 66 in the chat, you're exactly right. Steve Martin has not been good since Roxanne. Roxanne was pretty fucking good. I did enjoy that movie.
Well, I did like Trains, Planes, and Automobiles.
That's all right.
I mean, John Candy. I mean,
was good.
Well, that's the whole thing. He was a good foil for John Candy.
Yeah, and The Jerk was good. People are throwing The Jerk up there. The Jerk was fun, but The Jerk was stupid too. Let's be honest.
It was a stupid movie, but again, a movie that would never be able to fly today.
Exactly.
Never.
Yeah, but man, that guy's comedy is just dog shit.
Yeah, his comedy wasn't good.
And let me just tell you a real life story, which made it even worse. Steve Martin was probably my dad's favorite comedian.
Yeah, because he was low
risk.
I guess, and again, I've said this on the show before, but you know who I never found funny ever, not once, is Robin Williams.
Oh, the funniest thing he ever did was hung himself.
Yeah, I never found Robin Williams even remotely entertaining. I didn't find him funny. I didn't think his comedy was funny. I didn't like his movies.
Yeah,
I thought he sucked. But
I liked the movie where he played a serial killer, 1 Hour Photo.
I saw that.
That was the only movie I ever enjoyed by him. But all of his other bullshit, Mrs. Doubtfire and Hook, and fuck you, Robin Williams.
The World of
Good morning, Vietnam. Shut up.
the world according to Garp or whatever the fuck that was.
Fuck you. Was he in Good Will Hunting too?
Yeah, I think so.
Fuck you with that one too.
And was he in Dead Poet Society or something?
Fuck you with that movie too. Those movies all stink.
Just, they tried to make him out to be some kind of like this genius.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you fucking suck, dude.
You know what he was? He was Hollywood funny.
Yeah. I found nothing entertaining about that guy ever.
He reminds me a lot of Dane Cook. Dane Cook, Hollywood funny.
And what happened to that guy?
He wasn't funny, so people stopped supporting him.
I know, but at some point he was selling out like arenas.
Yeah, but he was never funny. Dane Cook.
What is he doing now?
He's probably still doing comedy, but nobody.
Is he? Because I don't recall seeing or hearing about Dane Cook since like 2003.
Probably laughing at all the people that made him a fucking 100 millionaire. Probably. I mean, what else would he be doing? Let's see. Dane Cook. At the end of 2018, Cook announced the Tell It Like It Is tour, his first full-scale stand-up tour since Under Oath in 2013. The tour began in February of 2019 and concluded in November in LA. So that's it. Really, he did a tour 2 years ago. So I guess he's still doing it.
All right. Again, he was like an HBO darling, and he had specials and all this other stuff. And it was like, what the fuck is that? That guy's not funny.
No, but yeah, dude, Steve Martin. Going back to Steve Martin, my dad. This was his favorite guy, and he had. I still remember the album. It was called Let's Get Small.
Yeah, Let's Get Small.
It had him on the cover wearing a fucking fake nose and a balloon hat. Look it up. I'll put it up.
I know of it. I remember it came out in 78,
77, 78. Somewhere.
Yeah, I remember it.
My dad loved this album so much that he had, not only did he have the album so we could hear it in the house, but he had the 8-track.
Oh, the 8-track.
So that if he was in the car, he could get a good chuckle on the way to work by listening to the same fucking shit jokes that he was doing on, in the house. And my dad would be sitting. We had a chaise lounge in the house, one of those big old furry chaise lounges that were all the rage in the early 70s.
Sure.
He had one of those, and he'd lay on that thing. And he'd be telling the jokes as Steve told the jokes and laughing his fucking ass off. And he'd be like, King Tut, buried in his jammies. He'd be laughing. And me and my mom would just be looking at him like, what is wrong with you, fool? I mean, we couldn't take, my mom, I don't even think was into it. I think she played like she was into it to, placate him so he wouldn't, whatever, wouldn't complain or whine or whatever, but the guy was not funny. And I got to hear a steady dose of this fucking moron for probably 10 years. I mean, he was doing, my dad would play this fucking CD over and there it is. I just put it on the regular screen.
Okay.
There's Steve Martin, Let's Get Small.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
First one with the dick suck lips in the history of album covers. That's like the first selfie ever. Fucking homo. Sucked. You know what? Let me pull this up.
Yeah, that's before his hair turned gray.
Yeah. And his nose actually was that big for Roxanne. Would you like to hear a Steve Martin joke from Let's Get Small?
Let's hear it. Let's hear a joke.
All right.
That'll be a treat.
Yeah, here we go. I'm going to play a segment called One Way to Leave Your Lover.
All right.
It's a minute and a half long. So here it is. The great Steve Martin from 1977. Now watch, everybody will laugh their ass off at this. You watch. I'll look like an idiot, but whatever. Here we go.
I'm depressed. Nah, it's just... I guess I'm kind of thinking about my old girlfriend, you know what I mean?
No, stop.
Why are they laughing?
Why is that why is that funny? I was thinking about my old girlfriend. Why is that funny?
That's what I'm saying. There's nothing funny about this fucking guy, and people laugh anyway.
He didn't even get to the build up yet, and people are laughing like whatever it is he's saying is funny. And I'm kind of depressed. I was thinking about my ex-girlfriend.
But just listen, every line, as soon as he stops, they feel obligated to laugh.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to start it over so that you get those first 8 seconds, but he goes, I'm depressed. And you hear people going, ha, 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 ha. I'm getting ready to leave my girlfriend. Yeah, just listen. They have to fill every gap with a laugh. It's fucking pathetic. Here we go.
I'm depressed. Nah, it's just... I guess I'm kind of thinking about my old girlfriend, you know what I mean?
What is fucking funny?
There's nothing funny about that.
Nothing.
I'm waiting for the punchline. Let's go.
Yeah, move it along, dick.
Yeah, I feel like Extreme, waiting for the punchline.
Exactly. All right. Well, you're probably gonna be waiting a while because he never tells anything funny. But
all right.
We were together about 3 years, and sometimes when I get on stage, I kind of think about her because she'd travel with me, and I'd be up here performing, and I could hear her laugh. Kind of meant something to me, I guess.
Now, why are they laughing about that? They're laughing about that.
Okay. Still waiting.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
I guess I kind of miss her. And she's not living anymore, so You think that's funny? I guess I kind of blame myself for her death. We were at a party one night, and we weren't getting along. We were fighting, and she began to drink. And she ran out to the car. I followed her out, and I guess I didn't realize how much she'd been drinking. She asked me to drive her home, and I refused. We argued a little bit further. She asked me once again, would you please drive me home? I didn't want to, so I shot her.
That was it, huh?
Yeah. There's still another 15 seconds, but the laugh he got for that was way, way over the top. That's not funny.
Okay.
Is that funny?
Yeah, well, he's crazy, man.
He shot her. What the hell? Not funny. All right, here we go.
Bloody shotgun. Cut it right in half.
That's it.
Okay.
Hilarious, right?
Hilarious.
He stinks.
Yeah.
I had to listen to that fucking joke over and over.
Is that a joke?
All of these are, I don't know if
but your dad found that funny?
Oh, he would laugh. He would sit there. I'm telling you, he would sit there and he'd be in his fucking chaise lounge, chuckling, belly laughing, and going, and lipping it with him. Then I shot her.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, me and my mom would look at him and look at each other, and we would just be like, and we would just go to some other room or go outside or something. Just
right.
Fuck away from this fucking nonsense.
Like, what are you laughing at?
Yeah. And it just, and I can still remember times with my dad, he'd yell into my mom. He'd be like, hon, come on in here. I'm going to listen to some Steve Martin. My mom would just be like,
yeah, I've heard this 100 times already.
But she would be in there like nothing because that was her opening to try and get him to, like, she'd listen to this fucking shitbag album And then she would try to slip in some of her music behind it. She's like, let's get a Springsteen record on or whatever. Let's throw on the Who or something. And my dad wasn't having none of that. But that was always like her get, was she thought that if she sacrificed for him, then she'd get the opportunity back, and no such luck.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a give and take, but it was all take.
Yeah, it was a take and take.
Yeah.
My dad would take that, and then he'd be like, well, that was so good. Let's throw on the old Lionel Richie album all night long. And then next thing I know, my mom's just sitting on the shade, like laying next to him on the chaise, just ready to kill herself.
Right.
Wishing he'd shoot her with a shotgun and laugh about it, because she has to sit here and listen to fucking, Lionel Richie doing Stuck on You. It's like, oh, my mom was hating her life for that stuff.
Right. Boy.
Good times.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, it was a real joy sometimes to be in my
Well, speaking of killing yourself,
yes.
Here's something that is relatable on that level.
Okay.
But something that might relate that you might relate to.
Okay.
Not to bring up painful memories.
All right.
And not to make light of your personal situation.
Sure.
But a steel worker, you were a steel worker once.
I was.
He has killed himself by jumping into a furnace at a Chinese factory. Now, why are you laughing? This is not a laughing matter.
That's your Steve Martin joke. I'm laughing. I'm going to tell you why it's funny before you even read the story.
Yes.
We had a guy that we worked with. He was a young kid. He was a fucking asshole. Just a straight up asshole. I won't say his name. But me and pretty much everybody else in the place hated this fucking guy.
Okay.
So we had two furnaces. We had one that was fairly small, the one that I got blown up on, which was pretty small. I mean, it held about 7 tons of molten metal.
Okay.
Then we had the big furnace, which held probably 50, 60 tons of molten metal. And the way we would fill these things up was we would take scrap metal that was unmelted, obviously, and we had like a scrap warehouse, and we had these little, I don't know what you'd call them, they were like a hopper, so to speak. It had like it was like a big bin, but it had a latch on it, and a forklift would lift it up and put it over the door of the furnace when it was open.
Yeah.
You could take a stick or something, and you would hit like a switch thing that was on it, and it was like a latch, and it would release the latch. And
You'd flip the latch up, and the door would open, and it all dump in there.
Yeah. The little cart would kind of tip forward, and everything would fall.
Sure, I get it.
And then you would use the you would use the tow motor, and you could shake the tow motor back and forth to shake out all the shit into the door. That's how we used to do it. We hated this guy so fucking bad that we talked at length about fucking knocking him out and fucking throwing him in the furnace and charging this fucking guy because no one would have ever heard him, and that would have been it. Just fucking stuff him in this fucker and close the goddamn door and be done with Perry or whatever his name was. We hated this motherfucker with a passion.
Well, to contemplate murder, I guess that would be a lot of hate.
Obviously, we never took it to that length, but
what?
We obviously did not do that, but it certainly was a talked about. And you know how it is, dude. You're working with somebody.
So you basically wanted to dump him into the fire
and just be done with him. We wanted to hear him going, "I'm falling."
Exactly.
Into the fire. But yeah, we hated this motherfucker. And you know how that goes, dude.
Well, to wish death on somebody, that's a lot of hate.
Well, we wanted him to quit, but he wouldn't quit. So that's next step, I guess. But
yeah. All right.
And then lo and behold, since I joked about it, guess who got fucking fried? Me. And guess who got cooked? Me.
Is that karma? Would that be considered karma?
Maybe. I don't know. I've always thought about that. If this was karma, like if it was ultimately karma, my problems with fire were karma for me burning my parents' house down when I was 7. And I always have thought maybe that was my fucking payback. Was, I lit up their house and burned it down when I was 7 years old. And I've told that story on the show before. But I always thought, because I got burned, and it's funny because I got burned pretty good, 2nd-degree burns in June of the year that I got burned for real, like the real bad burn. I got burned in, moshing at the Metallica show, and they were having those blanket fires, and I just dove right into one, just being a goof, just drunk out of my mind, and dove into a fire and got 2nd-degree burns all up and down my arms. So I always wondered, and then like that was like the warm up for the actual real burn accident.
That's very interesting. The choice of words you use, the warm up.
Warm up, exactly. and of course, me being stupid, I get home and Georgetta's looking at my fucking whole arm that's all burned up and shit. And she's like, "You gotta go to the fucking hospital." I was like, hospital my ass. I was like, get some of that lotion. And she fucking rubbed calamine lotion on it, which could not have picked the worst thing to rub on a fucking open burn wound, but calamine lotion to dry it out, but it was like, just put that stuff on it. That pink shit, it'll work. And I put that shit on the burns, and I lived with the burn for about a week, and then I was fine. But
yeah, just put some bacon grease on it.
Yeah, why not? Just get some bug spray. Maybe that'll fix it. It's like, holy fuck, what is wrong with me?
Well, again, if this was today, it was like,
yeah.
Like last week. Just rub some dirt in it, will you?
Yeah, dude. I am the living proof of that shit. I mean, you've known me 20 years, roughly?
Yeah, at least. Well, I met you in 98. Okay. So 2008, 18, 20, 23 years. Yeah.
You've heard me talk about this accident, yes?
Yeah, of course.
You've heard me joke about it. Yeah?
Of course.
Have you ever heard me legitimately, in the thousands of hours of conversations we've had, both here on the show and in, on the phone, whatever, have you ever heard me whine about it or say,
no, of course not. You just accepted your fate. Yeah. It's just like, this happened to me and, fuck it.
And that's how it should be for everybody.
I agree.
For everything. You're not, and I have this argument with people all the time. I don't rate people's accidents or whatever. I don't say mine is worse than anybody else's, because it's all relative. I was burned 69%, 52% with 3rd degree in grafts. I was burned to fuck. I mean, literally. And I'll tell you what, I'll take that over somebody that's burned 10% but loses his fucking hand, or loses his leg, or loses his foot, or, has a keloid the size of a second head on his fucking shoulder or some shit. It's all fucking relative. It is, is my accident worse than a bad car accident? I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, if you ever do a reissue of Call Me Chris, I think you should retitle it Burn to Fuck.
Yeah, Burn to Fuck, exactly. It's a good book title. It's the sequel.
Yeah, the sequel, Burn to Fuck.
Burn to Fuck. But I was burned to fuck, dude.
Of course.
I mean, I was burned. I mean, dude, even the title Call Me Chris, that was because I was burned so fucking bad that my own family couldn't recognize me. They just saw me as this lump of fucking bleeding fucking goo in a bed, just sitting there in a fucking coma, drooling like Terry Schiavo.
Did she make those noises?
Well, Terry Schiavo did.
Did she?
You don't remember that when they would show video of Terry?
I remember. I remember Glenn Beck was on the case on that for starving her to death.
Yeah, every time they showed Terry Schiavo, all you heard was, that was the deal. Accidents are accidents. Shit happens to everybody. and whining about it is fucking. Sorry, deep cut home run. Call me Booples.
Call me Booples.
Call me Booples.
Like Booples Aiken.
That's fucking hysterical.
Yeah, Booples Aiken.
That's really good. But yeah, dude, it just doesn't make sense to me. And maybe it's the way we're raised, and maybe it's why we can't stand this generation.
It's a different era, dude.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I know it's a weird thing because I know if I would have come out the other side, the other way, and been like, oh, my life is over, and oh my God, I got to talk about burns every minute for the rest of my life, and I got to live in burn support and all, all the shit that a lot of people do. My family would have probably supported that. They probably would have been okay. But I think that somewhere in there, my dad especially would have been immensely disappointed with me. And somewhere in his, so he probably would have never said it to me, but somewhere in there, he'd have been like, I raised a bitch. I know that's what he would have thought. I raised a bitch. He would have never fucking been happy with the fact that I would be whining like a fucking cunt. And I'll tell you what.
Your point, Dad!
Exactly right. And I'll tell you what, different scenario, but when my son had the cancer, he didn't bitch for a minute. And all I could do is bang my chest with pride that my son wasn't a bitch going into something that fucking life-threatening.
Of course.
Handled it like a fucking man. I raised him right. It's like, fuck yeah, as it should be. And I'll be honest, if he would have come out of it like a bitch, I probably wouldn't have said nothing to him about it. I probably would have let it go. But, I mean, because it all does affect people differently. But, man, I just can't, for the life of me, I cannot fathom people that let something happen to them and they let it wreck their fucking life forever.
Disappointed!
And, dude, how many people do that with, like, divorce or...
Of course.
Or a car accident, or like the ones that crack me up are the guys that like are depressed for like several years because like they have their house repossessed or they have a car repoed or something, or house foreclosed on rather, and it's like, it's just stuff. Are you still alive? You still able to fucking rebound? Then go rebound. Stop bitching about it and rebound from it.
Well, I think you and I both can speak from that place of rebounding.
Of course.
You just pick up the pieces and do what you can with what you've got and move on.
Yeah. I've done so. I can only talk about my own life, but I was left for dead. Quite literally. Wife was told, gonna die on this table. Lived through that, and fucking, I came from being dead to now doing all these great things, building businesses, owning the pinball thing, having fun doing the radio thing. Now I'm building a fucking radio empire, writing books. I've done every goddamn thing in the world, and this is after I was supposed to be dead. Beat that. And don't tell me about how you fucking can't do anything because your life is so hard. I'm not hearing you. I don't hear it at all. I never hear it.
Rise up and overcome, bitches.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
Well, anyway, Wang Long could have used your sage advice.
Mm-hmm.
Wang Long, 34, was captured on closed circuit television, throwing himself into the molten vat of steel at a factory where he worked in Mongolia.
Ouch.
Because he lost, get this, drum roll please, he lost an equivalent of $8,298 in the stock market.
He lost $8,200 and he killed himself?
He did.
What was his total net worth? $8,300?
A haunting still image shows his silhouette against a A haunting still image shows him silhouetted against the fiery well moments before he hurled himself inside, causing red leaping flames and black smoke to billow out.
Lovely.
His employer, Baogang, Baogang, Baogang Group, confirmed that Wang's death was believed related to a large amount of losses and that he could not repay his heavy debt.
Who was the debt to? Some fucking Japanese mobster?
Well, no, he lost it in the stock market, so he had to pay up.
Yeah, just don't pay it.
Well, he threw himself into the fire.
Yeah, I guess he's not gonna pay it, but
yeah, fuck you. I'm gonna kill myself. You're not gonna get it from me, Pally.
I guess when you work for 3 cents a day, 8,000 could seem.
Well, there you go. That's where we're heading for in this country.
Exactly.
Last Tuesday, the Steelworks had reported Wang missing after his colleagues were unable to find him following the night shift. Yeah, he's part of the molten metal.
Yeah.
However, surveillance footage later revealed that Wang had died in what police believed was a suicide. In the video, Wang is seen to take off his helmet and his gloves, placing them on the ground. For several minutes, he appears to hesitate before jumping into the furnace.
Yeah, I get that.
Definitely into the fire. The Baogang Group said, "We feel deeply sorry for his death. We are proactively appeasing the emotions of his family and carrying out psychological guidance for our workers." I never understood that. We're bringing in counselors for this.
Yeah, grief counselor.
I never understood that. It's like, what kind of pussies are we?
Yeah.
It's like, well, so and so committed suicide, so we're bringing in grief counselors.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, I don't get it. I'll tell you this though. I understand this dude hesitating because let me just tell you. When 7 tons of molten metal fucking hits you, and it hits you in an explosion, so it passes off of you.
But you weren't even expecting it. This guy is well aware of what awaits him.
Oh, I get it. I'm just going to tell you, not expecting it and having it happen and just be done, like it happened and it was over, like in a couple of seconds. That was a pain that is undescribable. I mean, that was pain like nothing I ever had and never will have again. I can't imagine jumping in and, let's be honest, unless you had your mouth open and you just fucking ingested it where it ate your fucking heart away instantly, you're going to live for 15, 20 seconds. Swimming, your body's naturally going to try and get out of that shit. And you are going to swim in this shit as you're screaming in pain as it melts your fucking body away. That has to suck. Those last 15, 20 seconds of old boy's life, that had to feel worse than touching your finger on a stove or something.
Yeah, that's like Terminator 2, where he lowers himself into the...
Yeah. I got news for you, though. It probably wasn't as glamorous as when he slowly lowered. I guarantee you the last thing he did wasn't put his one finger up in the air before it's...
No, he gave him the thumbs up.
Or the thumbs up, yeah.
He went down like this.
Yeah, fucking sure he did.
Well, he was a robot anyway. He didn't feel any pain.
Even a robot would have felt pain in that fucking scenario. And I can tell you that for a fact. That shit fucking hurts. Bad.
Wang's colleagues told the South China Morning Post he had been trading stocks and futures for a while, that he was introverted character and unmarried. So, he didn't leave any wife or hellspawn behind.
Oh, so then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, he just kind of burned up in flames.
All right, we'll see.
Police think Wang killed himself because he had taken out large loans on Wednesday and lost 60,000 yen that is 8,000 blah 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 American dollars on the stock market. He took out loans on the stock market.
This was Japan or China?
This was I read that earlier.
Yeah, I just don't remember what it was.
This was in Mongolia.
I wonder if they have laws that are different than here. Like they don't allow you to bankrupt. They cut your head off or some shit if you're fucking overdrawn on your bank account or something.
You're overdrawn. Off with your head, fucker.
Well, they might. I mean, that's the only reason I could think of that, you know, being broke would.
Well, I think that the honor thing over there is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
And that as somebody who is not successful and can't live with the pain of being a failure,
right?
You know, it's like the dying on the samurai sword. You know, you die with honor rather than live with guilt.
I guess,
but this guy, took out loans.
Yeah, to pay his stock debt.
Well, to play the stock market.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, I don't know. And I think he was playing the Nikkei or something.
I have no idea.
He wasn't even playing the real stock market. He's playing the Nikkei.
The Baogang Group, established in 1954, is a major steel producer and China's largest light rare earth metal manufacturer. Its assets are worth more than $20 billion and has more than 48,000 employees.
Wow.
Well, he's not going to be missed.
They
got 47,999 employees.
Exactly. And one bloody ingot on the ingot table.
Exactly. I mean, I hate to laugh about a guy's death, but you know what? Everybody makes their own choices.
Yeah.
I would not begrudge anyone in our audience who goes, this is a good idea for me. I think I'm going to just end it all here. And I'm just like, well, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah. Dude, what are you going to do? I mean, in the end, if somebody truly wants to kill themselves, and I don't know if you've had that experience or not with somebody calling you and they were like, legit, I need to end this. I can't deal with it. Or
I have. I actually had a former girlfriend contact me about a year ago and said, hey, can I come there? And I'm just like, why? What's going on? And it's like, well, I'm suicidal. It's like, well, coming here is not going to solve your problems. Right. What are you dealing with here?
Right.
And it turned out okay. But the first thing they thought was, can I come to your place?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's like, no, you can't come here.
Yeah.
But I need to know what's going on. What are you doing? What are you dealing with?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the whole thing. And it was just like, no, this isn't the place for you, because what am I or being here going to do for you?
Yeah. I mean, I have one friend that plays that card on occasion. And I just know that I'm going to get that call someday that he fucking offed himself. I just know it. And it's like, whenever he calls me that way, I ask him what's going on. And if he can't talk about it on the phone, I always go there. I'll always go and I'll talk him through it as best as I can. But, in the end, I mean, what are you really going to do? If somebody's determined that their life is too fucked, the only thing I ask is don't fucking blow your brains out where the mess gets on my fucking doorstep. I mean, honestly, what else can you do? What can, I love my friends and all, but, in the end, it's like, I can't save everybody.
Well, here's the thing. And I think this is very relatable to the people who listen to this show, as well as, you and I.
Yeah.
You and I had a acquaintanceship. I'm going to call it an acquaintanceship. I'm not going to call it a real friendship. With Janie Lane.
Sure. Okay.
This guy, we knew that he had a lot of issues and he could have done something different with his existence, but he chose not to do it. And both of us, even our friend Billy Morris, we all tried to help him in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
But if somebody is hell-bent on destruction, personal destruction, what are you going to do about that?
Nothing. There's nothing you can do.
You can reach out, you can say, hey, I'm concerned about you. How can I help you? All these other things, but in the end, what are you going to do?
Yeah, not much. Dude, there's not much. I mean, you could talk people, you could tell them, that you give a fuck about them and whatnot, and that, you want them to live and whatever, but dude, you can't change anybody's life fully. You just can't do it. You got to live your life, but in the end, you can't think like they do. So just how, that's one of the things that my one buddy says to me, well, you did this and you did it. I'm like, yeah, well, I did do that. Who's stopping you? And don't tell me life, because that's fucking bullshit. And unfortunately, that's something I can't fucking ride with. I can't ride with you got it worse than I did, because, hey, fuck you. Nobody had it worse than I did. No one I've experienced yet has had it worse than I did and come all the way back. No one. So I challenge anybody with that. If you feel like your life's so bad, hey, fucking read my book, dummy. Because I was fucking dead and gone. And now I own businesses and write books and fucking make you dicks laugh. All 50,000 of you in the 42 in the chat room.
The 42 in the chat room.
Yeah. Oh, those are the ones that count.
Yes.
Sorry, other 50,000, but the 42 that have my attention are the only ones that count.
Right.
You guys are just fucking faceless, mindless.
Yeah, there's 8 spots open in the CMS chat room. Why aren't you in there if there's 50,000 of you listening right now?
Yeah, you fucking faceless fucks. Put your name in there.
Yeah, that chat room should be maxed out at this point.
At all time. Well, it was for most of the night.
It was maxed out before we even started the show. Yeah, that's what
I mean, it is 1:30 in the morning, so half of the audience went to sleep. So now we're probably down to 25,000.
Yeah. Chatandkill.com, motherfuckers. Let's max that chat room out.
Unless you're a fucking turd. And if that's the case, don't come in the chat room.
Yeah.
Because I just don't want to see your troll ability, you fact. See, we lost one.
No, you're playing the rev now. Look, we peaked. We peaked at 10. All right, there's 7 spots open in the CMS chat room, so get over there. Oh, we gained one. It's 44 now.
Ooh, look at
us. Jumped in there. There's only 6 spots left.
You're really determined to get there, aren't you?
I want to see everybody max this room out. There's only 50 slots in this room, and there's 6 open. Look at Rob Halford in the porta potty.
Where's that?
Demon put it in the chat room.
Oh, Jesus. I'm more fascinated by the girl with 3 tits. What's going on there?
All right, we're 5 away from maxing out the room.
45.
Look at that. It's growing. Look at that. 5 more spots.
Oh, my
Can't get in after that.
Oh, my God.
Jump in. Chatandkill.com. Is that still active?
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, chatandkill.com. 47.
Look at
that.
That's hilarious.
You got 3 more spots. Jump in. Chatandkill.com.
We are really in stupid mode tonight.
I know. Look at that. Max this room out, you motherfuckers. I love it.
That is funny.
Get in there. There's 3 open spots.
Yeah. I got news for you. Neely's probably not
going to 48.
Neely's not going to move on till the last 2 of you get in here. So.
48.
All right, Phil Ooze, you're going to scare these people away with that giant dick. Please don't do that.
All right. There's 2 more slots. Fill it up. Let's max out at 50. Come on. I'm not going to wait.
Well, you apparently are.
Come on. Well, supposedly we have 50,000 people.
Yeah. Well, they just don't want to chat, maybe.
All right.
48 is good.
We're at 48, so there's 2 open slots, so you can jump in.
Welcome, people. Welcome.
All right. All right. So there you go. Guy killed himself over $8,000.
Yeah, and we're laughing about it.
Well, you know what the fuck? Stupid people.
Mm-hmm.
Don't give a shit about them.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. I'm unfeeling and uncaring. All right. Before we take a break.
Yes, sir.
I know that you're well aware of the whole COVID thing.
Yes.
That has totally destroyed a lot of things in our society.
Yes.
Well, anyway, supposedly, because we're a year into this thing already, Live Nation, one of the biggest concert promoters in the world, they're ready to move forward.
Good.
They're ready to put on some live shows. They're ready to, get things going.
Great.
But the problem is they have nobody to work the venues now. Everybody has moved on from their roadie status to, working to make the live performances happen.
Right.
A lot of the stagehands and technicians have moved on to other things, and they're just like, fuck this. I got to make a living.
Right.
I'm going to lose my house or my apartment or whatever it is that they live in.
Right.
And they've moved on to other things, and it's just like, okay, things are opening back up. We need you guys. And it's like, yeah, I'm doing something else already.
Yeah, don't care.
Artists can't wait to get back on tour, but after more than a year on pause, the COVID-19 pandemic, the live event business is facing a potential worker crisis and not enough roadies.
Yeah.
Concerts operate in a world of contracts with workers moving from gig to gig, tour to tour. Without live events, though, many stagehands, lighting and sound technicians, ticket takers, and ushers, they have assumed other jobs.
Yeah, as they had to.
Yeah, this is like I had to do whatever I had to do to survive.
And you know what it is even more than the fact that they've assumed other jobs? 49, by the way. It's not so much that they assumed other jobs, it's that they got out of the habit of living like a fucking pauper. And, they got used to getting a steady paycheck now. So it's not like, well, dude, it's cool because I'm out on the road with Brittany Fox or whatever it is, and I don't want to use like Metallica or the big name stuff because those guys are like, I guarantee you Metallica didn't lose one roadie.
No, they're locked in.
Yeah, they're locked in. But the LA Guns and Brittany Fox and this Palooza festival in fucking Lima or wherever, all those people went and got regular gigs.
Bonnaroo.
Yeah, exactly. Well, even Bonnaroo probably kept most of their guys, other than the people, the seasonal people that they hire. I'm talking about the people that would normally be working, a 200 seat club or
they're for hire people.
Yeah, or the people that would go out on tour that like a Dawkins-sized band that would have like one roadie that would kind of work all 4 guys.
Sure, of course.
Those guys have all moved on. They all got jobs, and now they're like, dude, why am I going to go back on the road for less money than I make when I could come home and fucking, live in my own house, sleep in my own bed, fuck my chick whenever I want to, and watch Netflix for more money. That's That's the unfortunate truth of COVID. COVID took living like a kid, like a college kid, away from a lot of these people.
Right. Well, I talked about this on the show last week that, I went to get my car, get my tires balanced and my front end alignment checked. And the guy's telling me, well, we can't do your front end alignment because we can't find anyone to fill that position because people are just at home, collecting their unemployment and their quote unquote, their COVID benefit.
Yeah.
On top of that, it's like, what's the incentive to come back and go to work?
Yeah, no, it's true.
Concerts operate in a world of contracts with the workers moving from gig to gig, tour to tour without live events. Though many stagehands, lighting and sound technicians, ticket takers, and ushers assumed other jobs. No one saw a year without a work, said Michael Strickland, the chief executive of lighting company Bandit Lights.
Oh, Lights.
Bandit Lights. As it continued, you lost people along the way. The mentality, the physicality, the spirituality, and the economically. The concern among event organizers that those workers might not come back.
Mm-hmm.
Having moved on to other jobs that might be more stable, more lucrative, or offer perks like insurance. Oh, we can't work jobs without insurance.
Yeah, can't do that anymore.
Or retirement options. Also lost is a generation of apprentices, the younger workers who have been learning the craft, eager to graduate from warehouse gig to the local show and onto the national tour, man.
Yeah. Well, dude, what kind of retirement benefits do you think you get if you're the roadie for Steve Riley's LA Guns?
Exactly.
You're not getting anything. Dude, that's honestly, and I'm not trying to be disparaging here, but I'm just going to be honest. To be a roadie for most of these guys, you pretty much have to, your only other option is being fucking homeless. That's really all it's a step up from in most cases. I mean, you're literally paid in beer and cast off pussy. There's nothing else you're paid in. And it's cast off pussy from a 200-seat club. So you can imagine the quality there. What do you think the quality is of the chicks that are turned down by the band, but will blow the roadies?
Do chicks even do that anymore?
I don't know. Not at any shows I've seen. I mean, there were some at the one time when we were hanging with Don down in Cleveland, me and you and
yeah, that was at the House of Blues. Yeah,
I think those chicks would have blown Don. Of course, they would have been able to do it well because they looked old enough to remove their teeth to do it. I mean, they looked like they were in their late 60s to early 70s. As they fucking walked up with their walkers. Hi, Don.
Right.
Don. They looked ancient, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's any of that going on anymore. Maybe with the young bands.
Do you think?
I gotta think that the young bands are still getting some puss here and there. I gotta think that. I can't imagine being in a band like Hailstorm or something, and forget Lizzie Hale. But, if you're like the guitar player, the bass player that's not fucking Lizzie Hale, and you're out on tour and you're playing in front of 10,000 people a night, you gotta be sticking your dick in one of them. Don't you?
I guess something tells me though, because of just my personal observation, that a lot of these younger people, they're not. I'm just gonna say that they're not sexually adept.
I don't know. I'll. You know what? Next time I interview a young band, which will obviously happen sooner than later, I'm going to ask them. I will ask some young band that question. If they're still out there chasing pussy, and then when they say, "Oh yeah, of course," then I'll say, "Stop lying to me and tell me the truth." I'll ask the question, and whoever the band is, I'll bring it to the show.
Okay.
but I will ask the question. I'll ask.
Some just tells me that the maturity of, I don't know what you want to call it, the groupie mentality is just not there. I somehow, and again, I could be completely off base.
Right.
It just doesn't seem to me like the younger generation is really into sex.
Well, dude, trust me when I tell you, it's not going to surprise me if I ask some young band and they say, "Nah, we just get back on the bus and play video games."
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with that. That's exactly where I'm going with that. It's just like there's no interest in that at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be interested to hear how. I'll find out. I will ask whoever the next young band that I interview is that seems like they'll talk about this kind of shit. I will ask them.
I'm very curious because they just don't seem like they're even interested in that at all. I think they're more interested in their social media and, as you just mentioned, like video games. But when it comes to like, just carnal getting it on, that's not even a consideration at all.
I'm looking to see who I'm interviewing this week. Evile, they're old. I'll ask this band Vola. They're a young new band. Vola, Vola. I'll ask them if they do any ass chasing. Oh no, I'll wait till on Wednesday. I'm interviewing the band Crowbot, who are like kind of like stoner guys.
Okay.
But they're younger guys, and I will say the guy Bishop, one time at Rock on the Range, he told me a weird, crazy story about what he calls the Eagle's Claw, which is how he fucking finger bangs and ass bangs a chick at the same time. I'm gonna ask him about this.
All right.
I know he chases pussy, but I'm gonna ask him if the rest of his band chases pussy.
So it's almost like the shocker.
Almost, but he said that it's with your thumb and your index finger, and you plug them both in, and then you stretch as hard as you can. It's called the Eagle's Claw. He told me this at Rock. The funniest fucking thing. He told me this, like we were kind of just hanging out with him, and he did like Dom from Maximum Threshold's show, but then we moved on with him to the next table, kind of. We were hanging out with him, and he was still in that mode where there was no filter, but yet he was live on the air with some radio station wherever, and he started talking more about this fucking Eagle's Claw and digging his finger into the girl's pussy on FM radio.
How did that even become a subject of discussion?
Because we were all just fucking shooting the shit at the Rock on the Range. We were just like, I'm sure the question of tell us the wildest thing that you've ever participated or seen at a show came up, and he brought this to the table, this Eagle's Claw thing, and it just got crazy, and then it just went from there. The Eagle's Claw.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
You know how it goes. Guys get around guys. They start telling fucking ridiculous.
Well, like I said, I understand guys telling whack ass stories, but again, how did that even begin?
Yeah, I'm sure it began with what's the craziest thing you've ever seen or done backstage.
All right.
I'm sure that's where it started.
Okay. Well, again, I'm just, for some reason, this is just my perception. I don't know this is fact. But it just seems to me like the younger people, they don't really care about scoring or banging out a chick or anything. It's just like, yeah, she was a really nice girl, and I brought her back, and we played Lethal Weapon or Dark. Or what is that called?
What GTA?
No, what is it? What is the one with the covert guns and
Call of Duty?
Call of Duty, that's the one.
Yeah.
We went back to the tour bus and we played Call of Duty. She was a real cool chick because she was really into it.
Yeah, but you know what though, dude? they've also been raised where they're not allowed to talk about just fucking whores. So to them, that there's an actual thought of taboo to that, of we could ruin our image if we're not talking respectfully about these women that we're fucking. But that doesn't mean that they're not just fucking. Look, guys are carnal, and guys are always going to be carnal. Guys are always gonna look at chicks and just want to fucking do filthy things to them.
You think so?
Yeah, and I do think though that especially these younger bands like Greta Van Fleet, these guys are sticking pussy in every fucking city. The problem is that they can't come out and tell plaster caster stories like their predecessors did.
Yeah, like Led Zeppelin.
Like, and they can't tell the copycat Led Zeppelin story because that'll immediately be met with fucking a bunch of fucking fruits with pink hats on going, we're boycotting these guys because they're not good to women. They treat women badly. That's what's going on.
Ugh.
Look at PC in the chat room. Speak for yourself, Aiken. I want to be a gentleman. Sure you do. That's why you listen to this show.
Yeah.
Gentlemen. Out of here. Take that shit out of here. You ain't fooling anybody, PC.
So stupid. Well, a guy who is a man's man.
Yeah.
Or was a man's man.
Okay.
Lemmy from Motorhead.
Yes, sir.
He basically was the epitome of, everything that you and I both, aspire to, as far as just being kind of just like a rock and roll hedonistic guy who just, we're just guys.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, as you're aware, Lemmy unfortunately passed away like almost 6 years ago.
Sadly, yeah.
Can you believe that?
It's crazy.
I'm glad to say that Lemmy appeared on the show.
Yes.
And I'm happy to say that I had a conversation with Lemmy at the legendary Rainbow.
Yes.
And I feel very blessed that I had that opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Lemmy passed away years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Motorhead legend Lemmy Kilmister.
Mm-hmm.
His ashes have been placed into bullets and sent to his closest friends.
See, I think that's the coolest story of the year so far.
Yeah.
I love that story.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
American television and radio personality Ricky Rackman, who hosted MTV's heavy metal show The Headbangers Ball in the 1990s, broke the extremely metal, quite literally, revelation about Lemmy's ashes last night. That is the 22nd of March. Mm-hmm. Rackman posted a photo of the gold bullet embossed with Lemmy's name sitting inside a plush presentation case.
Right.
He wrote before his death, Lemmy asked for his ashes to be put in some bullets and handed out to his closest friends.
That's awesome. That's fucking awesome.
Today I received a bullet and was literally brought to tears. Thank you, Motorhead.
Dude, I would absolutely cry if I got fucking a Lemmy bullet with his ashes.
Of course you would. It's like this bullet casing. It's got like a quarter ounce of Lemmy's DNA in it.
Exactly.
And it's in a case and it's all shiny and it's a memento.
Mm-hmm.
Lemmy, I know that you have expressed on the show that you have adopted the Lemmy philosophy in life, and as have I. I've drawn a lot of inspiration from Lemmy about life, and
mm-hmm.
I quoted him on the show tonight about how many rooms can you live in at one time.
Sure.
And he was a no nonsense guy And, even though he had success in his life, I have no idea what his net worth was when he passed away.
Mm-hmm.
But he was just I get up on stage, I play my Rickenbacker bass, I just rock out, and I live in a 1-bedroom apartment in North or West Hollywood rather, and I drink at the Rainbow, and that's my life.
Right.
He had no lofty expectations, living in mansions and all this, driving big cars and all this other stuff. It's just like, yeah, I just live my life. I drink my Jack Daniels. I rock out to my music. I tour the world. I drink at the Rainbow, and life is good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he did. He lived it his way right till the last day.
He did.
I mean, he was on tour, 3 weeks before he died?
Yeah, I think it was like literally 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was like right before.
Yeah.
And he looked like hell, but he still knocked out the shows.
He did.
Wasn't he passing out at some of the shows? Because
I think he had to cut some shows short because he literally couldn't perform. He was just, I apologize. I have to cut the show short because I just can't go on. And he was just, he was literally on his last legs, as the old adage goes.
Yeah, well, he inspired me. His personality more than his music. I mean, I like the music, but I loved his personality and what he did. I mean, dude, even my books, every one of my books is dedicated to my grandfather, my father, and Lemmy.
Yeah.
Every one of them. Because
he was a rock till you drop guy.
Mm-hmm. And that's how I try to live. I try to go 150 miles an hour every fucking day. And so far so good. And dude, is it gonna shock you one bit if they find me dead in front of a computer?
Probably not.
You'll be like, yep, that makes sense, right?
Yeah, you did. You went out doing what you enjoyed.
Yeah, doing what I do and working hard and trying to get even further along. There's no resting on what you've accomplished. None. You always got more to accomplish.
Sure.
I totally try to live the Lemmy way.
Not widely picked up by the media last year, former professional tennis player Pat Cash shared a photo of Lemmy bullet he received in February of 2020. Taking the Instagram from Lemmy's favorite drink haunt, the Rainbow, which I was just there like a month ago. Cash said that the bullet had been given to Ugly Kid Joe's frontman Whitfield Crane.
Wow.
Cash wrote on the time that Lemmy from Motorhead asked that his ashes be put in some bullet and given out to his closest friends last night. One was presented to my mate Whitfield Crane whilst he was having dinner at Lemmy's bar at the Rainbow.
Huh.
Lemmy died on the 28th of December 2015 in his apartment in Los Angeles, just 4 days after his 70th birthday. He was later immortalized with a statue at the Rainbow Bar and Grill, which you can see below. Last summer, it was announced that the movie biopic about Lemmy is in the works, simply entitled Lemmy. It's being directed by Greg Oliver, who was also co-directed and co-produced the acclaimed 2010 documentary film about the same name, Lemmy, alongside Wes Orschlicki, whatever his name is. Lemmy will follow the early life of Ian Fraser Killmeister, from his upbringing in Stoke-on-the-Trent to famously becoming a roadie for Jimi Hendrix to joining space rock torch bearers Hawkwind before he formed Motorhead in the mid-70s. Lemmy has been in development since 2013, and production is tentatively set to start this year, depending on the situation with the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah.
So there you go. So there's going to be some kind of a Lemmy documentary thing.
Am I wrong in thinking that I emceed the actual premiere of that movie? I'm pretty sure I did, with that Wes Orschowski guy. That name rings a bell. I'm pretty sure that I emceed the actual premiere of that movie. It was at the Beachland Ballroom in Cleveland.
Yeah.
I'm pretty positive I did. Yeah. That was a pretty good movie.
Yeah. So there you go. So Lemmy 6 years later still lives on.
Yeah, as he should. The music will always live on. But
yeah.
The legacy needs to keep living on.
Well, again, what would, and again, I'm going to go with the, what would Lemmy say about today's current environment?
Yeah. Miss that dude, man. But everybody dies, apparently.
Well, it was an honor having Lemmy be on the show at one point.
Sure was.
And it was a big honor for me to personally, speak with him at the Rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never forget that time I was at the Rainbow and his manager was with him, and the girl that I was dating at the time, she had talked to his manager and told his manager that I was at the Rainbow and wanted to talk to him. And he basically said, yeah, come on over and talk, but no pictures.
Right.
And I wanted to take a selfie with Lemmy, but it was just like, nope, not happening.
Yeah. He wasn't into it.
But Bob Nalbandian,
mm-hmm.
the legend Bob Nalbandian, was at the Rainbow with me.
Yeah.
And, Lemmy was there and he was just playing his video game, as people have reported. Mm-hmm. And now that it's, here we are almost 6 years later, it's called Lemmy's Lounge now.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was out there with Eric, our friend Eric Ferentinos, I had bought a couple of whiskey shirts for, some various people.
Okay.
That asked me to buy them some whiskey, a-go-go shirts, as well as some rainbow shirts.
Sure.
And the guy loaded me up with some drink coasters that were Jack Daniel's drink coasters that says Lemmy's Lounge on it.
Oh, nice.
So I got a stack of these things and I don't want to use them. I basically want to get them laminated.
Okay.
So I can have them here in the CMS studio to where they don't get ruined because they're cardboard.
Right.
But I want to get them encased in laminate so I can have them here in the CMS studio.
Another collectible for Studio A.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
So it's pretty cool. It's called Lemmy's Lounge. If you haven't been to the Rainbow, obviously because of COVID,
mm-hmm.
You can go there, but as long as you're sitting, you can take your mask off
mm-hmm.
and order and drink a Jack and Coke in, honor of Lemmy, or order some food or whatever. But, God damn it, don't you stand up without your mask.
Well, thank God Lemmy's Lounge has the sit-down force field.
Because Lemmy is watching over us all.
That's right. But only if you're sitting.
Exactly.
Stand up, Lemmy turns his head.
Yeah. Don't you stand up without your mask.
That's right.
So stupid.
It is. Are you got a Motorhead tune, or you want me to pick one? Because I've got.
I was gonna play a Motorhead if you want to pick a Motorhead tune.
I do. I would like to hear "Make My Day," since hearing that story made my day, from 1916.
Okay. Some Motorhead, "Make My Day."
That's right.
All right. This isn't a tribute to
Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood?
No, I don't think so. Might have been. I mean, he's working with bullets here, so maybe it does. I don't know.
But anyway, so yeah, Lemmy, just an icon, man.
Yeah, he is.
And again, I was just happy to meet the guy and shake his hand and chat with him for a few minutes. And they're like Sam Kinison, which we talked about earlier tonight. There will never be another Sam Kinison. There will never be another Lemmy ever.
Yeah. And you know what? That makes Jacko happy because he hates both, if you can believe that.
He hates Sam and he hates Motorhead?
Yes, he stinks. He literally in the chat room tonight said that Sam Kinison was a loudmouth ass. and he was in here saying that Lemmy was overrated. Starting to
Okay.
wonder about Jim. But he loves Nostradamus as his number one album ever.
Okay. Well, I don't get it. All right. All right. Well, let's play a couple tunes. We'll come back, wrap up the show. So here it is. It's Motorhead with Make My Day exclusively here
on your classic. All right, that was a lot of fun, wasn't it? And you know what else is a lot of fun? The CMS Podcast Network. That's right, cmspn.com is the address. Make sure you go over there. Make sure you watch the episodes there, you listen to the episodes there, and maybe you even just subscribe so it's delivered to your phone, to whatever podcasting software you use, but do it from cmspn.com. Once again, cmspn.com, cmspn.com, cmspn.com. We'll see you next time, fucks. The Classic Metal Show now has all of our videos on Spotify. Simply look up and subscribe to the CMS Network on Spotify, and you'll get the audio and video podcast episodes each day from The Classic Metal Show. It's never been easier to watch or listen to Neely and Chris, so simply open Spotify, subscribe to the CMS Network, and enjoy The Classic Metal Show every single day.
From the Outrider release, that is Jimmy Page with Wasting My Time. And can you believe already, dude, it's been 15 years since that last Zeppelin reunion.
Yeah, man, we are getting old and creeping toward.
Gone by.
Dude, we're not creeping toward the grave. We're speeding toward it, aren't we?
That's good. I mean, I remember when they were announcing that, there potentially could be a reunited Zeppelin tour, and everybody was getting excited about that. And then it was only the one-off at the O2 Arena for the celebration day.
Right.
And then, there was all kinds of talk that they were going to do something, and then Robert Plant didn't want to do it. And then Jimmy Page and John Paul Jones and Jason Bonham were talking about going out with a different singer.
Yeah, they tried out Miles Kennedy.
Yeah, and that didn't happen, obviously, and 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy when you think about so many of our favorite bands had careers less than 15 years, and it's been it's so how many of our favorite bands are we looking at a lifetime? 15, 20 years is a lifetime as far as a music entity goes, and they're almost double that since their last good records, since the ones people cared about. Bands like a Def Leppard. It's been what, 25 years, 35 years since Def Leppard had a really good record? I'll say what, 87?
So it's almost been 40 years.
Almost 40 years, 35 years since Def Leppard had a good record.
Yeah.
How long has it been since Robert Plant had a good record?
Well, the last one that I really enjoyed was that Faded Nations.
When did that come out?
I think that was 93 or 94.
So that's like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Jesus, we are screaming toward the finish line, my friend.
Yeah, I still play that Faded Nations.
Yeah, it's a good one. My favorite from him was Manic Nirvana.
Yeah, well, that was before. That was like, was it, 89?
That was in the 80s, yeah.
89 or 90. It was somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
And then before that was Now and Zen.
Another decent record.
That's a real good one. That had the Tall Cool one on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, he was good for a while.
Yeah, Heaven Knows, Tall Cool one, Ship of Fools.
Yeah, those are all good. And, obviously Big Log and...
Yeah, well, that was early 80s.
Yeah, that was right after Zeppelin, but... Yeah, and then now he does folk records with Alison Krauss.
Yeah.
which are still listenable. I don't know if you've ever listened to any of them, but they're actually listenable.
I've been checking it out. The new one from Mellencamp I haven't checked out yet.
Yeah, you might want to not.
Really, it's not very good.
It's definitely not. It's what you think when you're reading his press and and he's saying things like, "Oh, I always hated Jack and Diane. I hate that fucking song. This is what I'm doing now." It's like,
well, he likes the fact that he's ruined his voice with smoking over the decades because of the gravelly, bluesy old black blues man gravel, vocals, and he says he likes that. I mean, the last record that I really liked from Mellencamp was Whenever We Wanted.
Same here. That's the one with that one song that goes down.
Yep.
I don't remember the name of
They're
this.
dropping their bombs in the southern hemisphere, and people are starving that live right here. That's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, whatever that song's called.
Love and Happiness.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. I mean, I liked some of the other ones, but that I have this whole catalog because I'm just a fan.
Sure.
But as far as the last really good record that I really liked a lot was that Whenever We Wanted.
See, he's hit or miss for me. I mean, I like, even in the heyday, I like most of the stuff, but like Scarecrow, I hated. I just hated that stripped down, sounds like it was recorded in a field sound that he did. And that had ROCK in the USA on it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and that song, I didn't really like that song very much, even though it was a huge hit.
But that Lonesome Jubilee, I played the shit out of that record.
Yeah, that had what, Cherry Bomb?
Yep, Cherry Bomb.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's hit or miss. See, like Lonesome Jubilee, that's that same sound I don't like. That kind of sounds like you would hear it at a hoedown.
Well, yeah, that's what he was kind of going for. It was sort of that. It was that Midwestern rock music,
Yeah. I like more of the Ain't Even Done with the Night stuff, the earliest stuff. Jack and Diane.
Well, you like the more pop stuff,
of course. Pink Houses.
Yeah,
I'm in.
Well, but the dirtiest record, probably my favorite record, just got the dirtiness in it, is that
Yeah, that's my favorite one too.
That one just kicks my ass every time I listen to it.
Hey, what the fuck?
Because it's just so dirty. I mean, because it's just a raw, dirty record.
Yeah. I like that one. And a mother loving for you.
There it goes. A one, a two, a 1, 2, 3. What the fuck?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. No, see, that's when he was great. Is a great album. I love that album.
It's just, well, they recorded that. They wrote and recorded that in under 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a hurry up, get it done, get in the studio, and just bust it out. Yeah. It was like a spontaneous, good record. It wasn't overproduced. It wasn't overthought. It was just a dirty, whatever lyrics came out of their, heads at that time, and just bang.
What was the hit off that? Walls Come Tumbling Down? When the walls
come tumbling. Pink Houses was on that. That was the huge one.
Yeah, Pink Houses was massive. Remember MTV giving away the Pink House?
I do.
And then 6 months later, that guy filed for bankruptcy because he couldn't make the payments on the land or something.
Well, I remember, it was, they were having a party and people were, I can't remember if they were giving away the Pink House or people showed up to paint the house pink and they gave it away or something to that effect.
Something like that. Yeah.
And then Mellencamp performed at a backyard party.
Mm-hmm. But I just remember the guy somehow went bankrupt and had to give back the house. He couldn't afford the taxes on the land or something.
I think there was more to the story. I think the guy got in some kind of an accident or something. He got into a car accident.
Okay.
And he got laid up or something like that, and it was, he had to sell the house. I remember that.
Yeah. Well, why didn't Mr. Communal Property just buy it for him?
Yeah, who knows?
He's all about the commune. He's a fucking straight communist.
Yeah, well, he basically said he's a socialist.
Yeah.
which doesn't make any sense to me, because this guy has had the great fortune, due to his talent and his drive and his ability to perform and sing and do what he's done for, over 4 decades, almost 5 decades. And how could somebody who has earned a living doing that and lived off of the riches of his fame and fortune and go, yeah, I'm a socialist? What?
Probably because he knows that he wouldn't be living on the bottom tier because he has money.
Yeah, I know, but socialism is when the government says, well, you have more than you need, so we're going to take your excess. We're going to take more because your neighbor doesn't have what you have.
Yeah.
And everybody needs to be equal, so we're going to take your stuff and give it to the other people.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he's like that.
That's a bizarre thing,
he's just a buffoon.
Yeah, it's politics and people and music and stuff just don't mix.
Well, it's first of all, it's the illusion that they're smart just because you see them on TV a lot. Because you see them on TV a lot doesn't make them smart.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, dude, we know a million musicians and most of them are stupid.
Yeah.
Honestly, most of them are dumb.
The thing is if they try to talk politics, they're 9 times out of 10, they're influenced by what they saw on CNN.
Sure. Well, they're uninformed because they don't have time to sit down and actually do any research. They're on the fucking road all the time.
That part is true. And what they do know, or they pretend to know, or claim to know, is what they saw on CNN.
Yeah. Yeah, because why? Because CNN's on in the airports and shit.
Well, yeah, and I heard that the airports are pulling CNN off their TVs and shit. Yeah.
Well, I'll never know because I'm not getting a shot so I can fucking fly. Fuck off.
You don't need a shot to fly, not domestically.
I thought you did.
No, I flew just before Christmas. Remember?
Well, to be honest, it's an empty threat for me. I haven't actually been on a plane since 2010.
Well, now if you're going to go out of the country, it's a different story.
Yeah.
But domestic flights, no, you don't have to have the poke for that.
Dude, I'm having a hard time getting out of my home.
I get you.
Let alone getting on a plane to go somewhere. I ain't going anywhere.
You know me. I fly several times a year. I'm gone to different events and things, but no, it's not a problem. I mean, I flew out for the Piercy thing back in February of last year, and then I flew out for the whiskey shows, in December.
Yeah.
So that wasn't an issue.
Yeah, I'll pass. I want nothing to do with it. I don't want some swishy dork telling me to put my mask on.
Well, I tell you what, both times that I flew out to LA for the Piercy thing and for the Dockin thing last year, I flew first class both times, and I had really good service, and I didn't have any swishy dudes.
Oh, they're probably laid off.
I tell you what, though, when I always sit, if I can get the seat, I always book the seat. When you walk into the plane, I always book the first seat in first class on the right-hand side of the aisle, because the stewardesses can see you, because the little pantry area or the little food service area is off to the left, or to the if you're sitting, it's off to the right. Well, when they're standing up there just doing whatever they're doing, they can always see you. And if they see your glass is empty, like if you're drinking wine or something, which I drink like red wine during the flight, as soon as your glass is empty, they see your glass is empty and they come. I bet you they serve me 4 times more than anybody else because they could see me.
Stagger off the plane.
Yeah. But I've done that numerous times, and it's true. And it's just like, yeah, if you sit on that side and you're within view and they see your glass is empty, they'll come right over and fill your glass right back up.
Nice. I like that. Although for me, that would be dangerous because I would absolutely take advantage of that.
I have.
Ooh.
It's good.
Dude, I remember one flight I took back from Korea, and I just got bombed. I was on Korean Air. It was I think it's 9.5 hours back to LA.
Yeah.
And it was free beers on the plane. And holy fuck. I must have drank 20 beers on the plane. I was fucked. And it was my first time coming home. And, so I get to LA, I'm completely wasted. And I had like a 4-hour layover or something in LA. I go right to the bar and keep on drinking.
Nice.
Drinking. Get on the plane to go from LA to Ohio, drinking some more on the plane. I got off the plane. My mom, who hasn't seen me in a year or 6 months or whatever it was, she's all thrilled to see me and whatever. And I come staggering off the plane. I mean, I was just wrecked. And she was just like, oh, she was like so deflated that I was, here she was to pick up her baby. And here I was just annihilated drunk.
You smell like a brewery, son.
I was just, drunk off my ass, giggling, the drunk giggle laugh where, you did something you're not supposed to do. And the worst part is I came back in the States. I wasn't even legal in the States to drink. I was only like 19 years old or so, 18, 19, something like that.
Wasn't that still when low beer and high beer was still a thing?
No, but I was able to drink. I was able to drink on the Korean flight because they don't have the same age thing.
Right.
And then when I got to LA, I probably smelled like booze. So they just served me booze. I don't know why they served me booze. Plus I was in military uniform and all that other shit. So
do you remember in Ohio that they had the 2-tier beer that if you were in, you could drink the, what was it? 5 beer or the 3-2 beer or whatever?
The 3-2. I remember the 3-2.
Yeah. Well, what were the 2 beers? One was the low beer and the other one was the high beer. And if you were 18, you could drink the low beer.
Yeah, I think wasn't the low beer the 3-2 and the high beer was just beer.
Yeah, well, what is beer as far as the alcohol content?
I don't know. No idea.
But yeah,
not 3-2. I don't know.
But if you were 18, you could drink the low beer. So when I didn't drink at all. I didn't even have my first drink until I was like 26. But
right.
when some of my friends from high school, when they turned 18, they just could not wait to go to Parason's.
Sure.
Go have some beers.
Yeah. It's about 5% is a real beer.
It was 5. Yeah.
Yeah. And 3-2 was the low beer.
Right.
Yeah. Parason's, dude. I went to Parason's. You're going to laugh. I went to Parason's about 3 years ago and had lunch with my daughter. Me and my daughter, we were out that way, and I was like, Which
Parason's did you go to?
The what is that on 59 or whatever there in Kent, Ravenna, wherever that is.
Well, the one I used to go to was up on Waterloo Road in Arlington.
Might have been. In Kent.
No, it's in Akron.
Akron? No,
they had a couple of places around town, and that was the main one up on Waterloo Road in Arlington Road.
Okay. Yeah, I think this was the one in Kent or Stowe or whatever it was called. But I just happened to be out there and I saw Parasons and I swung in there and it was still pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. I thought it would be all different.
Do you remember the big scandal of Tony Parasons?
No.
Look that up real quick. He died in a car wreck and he had a hooker with him.
Really?
Yeah, I remember it was a big scandal that he had a car wreck and died, and he had some chick with him, and he was a married guy and everything, and he had some chick with him. I think his name was Tony Parason. I'm
looking. Sure. Anthony George Parasons. I'm seeing like funeral stuff, but nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing about that he died with a whore.
Well, that was the big scandal.
Yeah, I don't see that. I just see that he died.
Yeah.
Owner of Parasons.
Right.
Oh, good on him. He was just sampling the fish.
Yeah, no shit.
Hey, good for him.
Yeah. But I remember what a big deal that was. That happened like 80. What was it? What does it show a date? It was like 82 or 83 or something like
when
that.
When he died?
Yeah, it was 80 something.
Well, let's see. I gotta pull it back up.
86.
Dies in a car crash. Parsons dies in a car from February 21st, 1982.
82.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Like it happened yesterday because we were of age to go to Parsons,
Right.
to go. My friends would always get the carafes of beer.
Sure.
And we would go, have their pizza because it was really inexpensive to eat there.
Mm-hmm.
And, that was kind of a hangout. And then I remember when Tony Parsons got killed in a car wreck, and the big scandal was he had a hooker in the car with him.
Yeah. Probably crashed his car from getting his joint blown while he was driving.
That could have been the case.
Yeah. She was sampling the sausage.
Yeah, she was waiting for some of that fettuccine Alfredo sauce.
Yeah, exactly. She
was draining him of his Alfredo sauce.
Yeah, she wasn't sucking his dick. She was just food testing.
Jeez. So those of you who are listening to the show in other parts of the country, you have no frame of reference what we're talking about, but who gives a shit?
Yeah, if you don't,
I'm sure Jackal knows what we're talking about, and Demon may know what we're talking about.
Hey, and if you don't know what we're talking about, there's always It's Too Late with Alan Mosley.
Yeah, exactly.
That show's just waiting for new fans. You send in your questions about toothpaste and shit.
Right. Or getting your joint blown into a wreck.
No, that qualifies as a CMS type question.
Right.
We'll take those emails.
Sure.
We don't want the which end of the toothpaste do you squeeze questions. Thank you. Tony Parson.
Yeah. What is going on with Mark Striegel?
What do you mean?
Henry Lee Summer put a picture of Striegel in the chat room.
Oh.
He's just got he's got a weird look about him.
That's that Sirius XM DJ Mark Striegel.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's sick or anything.
No, I don't know. It's just an odd look. I don't know what it is. Kind of reminds me of Fargo when they said, "Oh, he's kind of funny looking."
He looks like every 30-year-old guy in the 70s TV shows.
Is that what it is?
Look at him. He looks like he would be one of those guys in every one of them shows. That's like 35 going on like 60. He's got like an older young look.
Yeah.
Like he's trying to keep his look modern, but he's old, so it doesn't work.
Yeah. Strange.
I don't know. Whatever. Hey, good for him. I see he's getting some day shifts on Sirius XM, so good for him. I'll never hear them, but good for him.
Some pre-recorded shit.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just saw Emily posted his schedule, and he was like on Monday and Tuesday at like noon or something.
Yeah. Oh, I guarantee you it's not live.
Yeah, probably not.
Just recording his breaks in between.
Yeah, well, gotta leave something for Eddie Trunk to do.
Do they have any, aside from like talk shows like Mark Levin or something? Not that you would know, but do they have any live shows on Sirius anymore, or Howard Stern or something like that?
They have Trunk.
Yeah.
Howard Stern.
Yeah.
Now
the music
Jim
channels,
and Sam.
The music channels, those are not live. Those are all pre-records.
Yeah. Jim and Sam.
Yeah, that's another talk show, though. I'm talking about like any kind of like a real DJ type show.
Oh, I haven't listened to that part of Sirius XM since my O&A days. It's been years since I listened to that. Who would listen to that?
An ex of mine would listen to that because I bought it for her car for a year. And she would listen to the 80s channel or whatever that was. And there's a channel on there that all the old MTV DJs they host, and they just do their, they have they just do the talk ups to the songs, which are like 30-second breaks.
Right.
But you can tell they're, of course they're all totally pre-recorded 30-second breaks.
Sure. Hey, that was Judas Priest with You've Got Another Thing Coming, and they've got another thing coming, another tour, that is. They're going to be out on the road with Iron Maiden. Yeah. Speaking of Iron Maiden, they have a new record as well called Senjutsu, and here's a song from that. It's The Writing on the Wall.
Exactly.
Right here on Sirius XM Octane.
I could not imagine doing that every day.
Yeah.
I mean, that would just get so monotonous.
That would just be money gig.
Just do a talk up to a song, come out of a break, do a talk up to a song, go into the next song, come out of the song, go into another. I couldn't do that.
I could for a check as long as I could do it at home. If I had to go in to do it, no fucking way.
Yeah, but I mean, could you imagine doing that live?
No.
It's just boring.
Dude, when we used to have the whatchamacallit, what do you call those guys that come in and evaluate?
Oh, the consultants?
The consultants. When the consultants would come in to evaluate us, at 92.3.
Yeah.
Man, we used to have to sit around in a room, around a table, and the consultant would go, "Okay, Nirvana, come as you are, go." And we all had to give a talk up like on the fly.
Are you shitting me?
No, I'm not. It was
my God, dude.
And mine was the Nirvana, come as you are, and I went with some. I forget what I did. I did something like you need to hear this song again, like you need a hole in your head, like Kurt Cobain. It's Nirvana. Come as you. I did something like that. Fucking Kim Monroe, our program director, was horrified with
of
these,
course,
because this was like the consultant from New York or whatever.
Yeah, he goes back to the corporate headquarters to make his report and go, well, there was this guy, and I could just imagine.
Oh, but you know what? I'll be fair to that guy. He loved it.
Yeah, well,
he thought it was hilarious.
You weren't one of those DJ though.
No. Well, no, but I still had to attend the meetings.
I know, I understand that, but my point is maybe he thought it was funny because you didn't count as really the air staff that did that kind of shit.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, when my whole perception of broadcast radio was destroyed.
Okay.
When I was in broadcasting school, I went to the Ohio Center for Broadcasting there in Independence.
Yeah.
So right down the street, what is the name of that building with the green neon lights around the top?
God damn it. It's like the Ford building or something, but I know that's not it.
Like that, but that's where all the radio stations are hosted, or they're
Oak Tree.
Yeah.
Oak Tree Boulevard. Yeah. The Oak Tree complex.
So when all the radio stations got all bought up by Clear Channel or whatever, they put all of the studios all in one building in Independence, Ohio. And so, when I was in broadcasting school, we were taking the field trip literally a quarter mile down the road from the broadcasting school.
Sure, wow.
To go to the real radio stations. Sure. And who was WGAR was in there, and
all the Clear Channel stuff. MMS.
Exactly.
Kiss FM.
Was MMS in there?
Oh yeah.
What was the one down in with the one that I used to come to?
That was before the move. Was MMS. MMS was in the Terminal Tower, Tower City.
Yeah. Go ahead.
But then we moved over to Oak Tree.
Okay, well this was before MMS was there.
Okay.
Because I didn't know you then.
Yeah.
So we went there to do the little tour of the studios and shit.
Sure.
So we went into one of the studios when the live DJ, I think it was WGAR.
Okay.
The live DJ was doing his air shift, and we walked in there, and he had a little plastic basket sitting up on the console, and it literally had recipe cards in there.
Oh.
And when he did his break, he would reach into the basket and get his little recipe card out, and he would read his break off of the recipe card.
Right.
And that's what he did. And I was just like, I thought you guys were like hired because you guys had some kind of air talent. And again, this is where my whole perception got blown.
Sure.
And I was just like, you got to be shitting me. And that's when I decided I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to be this guy who picks a card out of a recipe box and reads it.
Right.
You know, and then of course, when we went back to the school and we were discussing protocol and all this bullshit, one of the commandments was stick to the script. So you don't go rogue.
No.
You don't say anything. You don't say anything outside of that.
No, of course not.
You just read the card and you read it as if you're saying it yourself.
Yeah.
You know, you don't just phonetically read it. You go, hey, and that was blah, 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 da, 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 and so on and so forth. You read this card and you go, hey, coming up next, we got a, you know, something or another. And I was just like, holy shit, this is boring.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, the whole fake enthusiasm card, like we used to have to cut commercials, you know, and we used to have to, I usually did them because Matt was never available. And I was, well, you know, I told you this before. They knew I worked in the same building as 92.3.
Would you work for Broadcom or something in that
Broadvox, yeah, a telephone company.
Yeah.
And I was in the same building as 92 was.
Right.
And Kim, our program director, knew that. So anytime there was any kind of bullshit that had to be done,
right,
she would call me and she'd be like, hey, why don't you come over here? I'll buy you lunch. And I always knew that meant I was going to work.
Yeah, you're going to go do that. Now, did you get paid to do that? Or that was I'll buy you lunch if you come in here and knock the liners out?
Yeah, that was what I mean, I could have probably pressed it, but I could have waved my contract around, I guess.
But it was a fun thing, though. It was supposed to be a fun thing. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I didn't give a shit. Well, I didn't want to make any waves. It wasn't
your main gig, you know, but you wanted to stay in the good graces to be able to stay on the air and just, you know, do what you did, right?
Sure. And in fairness to Kim, she really let me do whatever I wanted to do.
Sure.
You know, she never gave me shit. And by that token, I never gave her any shit. She wanted me to come over and cut liners or whatever.
It was a good pro quo, man.
Yeah, it was. But man, the liners were just painful. First of all, the production studio that we had over there that serviced both, well, 3 stations. It serviced whatever was in the front. I don't remember what was in the front studio. But then there was our studio, and then there was 98.5 in the back studio.
Okay.
So you had 3 studios in that building, and then you had a production room that literally was about a quarter the size of my office here.
Yeah. It
was tiny.
It's a little sound booth.
Yeah, it was barely more than a sound. It had a soundboard in it, and it had a mic. And sometimes they would want us to do interviews and bring the guests in there to pre-record the interviews in that little room. It was ridiculous how small it was.
Sure.
So she'd bring me over and she'd be like, okay, I need you to do these 3 spots.
Right.
You know, and I'm like, okay, fine. And I would do them. And she, you know, she'd be like, okay, make sure you make it sound like you do on the air, like you're having fun.
And and it's spontaneous and it's off the top of your head, but stick to the script.
Yeah. Well, they never gave me scripts as much as bullet points. They just were like bullet point. And it would be like some show, you know, it'd be like, hey, 92.3 is going to be presenting Korn over at the Wolstein Center. Korn, who's famous for their album, Got the Life, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Yeah, and I would just get in there and I would just be riffing.
Sure, of course.
I'd be like, you know where I'm gonna be next Saturday at 8:00? Well, I'm gonna be at the Korn show at the Wolstein Theater.
There.
Make sure you get there early because Chevelle's going on first, and you don't want to miss that. I know I don't.
Yep.
You know.
That is the hot new band out of Nova Scotia, Canada, coming down here to play with Korn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you like doom rock, if you like the rock of, you know, whatever, you're going to love Chevelle.
Yeah. Oh, it was just brutal. You know, just come in and do the, and meanwhile, half the time the that we would be announcing shows, the shows would be happening the same night that our show was on. So I'd be doing these liners. I wouldn't have any idea when the show was.
Yeah. So
I
you'd
would
be saying you're going to be there, but you're actually going to be live in your studio doing that metal show or
exactly
metal show. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they'd be like, yeah, the show is on February 23rd. And then February 23rd would be a Sunday. And I'd be not at that show. It was so goofy, but I didn't mind. I mean, that part of it, I didn't mind. What drove me nuts about commercial radio was near the end, after the Janet Jackson thing, everything fucking changed.
Yeah, of course.
Oh my God. It got
suckier than it already was.
Oh, it was, for me personally, it was so overwhelming.
Of course.
Just first they started picking apart the show, which I wasn't having. I mean, one of the reasons we went to 93 or 92.3 and I took less money, we took less money to have our show where we had 100% creative freedom on the show. We were offered more than we took, but I wasn't willing to give up. Like, they wanted the show name and they wanted input into the content.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's everything that we're against with this show.
Well, I was always against it because MMS did that to us.
Well, yeah, and I get it, but my point is the reason we do what we do here and we're not a commercial sponsored show is because of that.
Yeah, because it blows.
It does.
There's nothing worse than you go in to do a show, and I mean, people that are not from here don't remember, or people that aren't old don't remember. But the metal show was pretty off the cuff. It was like raunchy a little bit and wild a little bit, and it wasn't like this.
Oh, it was a Sunday night.
Yeah.
And it was off hours per se. And only the hardcores who get that shit would be tuning in. It isn't it isn't a passerby show. It isn't somebody that is driving their children to grade school in a minivan.
Right.
It's the hardcore metal guys who would tune in. And again, another male dominated.
Oh yeah. Dude, we had no chicks that listened to that show, but
of course not.
But the thing was, when we were at MMS, and this used to make me crazy, I would come in to do the show. I'd be all pumped up, and there was a lot of work that went into the show. Like, Matt and I what we used to do is each guy would submit 11 songs, and then Matt would play them, and then we would, then we'd play our songs. Well, we had to edit all the songs because the station didn't do that. They weren't playing Sepultura. They weren't playing heavy stuff. Right. So I had to take every single song, open it in Wavelab, listen to it without any interruption, so I didn't miss any fucks or whatever, and go through and flip either flip it or beep it or whatever I was going to do to make it playable for the station. And me, I was not going to just say, oh, I won't play it because it has a cuss word in it. I took the extra time to do it. So it took me hours to do my 11 songs every week.
Sure.
So I would do all this work, and then I would get there for the show, and then Matt would tell me 5 minutes before the show was to go on. He'd be like, "Oh, by the way, we're going to have a call in from
David
band Bob." No, I wish David Draymond would have been fine.
He did call it.
Well, he called it. I mean, we brought him in. We booked him in.
I was in the studio one night when he called in.
Yeah, I mean, we had
Down with the Sickness.
Yeah, I mean, that was one thing. I'm talking about local band X that the Peabodys had playing next Friday.
All right, and they wanted a little promotion, huh?
Yeah, well, they wanted a second. They wanted like 20 minutes.
Okay.
They wanted us to do
20
2
minutes for your show was a big deal because your show, your guys' talk segments were literally 2 to
6 minutes,
3 minutes.
No, we did a little longer than that. We did about 6 minute talk.
Yeah.
We would do just two 6 minute talks every half hour.
Yeah. So having a band in for 20 minutes was 3 6 minute segments.
Yeah. It just sucked. And it would be local band. And let's be honest, Nothing against local bands. I'm all for anybody trying to make music and trying to do it. But most of the bands that would come through didn't have shit going on. They'd never done anything. They'd never played anywhere. They thought that they were on tour when they played Akron one week and Pittsburgh one week and then Cleveland the next week.
They were on the North Coast tour with Michael Stanley.
Yeah, well, they'd have T-shirts that said North Coast Tour.
Right, it was the light of day. It was Joan Jett and Michael J. Fox. They were playing Euclid Tavern one week, and then they were playing at the Akron and the Youngstown Agora the next week.
Yeah. Dude, don't you remember the liquor?
They were playing at Mansfield.
Don't you remember the liquor and sticker T-shirts?
Yes,
the liquor and sticker world tours.
I still have mine.
Yeah, I mean, and it had tour dates on it.
Yes.
Yeah. Speaking of that, real quick side note, did I tell you that Roger died?
Yes, you sent me his thing. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't remember.
Died of the coof.
He died of the vid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if he was vaccinated. Shut up. But
no, well, according to the article I read, he was not vaccinated. But if Roger was still here today, he would have said, "Get vaccinated." That's what his family said he would have said. And
that's right.
The thing is that Roger was in the medical profession.
No.
When he passed away.
Well, janitors don't necessarily have medical knowledge.
I saw that picture of him and I was just like, holy shit. Of course, I haven't seen him in 30 years, but I was looking at this. Is that the same guy that I knew 30 years ago?
Yeah, I wouldn't have picked him out if he was standing right next to me.
No, I wouldn't have either, but regardless of that. But go ahead.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that would be the deal at MMS was we would go in and they would just pull the rug out on us last second. And it just sucked.
Yeah.
And then it got even worse after Janet Jackson. Because after the Janet Jackson thing, every week we would get a handful of paperwork. Every fucking week. It'd be like, okay, these are the words that are now on the no-no list. And it was always called the no-no list.
The bad word list.
No, it was called the no. I'm literally called the no-no list. Which, what are we, 10?
Yeah.
We got the no-no list. And every week it was something different. And I mean, I just wouldn't abide by it. I just was like, nah, I'm doing what I do. And so Matt would dump out on me and I would get furious with Matt. I'd be like, dude, come on, let it flow. It's not a finable thing. It was a station thing. And my thing was, we didn't have to answer to the station because we had creative control. If it was an FCC thing, that would have been one thing, but we didn't have to answer to the station because we had creative control. And Matt just didn't want to deal with that. He was like, no, I don't want the problem. I don't want the problem. I was like, all right, fine. So he's dumping out on me. Then I'm getting pissed off. So then I'm dropping F-bombs just to really fucking get at him. Then we were, I can't tell you how many times we ran out of dump where Matt would have to go and play a song. The infamous Van Halen that's always that the stations always have ready just in case a guest goes crazy. There's always a Van Halen record queued up and ready. And we had to go to it a couple times because I would get mad and I'd be like, fuck, just, and Matt would just dump. And then all of a sudden I would hear the replays the next day. And if you hit dump more than 3 times in 30 seconds, it starts to sound like you're underwater.
Right.
The audio that does come out, it's like, it sounds all weird. Yeah. So, we would do that. So then we ended up with Jeremy, who was our intern. They put a button where he used to sit. They put a button in so that he had a dump button because they were afraid that Matt running the board and running the callers and everything else, that he would miss something. So then they had Jeremy, and his whole job was to listen to me and dump out on me. And it was just bad, man. I was at the end of it. I mean, the final straw, the second to last show I did with them, we got into it because the word douchebag came up on the no-no list. And we were allowed to say douche. I mean, I went to Kim with this, and I was like, or to Nard, who was our PD at the time. And I went to Nard and I said to him, I said, dude, explain this to me. Douchebag. I get it that I can't say that you're inserting a douchebag into some chick's twat. I get that part, but I can't say douchebag. I can't call someone a douchebag. No. Can I say bag? Yes. Can I say douche? Yes. Can I say douche bag with a space? No. I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. So then I went right on the air and did it, and then Jeremy dumped out on me like the first time. And I was like, did you dump out on me for saying douchebag? Dumped out again. I said, really? You're going to keep dumping out on me for saying douchebag? I kept doing it. And then finally Matt got all fucking mad and went to song and, was yelling at me. And then, then 1 week later, I get us fired for going after Talking Metal on this show.
Right.
And and honestly, and you remember that, dude, I was not upset. I was mad that I got Matt fired. I wasn't mad that I got me fired. I was happy to get off of commercial radio at that point because I was miserable. Yeah, bad word. I remember that with KEIF.
Yeah.
That was another guy. Boy, talk about guys that hated me in radio. That guy hated me. Remember him? What was that guy's name? Mike Andrews, maybe?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. He was the afternoon guy.
Yeah. Hated me, hated our show, hated that we were getting numbers on his station.
Yep.
Hated that I didn't like the Sister Bertha Bangers bit. Hated that we trashed that. Hated that we would go on our... Dude, do you remember this? I know we're just memory laning a little bit here, but
it's fun. People always ask about a little bit of the history of the show. So yeah, it's fun.
Do you remember us the first week that we were on the rocket and we pretended like we had flown in?
Oh yeah. We were flying in every week to do the show live on the air.
Right. And I had gotten with Scott and gotten like 2 or 3 like events that were going on.
Yeah, so you acted as if you were live there in town.
Yeah, and literally me and you were just riffing. We were like, yeah, I didn't see you out at Bill's Tire for the hot dog cook-off. Neely, where were you at? You were like, oh, I was at Joe's bar.
We were doing the Opie and Anthony. Keep it local.
Yeah,
we were. Local radio. Make sure you mention local stuff.
Yeah, and we were just riffing like we were there.
Yeah, we were goofing on all that stuff.
And we just kept riffing and saying the guys' names. We're like, yeah, you know who I saw here? Anita. Anita was here at the barbecue. That was some fun times.
I know. And the thing is one of the things I remember looking up is I looked up Enid, Oklahoma. And I looked at some of the street names and stuff. And I was just like, yeah, I was down there on Maple Avenue at the corner of blah, blah, blah. And I saw old Bill Johnson. Remember him? He used to run that tavern down there at, blah, blah, blah,
Right. We were just pretending like we had been there our whole lives.
Acted like we're citizens of the area or something.
That was so much fun, dude. That shit was funny, man.
It was funny.
That was all. I enjoyed our Enid, Oklahoma time. Yeah, I really did.
Rocket radio.
The Rocket. 104.7, The Rocket.
For some reason, Scott found us entertaining, but the other, DJs on that station, they did not like us at all.
They hate it because we were actually getting traction.
I know, but see, again, we were the Opie and Anthony being syndicated on their station. It's like, who the fuck are these guys?
Yeah. Well, and it was funny because Scott used to call me. Scott would call me up and he would say, hey man, so-and-so's gonna be playing the Beach Boys or something at 2:00, 2 to 3.
Right.
Would you do a call in?
Yeah.
So we can cross promote. And I was like, sure. I was always willing to do it. And then we would call it. It was that Mike guy that hated me.
Yeah. He didn't like you.
He hated me. And the Beach Boys one, I remember he was doing all Beach Boys, and I requested the one song that Charlie Manson.
Oh yeah, that Charlie Manson wrote. Yeah,
and he was like, "I'm not gonna play that song."
Yeah, and I think he called you out for saying "freaking" on the air or something.
Yeah, he
like
did.
That.
He
Yeah,
did for saying "freaking."
You said that's something. You said something like that's freaking ridiculous or something. He goes,
Yeah.
Freaking, what kind of language is that to be using on the air or some shit like that?
Yeah, he was scolding me. He was the elder statesman.
Yeah. Freaking.
And I said freaking.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It was fun though, dude.
Yeah, but Scott, was really good about playing along with our goof.
Oh yeah.
And he hooked us up with Tommy Two-Tone.
That was funny. Yeah.
That was the funniest shit, man. Having that Tommy Two-Tone on the show, just calling in randomly like that.
Dude, that is one of those MP3s that I just want to get that whole show from you. Cause that literally, the Tommy Two-Tone segment was hilarious. That me just destroying that comic.
Birth of Bangers.
No, not Birth of, the one before Birth of Bangers.
Yeah, he thought he was really funny, and it just okay. What else you got?
And I melted his face. I just fucking power slammed. And then the Birth of Bangers on top of that, that was the all time. To me, that's one of the top 3 funniest things that's ever happened on the Classic Metal Show.
Because you made him break character because he couldn't help but laugh when you said you caught cum in the pontiff's hat.
Yeah. That shit was hilarious. He goes, you got me.
Because he was trying to play that whole thing that he was taking Religitol.
Yeah. But dude, when you listen back to that segment, everything about that's funny. Do you guys take Religitol? Yes. I would give him the exact opposite answer that he wanted, so he couldn't go into his
so he couldn't expand anymore.
Have you heard our song? No. And remember at some point I said to him, is this the part where I laugh? And then you played the laugh effect.
Yeah, that was just weird. And the whole weird thing is that's when we got familiar with the Snake Man.
Yeah.
And the Snake Man had made some comment that he found Tommy Two-Tone's wallet or something at the Rainbow or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then strangely enough, like a week or 2 later, we had actually Tommy Two-Tone on the show and said, "Hey, do you know the Snake Man?"
I know that was that. I mean, that was the whole reason we interviewed Tommy Two-Tone.
I know, that was just the weirdest fucking coincidence that Snake Man told us that story, and then we actually had Tommy Two-Tone on unexpectedly, and it gave us an opportunity to ask him that question.
Right. Dude, wasn't that the same night? I think this was the same night too. Another great segment that came out of that exact show. Wasn't that the night since we were interviewing Tommy Two-Tone that we went all around the country just dialing different 867-5309s?
We did.
That's a funny fucking segment too. I think we dialed like 15 different 867-5309s.
Dialed them in different area codes and stuff.
Yeah, we just found a new area code and dialed it. And the one that always cracked me up was the guy that goes, "Jenny's not here." But yeah, dude, that one episode was one of the best episodes of the CMS ever.
Because it was just spontaneous and off the cuff.
Yeah,
because we didn't know Scott was they were having some kind of a live event sponsored.
It was like a town fair or something, and Tommy Two-Tone was the highlight.
Yeah, and he called in and he goes, "Hey, you guys want to talk to Tommy Two-Tone?" And we're just like, "Yeah, put him on."
Yeah, hell yes.
It was just the weirdest coincidence.
Yeah, and we're riffing about Tommy Two-Tone. Neither one of us knew anything about Tommy Two-Tone. I mean, nothing. I didn't know, dude. Even today, I've now interviewed Tommy Two-Tone. I can't name one album. Can you name an album?
No, of course not.
I know one song. I can't even name 2 songs.
Well, that's what he's known for is 867-5309.
Yeah, he doesn't have another song as far as I know.
He's the quintessential one-hit wonder.
Yeah, he's the all-time one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
Literally, but we talked to him.
Yeah, because he's Mr. 86753. He's the guy.
Yeah.
Because when that song came out, everybody was dialing that number.
Yeah.
And that was just sort of a goofy thing because it was just like, oh, hey, dial that number. Is Jenny there?
Yeah, is Jenny there?
It was just freaking weird, man.
Yeah, it was too good, man.
But that was that was again the power of MTV. Everybody was just like, oh, hey, there's Jenny. Oh yeah, it's called Jenny. Let's dial that number.
Do you think you could pick out Tommy Two-Tone if you saw him? Like if you walked right by him?
No, of course not.
I don't either. Do you think you could pick out? I'm just trying to think of other guys that were like big. Could you pick out the singer from Men at Work?
I could if I could see his eye because he's got that weird eye.
But if he's wearing sunglasses, forget it.
That Colin Hay.
Yeah, Colin Hay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think who. There was a lot of those bands. Could you pick out any member of A Flock of Seagulls?
Well, we saw that guy from Flock of Seagulls. We played that video a few weeks ago.
Right, and I didn't recognize him.
We all looked at him like, well, who the fuck is that?
Yeah, we weren't even sure it was the real Flock guy.
I know. He's just kind of a fat, bald guy.
Yeah. What about a Thompson twin?
Are they even? I think one of the members died or something.
Let's look that up. I don't even know.
But they had that weird extreme hair, which I'm sure they would never have now. So you would only know them if you saw the weird extreme hair.
Let's see.
But it was a guy and a girl, right?
There's two guys and a girl. All right. Let's see. Yeah, you definitely wouldn't recognize her. Jesus, you might recognize her if she taught at your school.
Of course.
Let's see. Share screen. Here is Thompson twin girl. I have no idea what her name is.
Yeah, you wouldn't know her.
Would not know her. All right.
Well, she grew her hair out, so you can't see that awful tattoo on the side of her head anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there she is. Oh, here's this guy. All right, this is one of the This is the Thompson twin. This is Tom Bailey of the Thompson twins.
Okay.
Let's pull him up. You would never know these guys.
Well, why would you?
Because they were on MTV like every 30 seconds.
But that was 40 years ago.
Yeah, but we watched.
I know, but again, like I said, you kind of knew them for their look, their extreme look.
Sure.
But he just kind of looks like a wood shop worker.
No.
He looks like he teaches shop class at the local high school.
Exactly. Yeah. Would you recognize Fred Schneider?
Oh, right, said Fred.
B-52s.
Oh, yeah.
The Love Shack Baby.
Yeah, that guy. The gay dude.
I think I would recognize this guy. I'm looking at his picture. I think I'd recognize him now. Eyes are quite bloodshot. Let's see. Yeah, I think this guy recognizable even today. He really looks kind of the same. Interesting.
So he maintained his look.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't even, he looks older, but he doesn't look like he's 100 other than these eyes that look like he's been drinking for
he hasn't been, but he didn't let himself go.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. You could see that gay look on his face.
Yeah. Well, there's been a cock in there, but
at least.
But
what is with the gays and always pursing the lips?
Trying to prove that there's not always a dick in it.
Ugh.
I don't know, but what's with his eyes?
Yeah, they're pretty bloodshot.
Yeah, he's coming off a 3-day bender. I don't care what anybody says though. The Love Shack is like the greatest song from the 80s. That's my jam, man. Really? The Love Shack Baby.
What's that chick's name? This chick singer.
Kate Pearson.
Yeah, she was always sexy. I always liked her. She was just always, small and curvy and sexy.
Let's see what she's doing.
She just
today.
has sort of she just had a very, just kind of a sexy look about her all the time.
Still got the big old canes. Let's see, open image. Let's get you on the screen, Kate Pearson. Share opera. What the fuck? Oh, there it is.
She's a little thick now.
Oh, she is 80 or whatever.
She's 80.
I don't know how old is she? Kate Pearson.
She's in her 70s, I'm pretty sure. I think she's 70 something.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, Kate Pearson. 73.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So she put on a couple pounds, whatever.
Yeah. I'd still do her.
Why not? You'd have to fucking invest in lube to get down there, but once you got there, it'd be fine. Dude, you want to feel really fucking old?
Yeah, sure.
So, for whatever reason, just because I'm a faggot, I guess.
Okay.
I'm watching the Golden Girls right now.
Oh, really?
I'm just watching it. It's funny. It actually is funny.
Okay.
The Golden Girls. How old do you think that they're supposed to be?
40s, 50s.
50s. They're our age.
Yeah.
Literally a couple times B. Arthur says, I'm 54 years old.
Okay.
And I'm like,
you look
how
like
is
you're
that?
80.
She looked like she's 85 years old.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but there's no way on any planet was anybody ever saying, man, I got to get into Rue McClanahan's pants. That is an ugly woman.
Yeah.
There was no, and dude, they had one episode. This is how dorky my life is. I'm watching this. They have an episode. They have a guy that's a bodybuilder that's like 25 years old.
Okay.
Hitting on Blanche.
Okay.
And taking Blanche to dinner to bang her. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, she's like 40 years older than this dude.
Right.
This guy's like 22 or whatever. And it was funny because he's wearing like the Don Johnson clothes.
Sure.
So he's wearing the Don Johnson clothes.
And the tank top underneath.
Yeah. And she's wearing some kind of dress that has that, I don't know what you even call that. It's like a frill that's over the front. Looks like it's from Little House on the Prairie or some shit. And I'm like, there's no, who was writing this show that looked at that and said, yeah, this makes sense. This will be a good plot. Nobody will question it.
Right.
But yeah, all the Golden Girls, it's another show. I never realized how dirty that show was. They're constantly talking about getting dick.
Yeah. 4 dirty old ladies.
Well, yeah. I mean, well, three and Betty White.
Well, I thought the who was it?
The grandmother?
No,
Estelle Getty?
Yeah, Estelle. She was supposed to be older than the rest of them, even though she was the same age in real life.
Yeah, she was the same age in real life, but they put her as like she was like 80 or whatever.
Yeah, well, she was what's her name's mother?
B. Arthur's.
Yeah, B. Arthur's mother. Yeah.
Yeah, Dorothy. Yeah, she was B. Arthur's mother, but yeah, even she was talking about back in the day when she was fucking the guy that made the pizzas in town and shit like that. You know, I mean, she was talking about getting some dick.
Sure.
And they can't stop Blanche from finding cock. You know, cock falls into her pussy.
Well, again, it goes back to that whole thing about, no matter what you look like or how old or whatever, if you got a pussy, you're going to get a dick.
Oh yeah, somebody will slide right in
if you want one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she just the way they kept playing up that fucking Rue McClanahan as hot.
Well, she was the whore though, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it wasn't because she was physically attractive. She had the attitude, right?
Yeah. Well, they tried to make it though like she was hot.
Yeah. Well, she was the sex pot.
Yeah. When really the only one in that bunch that was remotely bangable was fucking Betty White. They had one episode where they were dancing, Betty White and Blanche, and Betty White's legs look pretty good for a fucking old grandmother.
For an old lady.
Yeah, I was like, look at that. It's pretty solid.
Look at you have a Betty White fantasy.
Oh yeah, I'm just rubbing one out to Betty White, you know.
I think I may have seen like 3 episodes of that show total.
Yeah, I mean it's not great, but it's not. It's okay. It's passable.
After you're done with Golden Girls, you'll be moving on to Designing Women.
Yeah, no, I won't be.
Yes, you will.
No, I won't because
you know what? I'm watching Designing Women, and you know that Annie Potts? She's actually
Annie Potts was hot. Annie Potts was hot.
See?
I'll give you that Annie Potts was hot.
Hey,
But
I never realized Annie Potts is on Designing Women. I always had a thing for her. I'm going to give this show a whirl. Hey, this is pretty good.
Annie Potts pretty hot, but no, I'll tell you why I will never watch that show.
Delta Burke, she's a little bit thicker, but boy,
no,
I bet you she could bang pretty good.
No, I'll bet you she can't. She can bang into a refrigerator.
Dixie Carter, she was a little older, but you know what? She probably could suck a mean dick.
No, that show never did nothing for me, and especially what's her name? The one that you just said.
Delta Burke, Dixie Carter.
Delta Burke.
Yeah.
Delta Burke was horrible. Horrible.
She was the she was the token fat chick.
Well, and then they had a spinoff on that show. I don't know if you know this, dude. This is so embarrassing. Fucking Razor Fist of all people just hammered me for knowing this. Fucking he put up something about he made a Delta Burke comment.
Yeah.
And I made some comment back about hey, that wasn't her last acting gig. Her last acting gig was the spinoff called Woman of the House, which was after her husband died. Then she took over like as a congresswoman or something for her husband.
I wouldn't even know that.
It's with her and Patricia Heaton from Everybody Loves Raymond. The wife on Everybody Loves Raymond.
All right.
And sadly, I knew this and I posted this on whatever, and fucking Razor Fist couldn't wait a second to just be like, what's the matter with you, faggot? But yeah, Delta Burke just was terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, she was. I remember seeing her on a lot of these, being interviewed all the time. For some reason, I don't remember Vicki Lawrence was attractive.
No.
Well, Mama's Family?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Carol Burnett Show?
Yeah, I don't know. He's talking about Mama's Family.
Which
I did like Mama's Family, but I never found any hotness in that show.
With Ken Berry.
Ken Berry, he's dead.
Yep, they're all dead.
Is Vicki Lawrence dead?
I have no idea. I don't think she is, but boy. I see old Lou Grant died.
Did he?
Yeah, he died. Yeah, it's another celebrity that died. We didn't mention earlier tonight.
Vicki Lawrence alive.
Yeah, old Ed Asner passed away too.
Yeah, well, whatever. That guy held on to a career that just shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, well, regardless, but that's another famous person that passed away just in the last week.
Yeah, he was good in Mary Tyler Moore. He was passable in JFK. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. Patricia Heaton is hot. I agree with that. She's pretty hot as a plane.
I don't know who she is.
Patricia Heaton?
Yeah, well, I know Everybody Loves Raymond. I maybe have seen. That's another show I never watched because I just can't take that married couple shit.
Yeah, that show's a little. I mean, it's funny, I guess. It's funny for me when I was married. I don't know that I would enjoy it much now, but
yeah, the only episode that I could even tell you about was there was an episode about there was a suitcase on the stairs and they were trying to see who was going to break down and take it upstairs first.
Okay.
It just caused a big rift between them. Like, why do I have to do it? Why do I have to do it?
Right.
It was the weirdest goddamn thing.
Yeah, she's all right.
Yeah, she's okay. Now, is that a current picture? Because I remember her being a little thicker on the TV show.
That's her Twitter picture. I'm assuming that's current.
She must have gotten in shape, because when she was on Everybody Loves Raymond, she was kind of like that middle-aged thick chick.
Let's see. Open image, new tab. All right, here she is showing some boobies. Wrong button. Whoops. Push the wrong button. This is why we need staff.
Yeah, we need production staff, man.
There she is, showing a little boobage.
She's got a little boobie there.
Yeah, she
Let's see, she looks a little older in that picture than she does on her Twitter picture.
She bought some tits. Good for her.
Yeah. She's got some tit meat, as Stephanie would say.
Nothing wrong with some tit meat. She's got a lot of tit meat. Look at some of these pictures. You got me in my Patricia Heaton mode now. Jesus. Look at Patricia Heaton got some boobs. Share. What's this thing called? 12.
Yeah, she looks pretty good there.
Yeah, for a 60-whatever-year-old woman.
Is that how old she is?
She's something like that. How old is Patricia Heaton? Patricia Heaton is... She's from here, by the way.
She's from Cleveland?
She's from Bay Village, yeah. She's
Bay Village.
63. Her dad was Chuck Heaton, the writer guy.
Okay.
The guy from the Plain Dealer.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, she's 63 years young.
How about that?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a gal who keeps it together.
Well, good for her.
Yeah.
I bet
that's proof positive that, if you keep it together, you can, you could keep a little bit of youthfulness about you.
And then die from COVID anyway.
Keep it together.
Yeah, pal.
Yeah. That's a little work. Gotta work at it. Gotta watch your diet and, not abuse yourself, but you could keep it together if you wanted to.
Nah, pass.
Pass.
Early death is the way.
Is that how it is?
That's the way it is for me.
How's that Leonard Skinner said, live fast and die young and leave a good looking corpse?
That's right. I'm just hopeful that I've spent every penny that I've made going into the death.
Is that right?
I'm hopeful that the last penny that I made pays for is like $10 short for the cremation. I don't want to give any extra. None.
Right.
And I've already told my kids, don't even claim the fucking body.
Right.
Just let them fucking throw it out in the trash. Who cares?
Donate it to science.
Yeah, who cares? Cut it all up. Give it away to a bunch of other people. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. They'll donate it to that place, Tennessee or Georgia, where they do the forensics on it.
Yeah.
Where they leave you in certain situations to understand the decompositions at certain stages. So they, when they have to go identify a body that has been left somewhere, they can tell about at what point that person was deceased.
Sure.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Forensic study place.
Yeah. But they have all kinds of bodies in different situations, like in the front seat of a car,
sure,
or laying out in the woods, or inside of a house, or something like that, and they just let them naturally decompose. Yeah. And then they go do studies on them at certain points to understand, at this point a body looks like this,
right?
And at this point a body looks like this,
Yeah.
And that way they understand that if they encounter a body out in the desert or something, they understand, oh, well, this person expired 11 years ago and 31 days, something like that.
Yeah, I think I saw a movie on that. I think it was called Her Name Was Krista.
Is that what it was? Yeah, shot over in Barberton, Ohio.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Jeez, what a sick movie.
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, it's freaking bizarre.
Yeah, I know him and Drew are out somewhere shooting a new movie right now. So they're putting something together as we speak.
I
so
didn't get the call. He said I could be in the next movie.
Well, maybe the next Ohio movie, because they're somewhere else. They're like I think Drew told me they're in North Carolina or somewhere.
I see.
So
they're down
maybe
there.
The next
snowstorm.
Yeah, maybe the next Ohio movie. Well, I'm telling you, dude, there's plenty of snow here. Plenty.
I believe you.
I mean, there's a lot of snow.
Yeah. Well, what do you care? You don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, you got the DoorDash coming to you. You got Walmart delivering your groceries.
Damn right.
You don't need to go get gas because you don't drive.
No, I don't have anywhere to be.
Yeah.
My biggest fear is the internet going down. Other than that, I really don't give a shit.
That's a fear.
Well, it's a
concern.
Fear of inconvenience. It's a fear of inconvenience.
Isn't there didn't Al Gore make a movie called A Fear of Inconvenience?
I think so. The inconvenient truth.
The fear of inconvenience.
That's what it is for me. It's a fear of inconvenience.
That's the reboot.
I do not want to have to come off of the Roku and actually watch over-the-air TV.
Oh no.
I do not want these tragic things, these tragic problems that paupers have.
Yes.
I need to be able to watch on demand.
These are first world problems here, Pat.
It's one of the reasons I upgraded my phone, so that I could 5G from my phone if there ever is an internet outage.
Right.
I can use my.
You're a hotspot junkie.
I will be a hotspot junkie. Because if I ever don't have internet, I will be plugging my phone up as a hotspot, and I will be connecting my laptop to it.
And then you will be singing Jeff Tate's praises for turning you on to being a hotspot junkie.
I will reacquaint myself with Frequency Unknown, or whatever album that was on. Dedicated to Chaos, I think, is the actual album.
I believe that you're correct.
And I'll be listening away going, Jeff had it right.
Yes. There was a lesson to be learned.
That's right. And he taught it. The great Jeff Tate. All right, let's get the fuck out of here. Wow. Yeah, we did an hour and 15 minutes and didn't talk about anything.
No, we were just shooting the shit about stuff.
Yeah.
We were like what's that new show you introduced me to tonight?
It's Too Late with Alan Mosley.
Yeah, well, we talked about stuff and subjects and stuff.
Yeah. Next week, though, seriously, I think we do soup tier.
Soup tier?
I'm gonna find 43 of my favorite soups.
43? Yeah. Do 43 soups even exist?
We're gonna find 43 soups,
and we're gonna tier them.
Yeah, and we're gonna get a guest who's a doctor at some hospital somewhere or something.
Who's a soup connoisseur?
Yeah, who's a soup guy?
Yeah,
and we'll do our soup tiers.
Okay. Why don't you find a virologist who understands soup and understands the anti-COVID properties of a certain soup?
Yeah, I think that would be.
If you eat this soup, you'll be protected.
Mm-hmm. We definitely need somebody that could tell us the proper temperature for each soup.
Right.
Because, I don't know if you know this, but a chicken noodle soup can taste a little different if it's a little overcooked. Whereas a tomato soup is just perfect when it's a little bit overdone. If you cook a tomato soup to the point that it leaves just a little ring around the bowl.
Yes.
From overheating it.
Yes. Oh, delicious.
Delicious.
And if you dunk your grilled cheese sandwich in it, so much better.
But only if you use both American and provolone.
Right.
You gotta have a mixture of the cheeses.
But if you really want to go crazy, put a scoop of ice cream in it. It'll make it so much better.
Just on the side, Neely. Just on the side. You gotta have a scoop of ice cream on the side with your
is it cheese sandwich or a sherbet?
Well, for me, it would be sherbet, Neely.
Right. Orange sherbet?
Yeah. Orange is good. Rainbow is good.
Okay.
Coconut is good.
Coconut.
Yeah, coconut sherbet. That's the shit.
All right.
I think we're coming up on a new one. I'm gonna find 83 different types of sherbet And we're going to do the sherbet tier next week.
Right, of course.
I think that's a good one.
That would
See,
be.
look, the people are offering up their soups. Tomato soup, French onion soup. All right, we need 41 more, guys. Come on.
Why don't you resort to the Book of Campbell, because they happen to have all the soups, beef and barley.
Right. Minestrone.
Right.
Or minestrone, as I used to call it as a kid.
Yeah, mine's thrown.
Minestrone.
Yeah, my mind is thrown eating this soup. It's so
cheddar
good.
broccoli.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at them just
Beef
offering it up.
Beef with bacon.
Fish soup. Ew.
Fish head soup.
Ew, no. That would be low on my tier.
Right.
In fact, it might go in the never had tier, actually.
Yeah, it will go in the never had tier.
Yeah, cream of chicken.
Yeah.
Cream of some young guy.
Look at that. See, we made a segment spontaneous and made it fucking funny.
Yeah, exactly. And sadly, we're getting so many recommendations. I think the chat room wants us to do soup tier. I'm thinking they do.
So silly.
What a show that show. I knew that was going to be.
Oh,
I knew it was different, but I knew it was going to be a home run. I knew it was going to make you crazy.
Just drudgery.
I just knew it was going to make
it was just painful to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nothing redeeming about that show at all.
Right.
You know, you just sit there and go, when is this going to be over?
Yeah. Yeah, you do. But but it just kept on going. Dude, the funny part is that we could have listened to 33 more minutes.
Well, actually more, because we skipped around.
Yeah, I know.
So literally, I think you may have played 15 minutes total of the whole show.
So there was 45 minutes left.
Yeah. That's a lot of show, especially that. Oh my God.
Especially the pie.
Oh,
we skipped 20 minutes of pie.
I know.
And we watched at least 10 minutes of pie. We watched at least 10 minutes of the pie, didn't we?
I think more like 8. I think we watched about 8 minutes of pie. We watched like 3 minutes of intro, 8 minutes of pie, and then like 10 minutes of viewer mail.
Yeah, the viewer mail.
Just horrible. All right. Well, I'll let you pick a departing song. So what should we play to take us out?
I want to hear how about Buy In or Sell Out from Sons of Texas.
Sons of Texas.
Yeah, from the Forged by Fortitude release.
Okay.
I like that band a lot.
All right. Forged by Fortitude. All right, I got it. And what was it?
Buy In or Sell Out.
All right, that's the lead off track.
Yep.
All right, well, we're going to get out of here. We will be back next Saturday. We'll do this thing all over again. Appreciate everybody who's tuned in, hung out with us, listened to the show live, as well as the video, chat room, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And fuck you, Ben. I'm going to play some Lynch Mob on my way out tonight, so suck my dick. All right, so until next Saturday night, this is Neely, along with my very good friend
Chris Agan.
We're gone.
Bye, kids.
Thanks for checking out this episode of The Classic Metal Show. Get all of our episodes uncensored at www.theclassicmetalshow.com. Join us weekly from 9 p.m. till 3 a.m. Eastern at www.cmsradio.net. Participate in the live chat room at www.chatandkill.com. Once again, thank you for checking out The Classic Metal Show with Neely and Chris. Hail and kill, fuck you, pal, and hand job!
myhappydesires.com. Visit us at myhappydesires.com and add some toys to your toy box. Let your imagination be the guide to your stress relief. myhappydesires.com has everything for the perfect play night. Alone or not, you choose. Fuel your desires without breaking the bank. myhappydesires.com.
It is your Classic Metal Show right here on the classicmetalshow.com. That is Cold Sweat with Crying Shame. And it's a crying shame we didn't have our guests on tonight.
That's a crying shame. No Roy Cathy tonight.
No. Oh, well. No. That's it, Roy. You're banned now.
Yeah. Well,
you're banned.
Now Dave Tedder's banned.
Yeah, him
it's
too.
Not Roy's fault. It's not Roy's fault that Tedder didn't tell him about his interview.
Yeah.
It's all Dave Tedder's fault.
Yeah. Fuck you, Dave.
Yeah, dick.
All right. Well, since that didn't happen, let's get into something else.
Okay.
Let's see here. This was sent over. I'm sure you saw this. Let me see here real quick. I should have been a little more prepared. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I'm going to forward something over to your email.
All right. I guess I should.
So, we got to talk about this because I'm sure that you've probably seen it. There it is, Chris Aiken. There we go. But this is one of those crying shame things, especially for a guy like you who's made it very clear of your affection for this woman.
Okay.
So you need to pull that video up that I sent you.
I got it. Let's see. You know what? Oh my goodness! What the bloody hell happened? We were just talking about this today at the bar, but I had not. I honestly, I don't think I've seen this video. My goodness. Go ahead.
All right. 80s pop star Tiffany lost her cool after a less than stellar performance in Florida over the weekend.
Okay.
The songstress, 50. So she's younger than you, younger than me.
Yeah. And who was in Playboy,
struggled through a performance of her hit, I Think We're Alone Now, while on stage in Melbourne, Florida.
And let's just remind everybody, not her hit, someone else's hit that she also had a run with.
Tommy James and the Shondells.
Yeah, not her song.
No. Heard singing hoarsely and even skipping lyrics at some point. She went to the Vince Neil Fat School.
Oh, good. Well,
to learn how to skip lyrics, and
she's clearly got the body for it.
Well, that's kind of where I was making the analogy.
Oof.
Though fans supported her by singing from the audience, Tiffany appeared to get agitated at the end of the set, prompting her to scream "Fuck you" to someone in the crowd. Well, I have a different take on this, and you can kind of give me your take on it.
Okay.
But I don't think that's what she did.
You don't think that's what she did? Okay.
She did say "fuck you," but I don't think she yelled that at someone in the crowd like "fuck you, man." I don't think that's what she was saying. But you'll see when we play the audio for this.
Okay.
This is my hit. The star, who was barefoot, reportedly explained, "I've been singing it right." A rep for the singer chalked the incident up to stress.
Stress?
Yeah, well, you could tell she's been doing a lot of stress eating.
Yeah, no kidding. My goodness.
Telling TMZ she lost her voice and became frustrated with the audience.
Oh, my God.
Tiffany appeared to be in the midst of her Shadows tour. Yeah, a shadow of herself.
Yeah.
Or she basically has caused a shadow over her career because she's blocking the sun with her massive girth, which kicked off October 26th in Suquamish, Washington.
Okay.
The Star's next show is scheduled November 28th.
Now, what could she, forget the fact that she stinks now. What could she possibly sing? I mean, I actually owned the album back in the day. I owned this record, and there was not another hit on the record. And she never had another hit behind it.
Well, she did.
She did?
Yeah, she had, I think We're Alone Now. And then she had, I think she did Crystal Blue Persuasion as well, which is another Tommy James song.
Dude, you're going to have to play that for me. I've not heard that.
All right. See here, Tiffany.
I know Tiffany's a regular when everybody gets drunk over here at the house. Me and Stephanie at 3 a.m. and end up singing.
Well, this is why I thought this was a good subject, because I know you have thoughts on that.
I do.
Let's see. No, it's not on there for some reason.
What's her new song? I like ice cream cones now. Chocolate or vanilla or whatever's around.
Exactly.
I mean, Jesus.
Right. Okay, I guess it's not up there. I don't know.
I was gonna say, I don't remember her. What is her number 2 hit on Spotify?
I will tell you.
I think it's got to go from like 300 million to like 37 plays.
Well, I think We're Alone Now is 138 million.
And then the next one has what, under 1,000?
Well, no, it's 12 millions with All This Time.
All this, please play. I don't know this.
All this time, I knew someday you need to find something that you left behind, something I can't give you. All these tears, and like a night, love disappears.
No,
I don't know it. I don't know it either.
Dude, her career is so obscure that she makes T'Pau look like Rob.
Yeah. Well, here's Tiffany's greatest hits of the 80s and beyond.
Is it a single?
It's an album, but it seems to be all covers.
Okay.
It's her greatest hits.
Her greatest hits.
Yeah, she does Forever Young, which is Rod Stewart.
Rod Stewart, right?
Could Have Been. I don't know who that is. Living on a Prayer.
Jeez.
Love is a Battlefield.
Oh.
Harden My Heart.
Is it Battlefield or Buffet Field?
She does a little quarter flash there.
Yeah.
We've Got the Beat, the Go-Go's. Hey Mickey. Of course, what's her face?
Not Laura Branigan.
No. The cheerleader chick.
God damn it. Why can't I think of who sings that fucking song? Mickey.
Hey Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey Mickey.
Yeah, I could picture it. And she was like 40 dressed up.
Tony Basil.
Tony Basil, yeah, or Basil, whatever.
And she does Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Bonnie Tyler.
Yeah. Hold Me Now.
Thompson Twins.
Thompson
Hold
Twins.
Me Now.
Yep. Voices Carry.
Okay.
Yeah, so she does all these covers, and it's like this is her greatest hits.
Ironic looking at her that she covers no Ann Wilson or Heart.
Does she have a gunt on her or what?
She looks pregnant. I ain't even kidding. The photo that comes with this article, she looks fucking pregnant.
Yeah, I know. Don't you know how dangerous it is for a 50-year-old to be pregnant?
Jeez, oh man.
Wow.
She's carrying ostrich eggs up in there.
Yeah, no kidding.
My God.
Yeah. So somebody, some promoter, pays her to come out.
Wow.
And look like this and sing, and then of course she's got the fat girl bad tattoos going on.
Right.
It's like she's singing, and I ate the beef.
I ate the beef.
I ate the beef. I ate the beef. I ate the beef. Yeah. I ate the beef.
That's funny.
She love is a cattle field. Good one, Anthony.
That's fucking funny. Love is a cattle field.
Love is a cattle field.
Oh boy, that's hilarious.
Wow. Yeah, old Tiffany, she's pork on the hoof.
Oh boy. The girl.
All right. Well, let's go, Chris Aiken. Fuck
What?
Tiffany for the story.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Not even a thought.
No problem. Would you get down in the pussy and eat it?
I would lick the title of I Think We're Alone Now on her clit. Today. I would. She's Tiffany. She was in Playboy. Story alone is worth it.
You are a better man than me.
It's got to taste like bread. You know, it's all yeasty.
Yeasty
And sweaty.
She's the yeasty girl. She's the original yeasty girl.
It's been cooking for a while.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'd be.
Yeah, she is the typical housewife. She's a housewife.
Yeah, I'd fuck a housewife.
Look at that. She looks like the women who I see them giving their kids a walk to school in the morning.
Yeah. Dude, I'd be all over that. Are you kidding me?
You know what? That right there is one of the biggest deterrents I ever had to thinking about ever getting married.
What, looking like that they turn into that?
Yeah, just like, oh my God, I'm married to a fat housewife.
Yeah. Yeah. What must the guy? I don't know if she's married or not, but if she is, the guy married a playmate, and now he's got her. All right, fellas.
Beefany. Wow. Yeah, Tiffany or not, there's no way I could ever bang that. No way.
Please. I'd bang that as a warm up to Alanis. Give a shit.
All right.
But I'm sick like that. I mean, I would hit that after she fucking played her gig.
Ugh.
All sweaty from hogging on the microphone. What do you think that microphone smells like?
Well, she's got the typical, the mom leggings going on.
Yeah, it's great.
Got the leggings going on and the oversized shirts.
Yeah, see, that's always the dead giveaway when you do the oversized shirt.
Yeah.
Or a shawl.
Yeah.
Another good one. When they put the shawl on, you know it's because fucking Golden Corral's been calling.
Got the big old belly going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. All right. Well, do you want to play the audio?
Sure. Why not?
All right. Let's hear some of this.
All right, let's see. All right. Wait a minute. Look at that gunt. Holy smokes.
That's what they said. Okay. Can you pause that?
Yeah. But
is there any way to pause that?
I paused it, but it puts up this.
Well, that's what I mean. Is it won't just do a
it won't do it. It's their video.
All right, go ahead.
I'm just going to be honest. Forget the fact that she's a disgusting pig. I don't recognize this as I Think We're Alone Now at all. Should I?
No, I mean, she's obviously struggling with it, and it's the acoustic version.
Okay.
It's not, can you pull up the original version? Pull that up first.
All right.
Because I can hear your heartbeat. I can hear your heartbeat. I can hear your heartbeat.
For I Think You're Alone Now?
Yeah.
I think we're alone now.
Yep.
Let's see. Tiffany.
Because it's, it's upbeat. It's, it's got more than just an acoustic guitar. So, but what she's doing there is just sort of the acoustic stripped down version, or the whale version.
Whale. Children behave.
Exactly.
Oof. I like that, but I liked this song back when it was a thing.
Sure you did.
I went and saw it at the mall.
Yeah, you were the pop guy. You liked all the pop tunes.
Went out and watched her sing in the concourse at Randall Park Mall.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, isn't that funny? That place is no longer there.
Yeah, her and Debbie Gibson, I believe.
Wow. Now see, Debbie Gibson, she kept it together.
Yeah, she looked pretty good.
Deborah, that is. Deborah. Yeah. She's not Debbie. She's Deborah.
She has always looked like somebody punched her in the nose, though. I mean, she's semi-cute, but man, she's got a side profile like a fucking aardvark. It's like, Jesus.
A side profile of an aardvark. Nice.
It's not a good look for her on the side.
Right.
All right, here's Tiff. Now look, she wouldn't even fit in this road case now. There's the road. She wouldn't even fit in there now. Think she could sit on top of it?
It would probably crush it like a beer can.
Let me hear your heartbeat, let me feel your heartbeat, let me touch your heartbeat, I can change your heartbeat.
Did you see me waving to her there?
Children behave, that's what they say when we're together, and watch how you play. They don't understand, and so we're running just as fast as we can, holding on to one another's hand, trying to get away into the night. And then you put your arms around me and we tumble to the ground, and then you say, I think we're alone now. It doesn't seem to be anyone around.
Now, what was special about her?
She had a great voice.
Did she?
Yeah, I thought she had a great voice.
Well, again, it's produced, obviously, but yeah. I mean, is she a standout talent?
No, but she was young looking, and they were looking for young talent.
They who?
MTV.
Well,
she was a huge MTV star.
I'm not arguing that point. My point is how does somebody like a Tiffany, who, marginal at best, she's not a Mariah. Mm-hmm. She's energetic, she's young, dancing around and stuff. But as far as like a standout talent, just something that's overwhelmingly unique about her. Mm-hmm. Does she have that quality?
She did for a minute for that one song.
Well, of course. But
you know what? That was the era of the fire crotch redheads too, because they had. If you think about that time period, they were trying to push chicks with red hair. There was her. There was her. There was the Tapao girl, whatever her name is, and there was the B-52s girl.
Yeah, that's true.
And didn't the Delight girl had red hair too? Didn't she?
Who was it?
Delight.
Oh yeah.
Groove is in the heart.
I could never dance with another.
Yeah, I like that. Hey, you can't go wrong with a slide whistle.
Just ask Anthony.
Yeah, exactly.
He was really good with the slide whistle.
Oh yeah. All right, do you want more of this one, or do you want?
No. I just wanted to make the comparison. Right. So how old was she there? Like 16, 17?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, she wasn't old enough to perform in the clubs, which is why she was doing the malls.
Right.
So she was, she was 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
So here we are with the 50-year-old version of Tiffany, the young, bouncy, young, attractive redhead that Chris loves so much.
Old fire crotch.
Now let me ask you something, Chris. Hypothetically,
Sure.
if you were a young man, and somehow, some way, you cross paths with Tiffany, and for some reason, then.
Okay.
And you struck up this relationship with her, and somehow it blossomed into this love affair that you ended up marrying her.
Mm-hmm.
Much like you did with your real ex-wife.
Yeah.
And here you are, 35 years later? Yeah,
right?
30 years later, and this is what you wake up to every day. Would you be upset? Or would you go, I love her more today than I did when I met her?
Mm-hmm. I guess it would depend on the fucking quality of the blowjobs. Because you would definitely be upset. I mean, you would definitely not be thrilled. That's what I'm saying. The guy that married her probably married Playmate Tiffany.
You think?
Well, let's find out. Let's find out when she got married. If she's even married. I don't even know if she's married.
I thought she ran off with somebody for a while, and that's kind of what was like the big the downfall of her career was because, she was kind of like a misguided child.
I know she had monster fucking titties at one point. All right, let's see. Tiffany, is this her? Tiffany Darish? Yeah, I guess that's her. Let's see. She was married to Bomaro Garcia in 92 and divorced in 2003. Now, this is the guy that got fucked over. The second guy, Ben George.
Bend over George.
Yeah, he bent over and took it because fucking Ben George married her in 2004. That's right around the Playboy time, isn't it?
I don't know.
When was Playboy for? Let me find that out. I need to know. I need to know these things.
Well, curiosity is a great thing.
Playboy date.
Isn't the internet the greatest thing ever?
I love it. Oh, she was in Playboy in 2002.
Wow. So 2 years after she was in Playboy, she married Bend Over George.
Yeah. So he was probably dating her right out of Playboy.
Yeah. Because it was like, I'm dating Tiffany. She's a Playboy model.
Yeah. And then he ended up with, he split. He split like 3 years ago.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't you? You probably woke up, rolled over one morning and went, disappointed!
Checked in at Golden Corral, said he was going to the bathroom and left. I'm out of here. Yeah. This poor Ben George. I feel bad for this guy. I don't feel that bad for him. He got to fucking Playmate Tiffany for a while.
Can you imagine being married to Playmate Tiffany and then, within when he split out of there?
2018. So he's married to her for 14 years.
All right. So he married Playboy Tiffany. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And during the marriage, he watched the gunt grow.
Dude, what year was it the first time when he watched her sitting around eating fucking Cheetos on the couch that he first said something about it? What year did he say something? I'm going to say 2010.
Probably.
I'm going to say he didn't say nothing even though she was fucking leaving.
Well, there's just more of her to love.
Yeah. I wish there's a picture of him. I'd love to see if he's a fucking chubbo too. Like maybe that was their thing, was eating a box of Twinkies together.
Right.
Could have been. I mean, who knows? I don't know, but yeah, she's this is pretty sad what she's doing. I gotta admit, I'm a little horrified by this. All right,
the mom clothes is what gets me.
Yeah, it's not a good look. But all right, you want to take a little look see here?
All right, well, let's get to the point to where she curses.
All right, let's hear this.
What is that move? What is this move?
The head shake move?
What is that? She says
it's Fatchel Rose.
she's what? What is that?
I don't know. It's the whole presentation's pretty interesting here.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
I don't know. Jeez. All right, here we go. What?
Now see, she goes, fuck you guys. I don't think she meant it like, fuck you. I think it's just like, oh, fuck you guys. I know this song, kind of like a playful way of saying it. You know what I mean? Fuck you.
Yeah. Maybe.
But it doesn't sound like she's cussing someone out.
I wonder, was this at a mall?
I don't know where it was.
I mean, does she still play malls?
Is
it now a strip mall somewhere?
I wonder if you could find the unedited one without the beep.
Let's see here.
I hate when they added the beeps.
Yeah.
The bad word.
I don't. I'm glad they're protecting me. Fucking turds.
Beep.
Tiffany saying fuck at performance. If that comes up. Tiffany lashes out during train wreck.
She lashes out.
None of these all look produced. Yeah, none of these are the actual footage. Fuck me. Come on. No, it's not on YouTube at all.
No, not at all, huh?
No, just this video.
All right.
Jim Bart.
She's in the food. Well, that would be very fitting.
I think it's Sbarro.
Right.
My favorite kind of pizza is not round.
Well, this is where she's playing. These are the types of places that she's playing.
Oh my God. It's not a train wreck.
It's a fridge wreck. She played at the Clearwater Casino.
All right.
Aladdin Theater, Tower Theater.
Theater.
Well, she's got to be an opening act.
Yeah.
She gets 30 minutes.
Who's she opening for? Coolio?
Does she camp out in the hostess aisle at a different grocery store every night?
Maybe. Might be where she's performing some of these nights.
She performed at Virginia's Peabody's.
She used to perform with Debbie Gibson. Now she performs with Little Debbie.
Right.
Jeez, oh man.
Newberry Opera House, Boca Block Box, whatever that is, and the Kelsey Theater.
Well, all the big places.
Yeah, so she must be. Tiffany appears to be in the midst of her Shadows tour. All right.
Oh, Shadows tour.
Yeah.
That album must be doing well for her. Holy cow! Do I play more of this? Does she?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Play a little more. See what kind of head shakes and quirks go on with this chick.
This is my hit.
It's not your hit.
It's my hit. I know the words. God damn it!
Yeah. You sang the song. It's not your hit, and I'm still telling you, I don't recognize this as "Think We're Alone Now" at all. I don't get how this is. I think we're alone now. This is not good.
I've been singing it right.
Yeah, she's trashed.
Look out the way. Yeah.
Holy cow, is she hammered? Oh my God.
She's like at bad karaoke at a dive bar.
Wow. Yeah, she would be booed off the stage at the karaoke.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my goodness.
So you still bang her, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Not even a thought in my mind.
No.
I would lick that fold between her gunt and her fucking pube spot. I don't give a shit.
Wow.
I'm a dirty player, dude.
That's pretty fucking
And
nasty.
she'd have to be a fucking dirty player to fuck my fat ass too. So what am I gonna do? Be picky? Fuck no. If this brought here, I don't give a shit if she lost a limb, I'm still fucking her. I mean, Jesus Christ, she was in Playboy. I'm there.
All right.
Why not?
All right.
All right. If she was still Playboy Tiffany, let's play this out. Because this is where me and you are so different. I'm willing to fuck her if she gains another 100 pounds.
Really?
I don't give a shit. She's
Ooh.
Tiffany.
Okay.
But I'm gonna play the backwards game with you. If she's Playmate Tiffany,
Yes.
but loses a thumb, like gets her thumb cut off, would you bang her? If she still was Playmate hot, but has 9 fingers.
I think I could overlook that.
All right. How about if she got her hand cut off?
That'd be a little more difficult.
But she could still use, but her dominant hand is still there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd be kind of weirded out about no.
So you're
hand.
already weirded out with Playmate without a hand.
Yes.
And so if she Rick Allen's, you're just out of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
You're just done.
Yep.
Mm.
Yep.
Of course, with you, if she was Playmate Tiffany but cut her hair short, you're probably out.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
Fucking you.
Because I'm just a picky motherfucker, man.
Yeah, you're like, first of all, if she was Playmate Tiffany now, you still wouldn't bang her because she's fucking 30 years too old for you. She's 50.
Right.
You know. Yeah, good point, Jerry. Good point. As long as she's wearing a docking shirt while Neely's tearing it up, he will.
I don't think that's the case at all.
All right. What about if she was introduced to you by Don, and Don said she was like the best lay he ever had?
At what point is she?
Today.
Oh no.
No?
No.
What about if like 10 like you were hanging out at one of these festivals, and like every single rock guy that you ran into said that they had fucked Tiffany and she was just the best piece, and said it was like last month.
Yeah, I'm not going to be banging a chick that I know that 10 rock guys banged.
Oh, please, you would.
No, I wouldn't.
I think you do now. Sorry, person that I'm not supposed to know about. Wow. Sorry, I didn't mean for that one to come out. It just came out of my mouth. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm still there for Tiff.
All right, good on you.
I'm there. What about Debbie Gibson?
She's kept it together, so she's got a shot.
Let's see. Debbie or Deborah?
Deborah Gibson.
Deborah Gibson, 2021. Let's see what she's looking like. Oh yeah, this is like a no-brainer.
Yeah, I mean, look at Susanna Hoff. She's 60 or 61 now, and she still's got it together.
My goodness.
I mean, she isn't the walk like the Egyptian Susanna Hoff, but she's still pretty kick ass.
I may have to go rub one out now.
Well, let's see Deborah Gibson with the profile of an anteater and aardvark.
And this is a straight-on photo, so it's acceptable here. But
all right,
where's this at? This one. There we go.
See, she's kept it together. She and Tiffany were neck and neck when it came to popularity, as far as teenage, pop sensations.
Right.
But look at her.
She looks pretty good.
Yeah, she's all happy. And how old is she? Is there a thing on her?
She's like 50.
She's 50. Yeah, look at her.
Well, it's probably because she lives rent free in Tiffany's belly. Jesus. Tiffany's got a huge belly going on.
Yeah,
there.
get in my belly.
My goodness. That's really something.
Yeah, look at her.
Yeah, she looks good.
She still looks supple.
She does.
And delicious.
Not so sure about the big old mouth, but
yeah, she's got good teeth.
Yeah.
She doesn't have meth teeth or something.
Oh, she's got good teeth for a horse.
For a horse.
Look at all those gums on there. Look at that.
She's got a good smile. She's a happy looking chick.
There's a lot of gums there.
Yeah.
I don't want to be too picky, but
So if you woke up and saw Tiffany one morning, or you woke up and saw Debbie Gibson one morning,
dude, that's not even a competition, is it?
Tiffany for you?
No. Come on. Look, just because I would doesn't mean that she wins.
Chris Aiken wakes up, rolls over, sees Debbie Gibson laying there, and he says, "Disappointed."
No,
I wish it was Tiffany. I wish it was Tiffany with her fat gunt and her mom clothes.
Look, if I roll over and see Debbie Gibson, I'm going to give her my electric blue balls. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm fucking all about Debbie Gibson.
So that just goes to show you that, you can keep it together if you want to.
Yeah.
It's not only genetics. It's you got to keep it together.
Well, Tiffany did for a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Just those last 20 years have been hard.
All right. Well, since we're talking pop icons,
Yeah.
I sent you over another link.
All right. Let's see.
And apparently Madonna decided at her wretched age of 60, she's like 62, I think.
She's 170.
She decided she was going to get naked.
She's a pig. She really is a pig.
Is she?
Oh, I can't stand her. Yeah, oh, I'm looking at these pictures now. Nah. Better than Tiffany. But still kind of. You know why this is not good? Because she's so fucking old.
Yeah. She's 63.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. It's not,
it's undignified.
Yeah, she should be past this at this point in her fucking career.
Well, she's trying to stay young forever.
Yeah, she's I don't know. Ugh.
Madonna 63 was causing shockwaves.
Shockwaves.
This has nothing to do with Bob Nalbandian.
No.
By way of social media, once again, as she shared her latest slew of racy snaps with alarmed fans on Wednesday evening. They were alarmed.
Were they really alarmed?
When I hear people say they were alarmed, I think of HR Puffin stuff with that little guy called Clocky. Remember that? He was alarmed.
Jesus, alarmed. Get the
alarmed. In a series of images taken on a bed, the sexagenarian mother of 6 wore lingerie while positioning herself in a number of compromising snaps. Did you see her pussy?
I don't see her pussy in any.
I don't think so either, including images showing her bare breastises and her fishnet-clad bottom.
Yeah, just one of her fishnets looks like she farted and it just stretched out the fucking. I'm gonna put that up. Hold on. It does. It looks like she farted and it tore the string out. Did you see this picture?
She blew it out.
She blew it out with some gas. She threw a mad gasser out there and took a photo.
Well, as far as her face goes, man, she definitely went with the stretch that face out to where she has zero wrinkles on her face.
I don't know if you can see this good enough or not.
I do. I see it.
Right here. She let out a gasser and it stretched out the fucking thong.
Right.
Ugh.
In a series, blah 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 blah. Her astounded fans. Who says stuff like this? I mean, if you and I were actually talking about this in a serious manner, would we go, I'm astounded by this?
I'm horrified.
Yeah, sure.
Terrible.
They swiftly flooded the comment section with a majority in shock over the porn-esque shots.
Porn-esque?
There's nothing porn about that.
All I know is looking at this picture here, I'm glad you can't smell the picture.
Right.
Jesus.
What is she doing under the bed? What is she doing?
Letting out gassers, man. I mean, come on.
Well, others praised the star for her daring posts, which come after courting further controversy on the site. There's nothing controversial about this.
No, not at all.
Madonna was seen showing off her breastises in a bondage-inspired bra with cutouts in the body to best showcase her ample cleavage. She put her pert behind on display while kneeling before the bed with her thong-clad derriere front and center, and later bending over to show even more flesh.
Would you mind easing up on the language, Neely? This is a family show.
Right.
I don't need to hear words like the D word that you just used.
A further image saw the like a virgin hitmaker lose her top altogether while using a duvet to partially cover her eye-popping cleavage.
Eye-popping? No.
Eye-popping.
She does not have eye-popping. She never had really great tits.
No, she didn't.
No, still not.
But
look, this one. This one looks like she fucking half-wiped her ass.
Yeah.
Look at that. Isn't that a smear of shit right around here? She's got a shit smear on her ass.
Let's see here. The not safe for work photos captured Madonna in various postures, from laying topless on the sheets to under the bed with her legs spread wide. The songstress crawled seductively on the bed and bit the metal handrail.
Good for her.
She bit the metal handrail just like a bit of a horse.
I can put that up.
An influx of messages soon flooded the users, writing, "This is kind of getting embarrassing now. Your children must be so proud. Stop showing your ass."
First of all, her children are living off of her $500 million. They're not embarrassed at all. They're like, show that hole, mama.
Right.
Show that gaper if that's what you need to do to keep our money coming in.
Right. We've seen plenty of it with the sex book, and it was brave then. Brave.
No, it wasn't.
Brave.
It wasn't brave then. Look, the best sexual thing she ever did was in the movie Truth or Dare when she was deep throating the bottle.
Dude,
that was pretty hot.
Find that picture where she's laying on the bed with her head on a pillow and she's just, the top of her top is uncovered and she's got like bracelets on and stuff, curled up with pillows.
With where she's. All right, I'll try this one. Open image. There's two.
She's laying across a pillow and she's like hugging a pillow.
Oh, that's not this one, but this is another one. This looks like the fucking aftermath of a good rape. It's like, what the hell?
I just want to make a point.
All right, I'll put that up while I find the other. Oh, that's not.
No, not that.
Share. This one.
No, she's laying on her stomach and she's hugging a pillow.
Oh, this one. Open image. Let's get that with the angel over her head. All right, yeah, she stinks. Like that stupid twat bag.
No, not that one.
Not that one.
She's facing the camera. She's laying kind of like that, but she's facing the camera. Her face.
Oh, this one. All right. Open image. And now I got that fucking Tiffany song stuck in my I'm sitting here looking at these pictures going, trying to get away into the night.
Look at that claw hand. Does that look like an eagle's talon or what?
Shit.
Look at that hand.
Yeah, what is that? Yeah. Yeah, that is a bad look. What is that?
Look at that hand. She's got like a wicked witch hand or something.
Mm.
Holy cow. I mean,
she looks like one of them kids with lobster disease.
That's kind of
claw disease.
I know. Lobster cross.
Lobster cross. My God. That's fucking brutal.
That is look at that hand. Look at that thumb.
Boy, how'd you like to have that wrapped around your dick, jerk?
Oh my God. Ugh. It's like Edward Scissorhands on your dick.
She needs to have some of that stretching from her face done on her hand.
I know.
Fix that a little bit. Holy cow.
Look at the eyebrows on that.
Yeah, that's awful.
Look at that awful eyebrows.
It looks like somebody just dropped a leech on her face.
Well, either that or dropped one of those woolly bears that what's
Goddard?
His name? Dick Goddard. Yeah. Big old woolly bear parked his ass on her face.
Yeah, that just
But that hand.
Yeah, that hand is
like I said, it's like an eagle's talon.
Yeah. You almost expect her to unscrew it and take it off. It looks like it's a prop.
Now it's just classless and has nothing to do with your age. Why, Madonna? Why, babe? Why? You are better than this.
Dude, it almost looks like a foot.
It does.
Like a chicken's foot.
It does.
It's like if you rolled an ostrich over and cut its foot off and hooked it to her fucking arm.
That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like an ostrich foot.
Old ostrich foot.
That's what it looks like.
Huh, that's horrid. Wow.
Could you imagine that around your dick giving you a handy?
Be afraid she'd tear it off and feed it to her young.
Instead of doing this ridiculous pictures, do some quality music as you used to do. Must have lost her dignity under the bed. Sinking low.
I could just hear Lourdes chirping in the other room and her fucking grabbing your cock and snapping it off with that talon.
Right. I don't understand how she allowed this to flash this shit all over Instagram like this is Pornhub. Having self-respect at this age will suit you better.
I can't look at that claw anymore.
Oh my God. Isn't that, I mean, that's just horrifying to look at that hand.
Yeah, that is brutal.
But it wasn't just all negative feedback with other fans applauding Madonna for her bold photos.
Right.
So bold, so brave.
Yeah, she's brave and bold.
Yeah, some fans showed their appreciation by leaving flame, heart, and crown emojis.
Wow, then that must have made her feel great.
Right. As they raved about the queen of pop. Mm-hmm. Her supporters penned the greatest solo artist in music history, the greatest woman in music of all time, the queen of pop, her majesty. Queen came to slay.
Oh, shut up. I will say that she probably has earned that title, Queen of Pop, but shut up. You know, stop. Who's her rival? Aretha? Whitney? I mean, who she definitely outlasted them all.
Well, she outlasted them. She's got the whole longevity thing going on there.
And she's got a zillion hits.
But she way overdid the lips.
Oh, lips, everything.
Well, I mean, but you know, I get the plastic surgery on the face and all.
Yeah.
But the lips, she's got the huge lips.
Yeah.
I mean, she's got Peter Burns lips.
Peter Burns.
You know, dead or alive.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And none of these pictures are good. Ugh. Yeah, she's just not attractive anymore.
No.
And I thought she was hot as fuck when Like a Virgin era. But she kind of ruined that when she cut all her hair off for True Blue.
I mean, looking at her now and knowing her from, 1984 Borderline, Like a Virgin, Holiday.
Yeah.
All those songs.
Sure.
You don't even recognize her.
No, not at all. She looks like Billie Eilish's grandmother.
So there you go.
All right. Well, there's Madonna.
Yeah.
Eek. All right. There she is.
On her glory.
Oh, go away.
It's just like, all right, enough's enough.
Yeah,
And I don't mean you, Chip.
Yeah. Madonna just needs to go away. No, Mariah Carey's not bigger than Madonna. Maybe in a Tiffany way, but not in a career way. I don't think there has been anybody bigger than Madonna.
Well, I mean, she's got the longevity.
Yeah.
And she's obviously had the ability to withstand the tides of change in the music industry.
Yeah.
I mean, she came out, in her 20s as Madonna, and then she rode through the 90s into the 2000s, and she's changed with the times.
Yeah.
And is still able to do what she does.
Yeah, true.
So you can't take that away from her, but where she's at now at 63 with all the plastic surgery and the, whatever, it's just like, oof, you're past your prime there, doll.
Yeah. Doll.
You're past your prime.
Yeah. Yeah. She really is the whole trying to look like Billie Eilish is just ridiculous with her.
Yeah.
And that's what she's doing. She's just trying to grab that Billie Eilish look. And she's really going for more of a Billie Eilish look. The way she's really starting to morph. Ugh.
It's pretty rough.
Yeah, just bad. But
Yeah.
All right. Well, there we go. Madonna.
Well, that's what happened to our 80s pop stars. Tiffany looking like a cow.
Yeah.
Deborah Gibson still pretty hot.
Yeah.
Madonna looking like a science project gone bad.
All right. Who are you going with, Madonna or Tiffany?
Well, if those are my only, it's got to be Madonna.
It's got to be Madonna.
I mean, she's still in good shape, and she's got a ostrich claw for a hand.
Yeah.
But I'm still going with Madonna.
So you either get your dick held by a talon or something that puts a vice grip on a fork.
Right.
A or B.
Yeah.
And neither would be like the ultimate of desirable.
Not either. But if that's your only choice and you had to pick one,
you go Madonna.
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm. Of course. And if you go for all three, it's Debbie Gibson, Madonna, Tiffany.
Yeah, of course.
That's how it would have to be.
That's the fuck Mary kill deal.
Yeah.
So yeah, you'd definitely fuck Madonna. You'd marry Debbie Gibson, and you'd kill Tiffany.
I don't know. I think I'm killing Madonna.
Really?
Yeah. Because even though she looks good, you just know she's a cunt.
You're gonna let Tiffany live, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think if I had to deal with them day to day, I'm letting Tiffany hang in.
Okay. Fair enough.
And I don't know the woman for anything. I've never met her. I've seen her, but I've never met her, interviewed her, any of that kind of stuff. But
okay,
she just seems like a twat. Every time I see her, you just feel obnoxious bitch. And you just think this chick, with all her success and believing the fact that everybody's told her she's the greatest ever for 40 fucking years, would be a cunt.
Okay.
Tiffany, for as awful as she looks, would probably be appreciative of some things.
All right. So she'd give you some of that motherly loving.
She might just, I don't even care about that. I mean, she might just come in and cook you a meal or something. I don't think.
or share one of her meals.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think Madonna's never going to cook you a meal. Madonna's never going to do anything fun.
All right.
I think she would just be a total bitch.
Okay.
And the whole time you'd have to hear about how you're not as successful as she is.
All right.
I think she's got to go.
Okay. There's some logic behind all that.
So again, I'm with you. Marry Tiffany or marry Debbie Gibson.
Fuck Tiffany.
Oh, but that means I got to fuck Tiffany and kill Madonna. Oh man, this is really hard. Yeah, I'm going to say yeah. I think that's the direction I'm going.
All right.
Because I'm thinking Tiffany at least would make me a sandwich or something when we were done banging, and she'd be appreciative of being banged.
Right.
More so than Madonna. I think Madonna'd be like, "Is that all you got? I fuck guys 10 times as big as your dick." I think she would just be a total twat bag.
All right. So just by attitude alone, she dies.
Yes.
All right.
I think so. You don't think you would go the other way?
Again, I don't know. I mean, you bring up a lot of valid points.
Jesus, Phil. It's the mouse. That's really funny.
That is funny.
Boy, Jason Longred, he's way out there. He's going to fuck Debbie Gibson, marry Tiffany, and killed Madonna. Dude, you do realize that if you marry Tiffany, you got to wake up to her every single day. You want to wake up to the hottest one. The hottest one that definitely seems, and she seems like she'd probably be fun. You know, you could probably go like skiing or something with Deborah Gibson.
Yeah, I bet she doesn't smell either.
No, I bet she don't either. Madonna probably smells like some wretched $300 an ounce fucking perfume or $3,000 an ounce perfume. And Tiffany probably smells like old JR's barbecue. Which I guess that's not so bad. If she smelled like barbecue sauce, that wouldn't be the worst.
You just say, "Let me lick your fingers."
Yeah. Smells like salty barbecue sauce.
Wow. What a discussion.
I know. I feel bad for Monty. He's probably waiting in the wings. He's got all his fans that are ready to listen, and they're tuning in and hearing this shit.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a break and let's get Monty on the show.
All right, let's do that.
All right. Well, you got something you'd like to hear?
How about if we go with let's go with some Joetown.
All right. Oh,
Joetown.
that's the one I got in trouble at your house with.
Joetown, yeah.
Yeah.
He's back.
Is he?
Yeah, I was talking to here. I'm gonna do an Eddie Trunk here. I was talking to my good friend Sted Howland the other day, and
yeah, I know. And you did interview Sted Howland the other day.
I did.
I didn't even know that. I just caught that. I was just like, well, when did you talk to Sted?
Yeah, it was last week. Stet and I had, me and Stet, we're old buddies from like Tuesday. I'd never met Stet before, but
I have. I hung out with him several times. I hung out with him 2 years ago at the rock and roll what do you want, heavy metal induction ceremony or whatever. And
nice guy.
He's a real nice guy.
Yeah. We had a nice chat. Dude, I went into that thinking, man, I don't know what I'm going to talk to him about. Talked to him for like an hour.
Yeah.
He was great, but
that's a good dude.
But one of the bands that he's played for is Joetown. And I was like, wow, all right. I loved Joetown back in the day.
Yeah.
So, nobody remembers Joetown except me, but I like Joetown.
Well, I do too. I mean, it obviously caused a problem at your house one time.
Whatever. So did everything.
Right.
Look, if you want to really narrow it down, why don't you name something that didn't cause a problem at my
Sure.
house? Fucking kook.
All right. All right. Well, I got the Pills and Ammo release pulled up.
All right, go with Finger then. That's my jam.
All right.
That's the one that got me in trouble too. Finger.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to play some Joetown, couple tunes. We'll come back with Monty, and he's going to bring us up to date with what's going on with him.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, here it is. It's Joetown exclusively here
on your classic metal show.
This is Joe.
Thanks for checking out this episode of The Classic Metal Show. Get all of our episodes uncensored at www.theclassicmetalshow.com. Join us weekly from 9 p.m. till 3 a.m. Eastern at www.cmsradio.net. Participate in the live chat room at www.chatandkill.com. Once again, thank you for checking out The Classic Metal Show with Neely and Chris. Hail and kill, fuck you, pal, and hand job! The Classic Metal Show now has all of our videos on Spotify. Simply look up and subscribe to the CMS Network on Spotify, and you'll get the audio and video podcast episodes each day from The Classic Metal Show. It's never been easier to watch or listen to Neely and Chris, so simply open Spotify, subscribe to the CMS Network, and enjoy The Classic Metal Show every single day.
Classic Metal Show with their self-titled song American Shame.
There it is.
Yep. All right. You want to get to your video, your show video?
Sure. I'm plugging shit in as we speak. My mouse. In the last segment, I thought my mouse was going to die. I got down to 1% on the mouse. So it's like, oops, I got to charge this fucker.
A rechargeable mouse?
Yeah, it's the Apple.
Oh, aren't you fancy?
Yeah. But then I went to my backup. I have a backup, and of course it's dead. So I was like, son of a bitch. So, but now I'm good. I got 12 whopping % during the break on the mouse. So,
all right. Those 4 songs pay off.
They do. So let me go
it's
to
4-song payoff right here on the Classic Metal Show. If your mouse is dead, this is the time to charge it.
Yeah. When your mouse is dead, we play I Saw Red. It's Warrant right here on the Classic Metal Show. Ugh, God, radio stinks. Commercial radio is just garbage. All right, but anyway, unlike commercial radio, this is not garbage.
This is quality.
This is a show called It's Too Late with Alan Mosley.
All right. And how did you discover this?
I was putting our show up last week on Odyssey. And a lot of times I let the show kind of run to make sure it doesn't skip or anything.
Okay.
And it just rolled. It rolled from our show to this show. And I started, it was kind of background. I wasn't watching it at first. And then it got going and I was like, what am I fucking listening to here? And then I was like, okay, this I need to bring to the show in a hurry. So let me pull this up here. This is the, now, like I said before, it has production quality. And the guys have good cameras and they have good production. But this, maybe I'm wrong. I'm, you know what? I always say that. I always say, maybe I'm wrong on this one. Maybe this is quality and I just don't know it. So I'll let you decide. I personally, not a fan. You may very well be. I mean, they cover some topics that you're very versed in. One that we will get to here in a couple of minutes. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a little bit of the intro so that you can get a feel on the, the opening monologue.
Okay.
So that you can get a feel for Alan Mosley. And then we'll skip ahead to the main topic that I want to cover, that they covered here. Now, mind you, this video is 1 hour and 3 minutes long, so we will not be doing all that.
All right.
I've timed it out to the spot that I want to hear, but I want you to hear the beginning first. I'll take your comments as we go along, and then we'll get into the main segment that I think you will find enthralling. Fair?
Okay. Fair enough.
All right. So here we go. This is It's Too Late with Alan Mosley.
Okay.
Why don't I have any sound? That looks good so far, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a night show. It's like
Yeah.
a network TV late night show.
It's Tonight with Johnny Carson.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's too late with Alan Mosley.
Guys, welcome back for another episode of It's Too Late. I am your host, Alan Mosley. Joined as always by the number one producer in late night. It's Dave Willimowski. Dave, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I've had a really exciting week. Been doing a lot of work on this show, which is refreshing. Doing something
What
new.
an idiot, am I right?
Is he right, Neely?
I guess.
All right, a couple minutes of monologue here. And then
All right.
we'll get
Well,
to
they got the green screen thing happening on both
Yeah.
ends. Now, do you think they're in the same place, or do you think they're
No.
doing what we do?
They're doing what we do.
Okay, so they're in two separate places.
Yeah, because the one guy has a quality green screen, and this guy is on some bullshit Zoom green screen.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah,
Okay.
whenever it flickers around when their head moves, that's Zoom. Because
Okay.
Zoom has green screen, but it doesn't work real well.
I gotcha.
So here we go. So we got this guy zooming into this other guy, to Alan Mosley.
That's got to be really uncomfortable to do a whole show wearing a suit.
Yeah, well, you got to have the look, Neely. You got to have the look to be a professional.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, so just invoice the parent company, Alan Mosley TV, put on there. I'm thinking net 50 years. We'll send you a check.
Okay, yeah, I'll set that up.
Now, first of all, he's got the coffee cup, like Johnny Carson.
Sure.
I like the slicked black hair with the big knotted tie.
Yeah, I know.
He's got the look.
He does have the look.
He looks like he's ready for TV in the 50s, doesn't he?
Here, let me get my CMS cup out here.
Yeah, I got my hand job mug somewhere. There it is.
Here you go.
All right. Here we go with more Alan Mosley.
All right, sounds good. Happy Thanksgiving, Dave.
You too.
Dave
Wow.
is so
Is that the delay? I mean, or
No.
the guy just wasn't paying attention, or what do you think?
I think he just wasn't paying attention.
So they just obviously don't really have that chemistry thing going on.
Well, I think they do. I mean, come on, dude. This is cutting edge so far.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
taken aback that I said I gave him well wishes for the holiday.
Well, and just so you know, Neely, just to reiterate your point about them just growing as a show, this is episode 184.
Wow. Okay.
So I would say the chemistry is what it's going to be.
All right. Well, I didn't know if it was the delay in the signal, or the guy just was caught off guard, or he's just not paying attention, or he's just not engaged, or whatever.
Yeah, I think he was waiting for something else and it just didn't come. But
Okay.
Here we go.
Days that he was stunned in disbelief.
I couldn't believe that you were possibly talking to me.
Okay, even though I said comma Dave at the end of the sentence.
Oh.
All right, so okay, here's the thing about Thanksgiving. It's always you either go to a family member's house and they're kind of like in charge of the primary festivities, and maybe you're bringing a dish, or you're one of these unfortunate SOBs where everybody's coming to your house and you're the one that's up at like 3 a.m. cooking, right? That's how it was in my house. Dave, are you guys the visitors or the home team?
Comment, Neely. Would you watch this?
No.
What?
Again, it's just okay.
Thanksgiving banter, Neely.
I guess.
It's good.
Okay.
It's fantastic.
All right. It's off to a slow start. Let's
Oh.
put it that way.
Oh, it's going to get better. I
Oh,
promise.
well, I hope so. Because it's off to a slow start.
I promise it gets better.
Okay.
Here we go.
Well, at first we did do it. As soon as we got our own house, we did the family Thanksgiving. But then my brother got a house. And it's larger than ours, so it fits everybody better. So he got suckered into it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, is that don't be upset, folks at home. This is maybe more for the young people in the audience. Don't be upset if you get like a cousin or an in-law or a sibling who winds up like, oh, look at me, I'm, they became a doctor or a lawyer and they went and bought a big house up on the hill. That just means they have to host all the holiday get-togethers, and you can literally just get out the Velveeta shells and cheese like 30 minutes before you're supposed to be there and be like, yeah, look, I slaved over this all day. Take it, you ungrateful piece of shit. And then there you go. You're done with the holidays.
Huh?
Careful.
Huh?
Careful.
Oh, it's edited. You didn't hear the edits in there?
I did. Just edgy though.
It is.
Careful with the language.
This might be the afternoon drive for the Woody Show.
Yeah. Careful with that language there, sir.
This guy's pretty cutting edge so far, right? Thanksgiving banter. Little salty language to go with the salty meal.
Yeah, I was kind of taken aback by that.
All right, a little more of this before we get to the good stuff.
Okay.
That's the way
you
to
keep the
do it.
leftovers.
That's the way to do it. My family always, it was always a bittersweet time at Thanksgiving and Christmas, because you know how Thanksgiving and Christmas both fall? I mean, they're only like a few weeks apart, right? And so, and they're also the only times of the year that you do this whole huge festive, like turkey and ham and dressing and rolls and everything. And so you'll go like 11 months doing nothing. And then over the course of like 4 weeks, you're going to get up twice at like 2 a.m. and start cooking for the whole family, who shows up, eats, and leaves. That's how it was for my family. I don't know.
Come on, Neely. You're not getting engaged.
Well, he's just stating
facts.
I mean, there's really nothing. Okay, so what are you really trying to tell us here?
He's telling you about Thanksgiving.
I get it, but I think that anybody who's celebrated Thanksgiving over, a period of time here, that's the protocol, usually how it goes.
Well, I just don't think you're getting involved enough with this, Neely.
I guess I'm not, but all right.
All right, little tiny bit more, and then we'll jump ahead. Because I want you to fully understand the Thanksgiving before we get to the main topic here.
Okay, I'm waiting for something.
It's coming.
I mean, then my brother rolled in a big cake and a stripper popped out, and the family was just something like that. But
you'll see.
Oh, okay.
All right, here we go.
I tried to start this off as like a happy holiday greeting, and it became really bitter all of a sudden. I don't know if you
There's
noticed
everything
that.
wrong with the holidays.
Yeah. Speaking of everything wrong with the holidays, folks who've watched the show for a while, that sometimes we try to do something fun or festive in the monologue, and sometimes I'll go on Twitter because I'm like, well, let's just see what people are talking about. Let's just see.
Neely, that's why we need to get back on Twitter.
Really? I thought Twitter was dead.
Not to this guy.
Okay.
This guy needed some help with his monologue. He knew it was struggling a little bit, so he went to the place where everybody goes for show prep, Twitter.
Okay.
All right.
Tweet.
What's trending? And I thought surely there'll be something trending about Thanksgiving or Black Friday or whatever. But what was trending was hashtag CIA killed JFK. Oh, and I thought, oh wow. Well, and of course, and right below that was Happy Thanksgiving. And I was forced into making a choice. Do I stay on target and get something fun for the show? Or do I go down the rabbit hole? So we went down the rabbit hole. I clicked on CIA killed JFK. But pull up.
I'm watching your face laugh.
This first site right here. This is kind of...
You just can't believe that this is going on.
This isn't even fun.
You can't believe this is going on, can you?
No, it's not even entertaining, and it's not. It's just
garbage.
It's blah. It doesn't flow. That's the problem. It doesn't flow. There's no give and take here at all. This guy is trying. He's trying to generate conversation, and it's not going anywhere.
Well, he's not interjecting anything. This is like reading a dictionary.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like there's no flow, there's no give and take, there's no engagement of discussion. It's just like you said, stating facts.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just like, okay, how do I comment on that?
Right. Well, it's you set me up perfectly here. I'm going to skip forward because you want engaging conversation.
I do.
I'm going to give it to you now. This guy has a couple of guests getting ready to come on.
All right.
And I'll let him introduce the guests and the topic. You are strap in, folks. This is serious here. Ready?
This is compelling.
This is the compelling moment of the show.
Okay.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Last week, a bunch of people were saying, "Hey, next week is like the Thanksgiving show. You should do a tier list for Thanksgiving." And then they're like, "Ooh, you should do a pie tier list." And I had told people, because me being a man of the people as I am, I had said, "Okay, we'll do a pie tier list next week, you guys." Mm-hmm. But then I forgot that we had a guest this week.
See,
we're going to have Mike Meharry, National Communications Director of the 10th Amendment Center, was going to come on this week. And I always give the guest 2 segments, and we're going to talk about things and stuff.
Awesome.
And I was like, well, wait a minute. That's 1 segment too many. How are we going to fit all this in?
Yeah, how are we going to fit all this into a podcast?
We're going to talk about things and stuff.
Things and stuff, specifically pies.
The pie tier.
Pie tiers. Oh, you're going to like the pie tiers.
Then I finally decided, well, I can't just not do the pie tier list. You can't. If you say you're going to do something and you don't do it, you might as well just give up.
See?
Yeah.
So now we're going to do the pie tier list. So go ahead and pull it up here. The pie tier list.
Look at that.
And joining us for the pie tier list.
Hey, look who it is.
It's Mike Meharry.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Mike.
Have you figured out what's going on yet?
Who is this guy?
I don't know. Just some guy.
Okay.
But they're going to do the pie tier list. They're going to rank pies from S to F or never had. Now,
what does the S stand for? Super?
I guess. I don't know. He'll tell us, I'm sure.
Then you got an A, B, C, D, F pie.
And never had.
And what's the S stand for?
I don't know. Spectacular, maybe?
Spectacular, superior?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you know how these segments work, dude. You do a segment like this, you do like 4 or 5 things in your list, which these segments always suck anyway, but you do like your top 5 blah, blah, blahs, right?
Yeah.
Not here, pal.
All right.
We got like 20 pies to go through.
20 pies. All right.
And wait till you hear the enthralling conversation on these pies.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Mike.
What? Just before we get started, by the way, I just want to point out there's probably some people watching the show thinking, did Mike just sit there in silence for like this whole first 8 minutes of the show? The answer is yes, but he was also sitting here for like 44 minutes before that.
No, I just ran into the studio just now.
Yeah, you were in the green room where you have your white M&Ms and
only white.
Diet Mountain Dew, right?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. All right. Just make sure. Yep. Okay. Just make sure I got it. He'll never come back if I ever mess that up.
No.
So since we're already going to be over like 4.5 hours, let's go ahead and start the ultimate Thanksgiving pie tier list. You guys know the drill. We start with the S tier, which is the pie you just can't miss. It goes down A, B, C, D. We have included F, and then we've actually added a special category, never had, because some very angry listeners from the last couple of lists we did said, well, if you've never had it, you shouldn't rank it. It can't just be bad because you've never had it. That means you've never had it. You don't know. So now,
can you believe the planning here, Neely?
he still didn't say what the S was for.
Yeah, he said it. Oh, it's the can't miss. S. Can't
but
miss.
What does that mean? I mean,
Can't miss.
Well, what does the S stand for?
It's the S's in the word miss, I guess.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't say can't miss up there. It just says S.
Yeah, it's just S.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Now we have a category called Never Had. All right. We're going to start off with number 1. I'm going to pull this up here so that I can actually operate this abomination. Starting with apple crumble. So apple crumble pie. So it's
That's
like
some good
apple
stuff.
pie, but it's got the crispy bits and stuff in it. Now I got to be honest with you, I don't really even like pie that much. So I'm going to be heavily dependent on Dave and Mike. So Dave, I heard you already said that. I heard heavy breathing with them. That's some good stuff.
That's some good stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
So Mike, what do you think about apple crumble pie?
I'm a fan.
Okay.
Well,
Did anybody actually sit through this whole show?
Me.
Yeah, but you didn't sit there because I was just all right.
I was like, damn, what is Mike going to say here?
I know.
Weren't you waiting?
I like it.
Good answer, Mike. Good answer. All right, here we go. This is so fucking bad.
I know. Boring. I mean, just boring.
It's really dull. All right, here we go.
probably my favorite apple.
Oh, for sure. For sure. It's way better than like regular apple.
Oh, so is this S tier? Is this the best of the best?
I don't know that it's the best of all pies, but it's definitely the best of the apple pies.
Okay, well, we'll put it in A for apple.
See, I really like pie too. I don't eat a lot of it, but it's going to be hard to rank anything low.
I'm a huge pie fan.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we got that out of the way. So now, apple. Just regular old, the classic, as American as apple pie. So you're saying it will definitely go below the apple crumb.
See that?
But is it just lower in A, or is it actually a lower tier?
It's going to be hard.
This is a tough one, Neely. Where are we going to rank apple pie? All right.
Ridiculous.
Here we go.
Ridiculous.
It's good.
Okay.
This is the good stuff. Here we go.
This with or without ice cream?
Oh,
I think we're just running the base model.
Oh,
yeah. I feel like we can't open up Pandora's box of additives.
No.
So
see, I might go down to a C without the ice cream.
Because that's what the apple crumble does for you, is you don't need the ice cream to make it good.
That's true.
C might be a good benchmark for a regular apple pie, and then everything else will be ranked accordingly.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
I like that strategy.
So top of C or bottom of B?
Still in C.
Okay, top of C. All right, so
I'm having fun watching you.
It's just I can't believe anybody would engage in this discussion.
Yeah, but look at how many more pies we've got to go. All those on the bottom. This is the goods. All right, let's move on to the next pie. He's got me hooked.
But so instead of having the Dalton line, we have the apple pie line.
See?
Everything above apple pie is good. Everything below apple pie is bad.
See,
Kind of like the Mason-Dixon line.
Whoa.
Yeah, exactly.
He's kind of like the Mason-Dixon line of pies. The Granny Smith.
Boring.
Come on. Stop it. This is the good stuff.
All right.
Here we go. More pies.
It's the Mason-Dixon of pies.
Yeah, of course.
Line of pies, rather.
That's right.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Dave, he's a racist, Dave. I'm sorry. I should have
See?
warned you before. All
I
right.
don't know these references.
Because he said Mason Dixon?
Racist. Now you're a racist.
That makes you racist for
Yes.
Why?
Because it's racism.
Okay. I guess I just learned something. I didn't realize the saying Mason Dixon line is a racist statement.
Of course it is, Neely. Jesus.
Yeah.
Would you have some compassion for our black listeners, please?
All right.
Please. All right, let's get back to the pies. You're interrupting.
I guess.
All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
Next we have banana cream.
Ooh.
Banana cream pie. Now I love bananas, even though I don't love pie in general. I do love bananas, and banana cream pie is pretty decent.
Yeah, that's take.
Is banana cream better than apple pie?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is it better than apple crumb?
No.
Okay. Is it close to apple crumb or notably worse than apple crumb?
To me, it's close.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I would go with close.
We'll put it in A, below apple crumb. Okay.
See?
The next one this is going a lot better, I think.
I think so
With
too.
3 people. It's insane.
With more.
This is insane how well this is going, Neely. Aren't you picking that?
Does this show get very many watches?
Probably millions. No, it does not.
I didn't think so.
But that's kind of my.
I'm assuming this is the only episode of the show that you watched.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I don't know, but
it does not do big numbers.
I can't imagine, because how can anybody just sit through this and go, man, I can't wait till that show comes on.
Get the notification email. Holy shit! A new episode of Alan Mosley. I wonder what they're going to talk about this week.
He kind of looks like what's that actor's name? He's from Chicago here. Can't think of that guy's name. He's in the I'll think of it. Just go ahead.
All right. Yeah, we got to get to another pie.
All right.
More people. Mike, when we did a Halloween candy list, it took 43 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Should I look that one up? We could do 43 minutes of them rating Halloween candy.
No.
Come on, it's the Alan Mosley show.
All right.
Blackberry pie.
Ooh.
Now, for me, I love blackberries.
See,
okay.
So for me personally, that's going to go right up there with the apple crumble. Like I would put them on an equal plane.
Okay, so definitively above the apple demarcation line.
Yes.
What do you think, Dave?
I can't say for sure I've ever had it.
Oh my God, what do we do with that?
But I imagine it's amazing. So I'm gonna
it's a little bit of the sweet tart, and if you have a nice sweet crust,
okay,
it's another one that really needs ice cream too. But yeah,
I've had blackberry preserves. I don't know if I've even had blackberry pie, but you're saying it's way up there. So we're gonna split the difference, and we're gonna say that it's A tier, right below the other two.
Is that where you'd put it, Neil?
They might as well just put all the pies on line A and just be done with it. It's just like, yeah, they're all pretty good.
Yeah, it's fucking pie.
Yeah, none are better than others. They're all pretty average.
Yeah. Who in their right mind not only would think that this was intriguing, but would go to all this work? I mean, think about this. This is just looking at the layout. This is like OBS or something.
Yeah.
Which means they had to make this layout. Then they had to make the graph thing, which is probably a spreadsheet or something. I don't know what they used to make that, but some sort of program that they had to do to make the graph thing.
Yeah.
Then they had to go and find all 20 of these fucking pies or whatever and get a picture of each pie.
Pie picture.
Crop it and make them all the same size. And then they had to test the software to make sure that they could move the pictures in it.
Well,
All this for this.
That's what the guy down in the lower corner does. He's got all that computer equipment back there.
Okay, I understand the computing of it, and I'm not saying that it's impossible or even hard. What I'm saying is
it's a lot of work for a dud segment.
it's a lot of work for something that's enthralling like this.
Yeah.
I mean, this segment could potentially be good, and this is going to shock people that I'm saying this.
All right.
But if these guys all had a story about a fucking pie or something, if they were like, oh, blackberry, I was at grandma's house one time and we had blackberry and we fed it to the dog and the dog got sick and blah, blah. You could make this passable.
Yeah. Or you could stick your dick in a pie and make a movie about it.
Yeah, of course. Of course. But that's just normal, I would think. But
right.
These guys are just they're not even engaging the topic.
Yeah, because it's, I mean, I could not sit around and have a discussion about pies.
No.
Unless of course, it was like fur pie or something.
I couldn't have this discussion around my Thanksgiving table with a bunch of pies on the table.
Right.
I could not have, okay, family, let's talk about these pies. Let's rate these pies before we cut into them. I wouldn't have that conversation.
Right.
But here's these guys knocking down.
Well, who thought this was a good subject to cover to begin with?
Apparently Alan Mosley.
Yeah. John Cusack. That's who he looks like.
Yeah, he does, kind of. Sure.
Yeah. Only with bad teeth.
All right. You want some more pies?
How much is there any more of the show that you picked out or
I just wanted to bring the pie.
Yes, all right.
You want me to skip past the pies and we could just wing?
I just don't think there's anything left in the pies. I mean, it's just going to go about like the first 5 pies here. Like, it's pretty good. Yeah. Is it better or worse than banana cream? Well, it's about even. I'll put that up on the A line too.
You're not wondering about pecan pie or pumpkin pie?
No, I'm not.
Neely. What about lemon meringue, for God's sakes?
Because it's all subjective.
You say that, but we got 3 experts here on pies.
We can't have a consensus on which pie is better.
We have 3 experts.
Why? Because they all eat?
See, well, the one guy, he's an expert, even though he doesn't like pie.
Yeah.
And the other guy's an expert, even though he doesn't eat much pie.
Right.
And I don't know the guy in the middle. I have no idea. He seems to like pie, but only with ice cream.
Yeah. He likes ice cream on everything.
Yeah. So you got 3 guys that really don't eat pies rating pies.
Yeah.
Fantastic TV.
Yep. It's got my attention.
You want me to skip ahead? Just skip past the pies? We can.
Yeah,
I don't remember what it is.
I can't take the pie talk anymore.
You can't go with the. Look, I moved 5 minutes. So
look, most of them ended up on line A.
Yeah.
Just like I said.
But I moved 5 minutes, and we still have this many pies to go. Here, let's go 5 more minutes. That's 6 minutes. Oh, we're back.
See where the pies landed.
Okay, there's all the pies.
Wow, look at that.
Isn't that something?
Yeah. A majority of them landed on line A.
Mm-hmm. Except for key lime pie and pecan pie.
And those were the top of the heap?
Yeah. I don't know about those 2.
Yeah, I know. It's like, oof. How about chocolate mousse pie or something good like that?
Well, that's in here, Neely. That's
I know, but I would think that would be like near the top.
I think is this chocolate mousse pie?
I don't know what that is.
Can't tell.
Who cares?
You want me to rewind so we can find out?
No, I do not.
All right, let's get off the pies here. All right, here we go. Now, I'm going to be honest. I don't remember what this shit's about, but we'll just wing it. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Wow. How much time did he put into this fucking segment? This better be over the top good because this is a lot of time to make this video.
Yes.
Holy cow.
Hey, Dave.
Yes, Alan.
What time is it?
It's time for meme of the week.
Look at that.
And for some reason, when I pointed my gun at him, he shot me. You know, Han shot first, right?
Okay. See, I knew that face.
Yeah.
Star Wars, and the one guy doesn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, it's a Star Wars Greedo.
Yeah, but I haven't seen Star Wars, so that doesn't even, it's like, I guess it's one of those where everybody has had to see it, I guess.
Everybody has seen Star Wars, Neely, except you.
That's right.
And everybody gets the reference, of course. Why don't you understand that reference, dude? Come on.
Didn't make any sense to me at all.
You missed it.
That's the meme of the week?
That's the meme of the week.
That's the one?
That's the one.
Oh, boy.
All right, here we go.
That's Greedo.
Right.
It's Greedo.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But I'm just making sure, just for everybody at home.
Yeah.
Han shot first.
See?
Yeah. I don't care what Disney did to it. We all know.
There's only two types of people. There's people who understand that Han shot first, and there's, like Holocaust deniers. Those are
Holocaust denier, Neely.
How did he equate Holocaust denier with a Star Wars meme?
Oh my God. I thought it was a good comparison.
He was at a total loss for words, just didn't know what to throw in there. And then for some reason, okay, go ahead.
I thought it was a good comparison, personally.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
the only two people.
Same category.
Yeah, but we do have a bonus meme. Check out the bonus meme.
Ooh, bonus meme.
Can't wait to abolish the CIA when I get home.
That'll do it.
Oh, that'll do it. That's right. As a matter of fact, it will. History has taught us that.
You're not laughing. Where's your laughter? Did you miss the joke? Do you need me to rewind it so you can hear it again?
I get it that the conspiracy is the CIA took Kennedy out and it was a little too late, but it's not that funny.
Did you miss the presentation? Because you're not laughing, Neely.
No, I missed it.
Are you sure? I can rewind for you. These guys are cracking themselves up. All right. Here.
Anything more?
Oh, there's plenty more. There's another 35 minutes of this.
All right.
Here we go.
We have to get a move on things tonight because we've tried to fit a fifth segment into this 4-segment show.
Basically,
so let's go ahead and answer the viewer mail.
Viewer mail. Jesus, more graphics.
Such a satisfying sound, isn't it?
They really do a lot of graphical work on this.
They see what kind of questions are the viewers asking.
Well, let's find out, shall we?
All right. This should be good.
This is going to be where the good stuff comes.
Of course.
I don't know if they're going to be able to top pies, though. That was pretty enthralling. But here we go. Viewer questions.
So good.
Oh,
look at that.
This guy likes cream pies, by the way. He said that on my show. Okay.
Oh.
Ryan Seifert writes, Dear Alan and Dave, is lasagna a casserole?
Oh. It's got some good viewers, man.
This guy took some time to put this whole show together, and this is what we get.
That's what I was telling you at the beginning.
It just goes nowhere.
Tons of production. Tons of production, and this is what you get with all that production time. This is what you get. Is lasagna a casserole? All right. Let's find out the answer. I know you're waiting for it.
I am. I can't wait.
You know what? The thing is, Ryan, is that a casserole is a single cohesive one dish meal that is baked.
See?
Yep.
And
it's a pretty broad
lasagna is a
definition.
casserole.
It is.
Yeah. I'm going to have all you guys over for some lasagna casserole. Just you wait.
Mm.
Yeah. I wonder if that basically means like baked ziti is also a casserole.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah. Wow.
A lot to ponder here.
Thought inspiring.
What is the point of the show?
And we thought Eddie Trunk's questions were bad.
Oh, boy. Are there any more questions?
Well, let's find out, shall we?
Pretty much anything in a pan in the oven is a casserole.
I'm surprised Ryan was able to give us such an interesting question when he was out there like torching car lots and lighting dumpsters on fire and everything else. It's amazing.
Busy guy.
What was that reference?
You know what? I'm putting you as the big one.
What is that reference? What was that even a reference that we understood?
Come on. We don't. That's the point. I'm putting you on the big screen because you're just looking dumbfounded when you hear this shit.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Jonathan Carranza writes, Dear Alan and Dave, are the Black Friday rushes to the doors going to outdo the Travis Scott stampede? All right. So we would never make light of a tragedy on this program. I'm sorry. I can almost say it without laughing. No, it won't. I think that there won't be a lot of Black Friday rushes this year because no one has any money. So there you go.
There you go, Neil. The ability to lure the listener in and hold them tight is. Are you learning anything?
I am.
You learning what we're doing wrong?
I'm taking notes.
I expect to see you with slick black hair and a suit next week.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Can't afford to drive there.
Yeah. Elam Stoltz writes, Dear Alan and Dave, you guys killed the serial tier list last week, so does that make you serial killers? You see, you know who...
They had a cereal tier list? Like
yes! Last week it was cereals. Dude, I mean, come on. Count Chocula or Rice Krispies. Where's your Mason-Dixon line?
Well, my Mason-Dixon line would have been crispy wheats and raisins.
I gotta put that on the never had list for me, Neely. My Mason-Dixon line would clearly be Cheerios.
Right.
And boy,
I would like to get some Captain Crunch with some blueberries.
Yeah. Now, top of the list, S for me might be Lucky Charms or maybe Fruit Loops. Those be right up there.
Well, I personally go Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs, crazy for Cocoa Puffs.
That's probably B tier, Neely. That's probably B tier. It's not quite a Fruit Loop, but it's pretty close.
It makes your milk all chocolatey.
Yeah. See, that defeats the purpose, I think. You know, because what if you have it with chocolate milk? Then what do you do?
Well, it's double chocolate then, I guess.
That might be better.
But I do go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
All right, then we'll move it up to A. We'll move it up to A with the Lucky Charms and the Fruit Loops.
Right.
Jeez,
could we get some Quisp in there?
Yeah. How about some Special K?
Yeah, could we get some Apple Jacks?
Apple Jack. Now we're talking, Neely. That's Apple Jacks.
That's on the S tier as far as I'm concerned.
You know, the Apple Jacks does have a slight sourness to it, but just sweet goodness with a little touch of sour.
Well,
I'll put that on the S tier.
You got to make the hand gesture though, but it's got a little just
a little bit of sour. It's
like,
a lot of sweet. Just a little bit of sour, but a lot of sweetness.
Exquisite.
Exquisite. All right, here. These questions are fantastic. This show rules, right?
These people actually wrote this stuff.
They recorded it and posted it and everything else.
Wow.
An hour. All right, here we go.
All right.
Whose fault this is? This is Andrew Avery's fault.
See,
because he's just paraded through this program for years now with his nonsense puns, and this is like a copycat killer.
Yeah.
This is a copycat punner. That's what that is. But Dave is a serial killer. Logan Denny writes, Dear Alan and Dave, would you rather be accused of being BLM or being a neocon? Dave, would you rather be accused of being BLM or being a neocon?
I'd say people are gonna hate this. I'd probably BLM because there are some people with a good heart in it, and then there's the people that co-opted it for their own political reasons.
Well, controversial there, Neely. Whoa.
This show is going to get taken off the air.
Well, no, it's on Odyssey. They knew better than to put this on. This cutting edge content would never make it on YouTube.
This would have got pulled immediately for that.
Immediately.
Controversial content right there. What a controversial statement that guy made.
That's right.
You, sir, are going to go down the rabbit hole pretty soon.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Banned. Canceled. Yeah. All right, here we go.
All right.
I mean, I guess I'd take that. Neocon.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is one of those things that, well, are you talking about BLM the organization or BLM the movement?
That's how I took it.
Yeah. That's how you take it, is it, Dave?
Oh, man.
All right.
Oh.
It's just like, what are you just searching for conversation? It just isn't happening.
Tell me this doesn't remind you of the old Blog Talk Radio days. The next thing, this guy is a second away from saying, okay, 28 minutes left.
Right.
I mean, he's right there. He has nothing to say. He's reading, even with the things. He knew these questions were coming. He probably had a week to come up with answers. Instead, he goes, how about that? This is Rev 101.
Interesting.
This guy, he's a jewel, man. All right, let's get some more of these listener emails. These are much better than the pie tier. Or are they? Which would you rather watch the second time, this or the pie tiers?
I think this, because I don't know what's coming. And I just, because somebody might really throw a zinger in there that just might dumbfound these guys.
Yeah. Well, there you go. See, this guy likes it. Jerry, this horse shit is better than Howard Stern's sellout ass.
Right.
There you go.
Okay.
Got himself a listener here.
Sure.
All right. Let's hear some more.
I'd actually rather be accused of being BLM too, just because the accusation would be ridiculous and I would laugh at them. But if they called me a neocon, I would shoot them 3 times center mass and claim self-defense. That's it's aggression to call somebody a neocon.
Huh?
I just don't know what to say.
I love this one. Has you absolutely tongue-tied.
The references are just like, they just don't make any sense.
It's so tough. This is so bad. and again,
you said that they literally have over 100 shows.
184.
Wow.
They're
and how often do they do this show?
I think once a week. I think they've been going for years.
And this we've only experienced, I mean, you're at the 30-minute mark, but we've only played maybe 10 minutes worth of this.
Yeah.
There's still a whole nother 30 minutes left of the show.
Yeah.
And this is dragged out an hour.
Yeah. It's good. Admit it. You want to know what the next guy's email is.
The only benefit of this show is if you were terminal. If you watch this, it would just extend your life. You would feel like it was forever and a day.
Come on, this is the good stuff. You're not feeling it?
No, I'm not.
Come on. Maybe you need to watch some more episodes to really get it.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's finish up these.
And these two guys are the regular hosts, co-hosts.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what's his name, Alan Mosley.
Yeah, well, I get he's like the star guy, but his co-host, I mean, it's just
that guy's good. Well, he's the tech guy. He's the Chris Aiken.
Were you talking to me?
This guy here, Alan Mosley, is the Neely, and other guy is the tech guy. He's the Chris Aiken.
Right.
It's the same thing. These guys are exactly the same as us, Neil, except they have better production than we do.
Right.
And look at the set this guy's on.
No.
He's got a great set. Look. Look at that suit.
I think he's in the Compound Media studio.
That's what I'm thinking. He might be.
Yeah.
Got his own coffee mug. It's fantastic.
Right. You think he's Seth Meyers or something?
Yeah. Well, maybe that's why he's doing this, because he's getting ready for when that chair opens up. He'll have his role ready to show off. He's the new Stephen Colbert.
Yeah.
I could see this guy replacing Colbert. Bring his team with him, his team of one. I think that pie thing would go over great on late night TV.
Yeah. So it's like an elongated David Letterman segment.
Really elongated.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. Lyle Durio writes, "Dear Alan and Dave, do you know where I can find a deal on a Turbo Man toy?" That's it.
Somebody wrote that?
Yeah. First of all, when is the last time you got an email that said, "Dear Neely and Chris"?
Never.
That's never happened. This guy, I wonder if he's making up his own questions.
Well, that's what I was asking.
I mean,
I'm saying, it's just like, are people actually writing these questions?
I have a hard time believing that. But.
Yeah, but that's why I was trying to call bullshit here a few minutes ago. It's like, people are actually asking this?
Well, this Turbo toy sounds like it's tough to get, Neely.
Yeah, well, I just looked up Turbo Man. I didn't even know what that was.
Yeah, I still don't know what it is. I don't care. But did you find somebody selling it?
It's at Walmart.
Well, there you go. Well, great question then.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what his answer is.
It's $14.26.
Oh wow, $15 toy.
Yeah, it's $15.
I can see why people are curious on this.
Yeah, you can get it at Walmart. It's in stock.
All right. Well, maybe he does. Maybe he knows a better place.
Okay.
Let's see.
That's a pop culture reference there by old Lyle.
I thought we had to Google something again.
Yeah, I mean I think that movie's like 25 years old or something now, but by Mississippi standards, that's new. Like, yeah, like Forrest Gump just came out in theaters in Mississippi. So
what?
So after you're done roller skating, you're gonna go hit the theater and check out Jingle All the Way.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, seriously? All right, let's get to the end of these questions.
All right.
The questions are doing me justice. I love this. Here we go.
Jingle All the Way. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Derek Truesdale writes, "Dear Alan and Dave, is it worth going out for Black Friday deals if it falls on a riot?"
I think the discounts are better.
But the places where riots could or would happen are not places that I go to do shopping, because those are the places where everything costs too much anyway, right?
Yeah.
Like just go down to Mississippi.
Doesn't this remind you of the Rev and Black Metal Ray?
Yes. These guys have no chemistry at all. At all.
None. And one guy sort of talks, the other guy goes, yeah. Yeah, right. All right, let's find out the answer to this cutting edge question.
And then you can catch, Shakespeare in Love, and then buy a Furby.
Is that what they're known for?
I don't even hate Mississippi. I just actually I do hate Alabama though. So
there goes all of our Alabama viewers.
Oh. No. People from Alabama don't have computers, Dave. They're not. Jesus.
Oh.
All right. Mary Lynn Willimowski writes, "Dear Alan and Dave, whereabouts do you squeeze on the tube of toothpaste when putting it on your toothbrush? Assuming for this scenario that the tube is at least half full."
Who even writes questions like that? It's really difficult to believe that anybody wrote these emails.
I've always wondered this.
Like legitimately wrote questions like that.
Well, I mean, it's not every day that you get expert opinions like these guys. So this is where you have to ask these questions that have always bothered you, Neely. I'm anxious to hear the answer to this. I mean, where do you squeeze it? Do you squeeze it at the bottom or in the middle or at the top? Where do you squeeze the toothpaste?
I squeeze it from the end and work my way down.
See, I'm more of a middle guy myself.
Right. So you just squish it in the middle.
Yeah, squeeze it in the middle, and then when it gets fat on both sides, and you mush it on up a little bit. See, we can make this enthralling conversation.
Sure.
This is fantastic. These guys are giving me ideas for future shows. Next week, we're going to have a fucking toothpaste here.
Yeah.
With all the different kinds. I mean, what do you like, Dealey? Are you a Crest guy, or you like some Pearl Drops, or what are you into?
Well, I'm into the what is that?
Little Colgate
Ultra Bright.
Extra Mint. Ultra Bright. Nice. Good one.
Yeah.
That's what you elitists do.
Yeah.
Us poor folk, we stay with the Colgate.
Or the Crest.
Or the Crest. Yeah, the Crest with the little flecks in it.
With the tartar fighter.
Mm-hmm. You know, when I was growing up, I was a rich kid. We had Pearl Drops. Remember Pearl Drops?
I do. It came in the bottle rather than a tube.
Yeah, it was great.
And the girl would go,
Yep. This is enthralling. All right, here we go. Let's find out the thrilling answer to this question.
I like
how
really
have to bring this up on the show.
I love how this segment has turned into Mary griping at you passive aggressively through the show. All right, Dave, whereabouts do you squeeze on the tube of toothpaste?
It's not me. No, I don't think it obviously squeeze from the bottom, but it doesn't really matter as long as every once in a while you put it like on a corner of a wall and you take your toothbrush from the bottom and just push it to the top, and then it's like a whole new tube at that point.
See?
As long as you reach.
Why would you put it on the wall? Why wouldn't you put it on the sink or the counter and do that instead of doing this?
You put it on the wall, Neely. That's where you put it.
Why wouldn't you put it on the edge of the sink or the counter?
You know, I climb up and stand on top of the toilet and push it on the wall there. Because that wall's probably the cleanest.
I mean, would you reach up on the wall and do that? Or would you put it along the sink and just...
Yes, of course. You just pick it up wherever it is and you just kind of scooch it to the front of the tube.
All right.
Now, Neely, are you a straight mover upper, or do you roll the tube the tube of toothpaste?
Well, the tube of toothpaste that I use is a plastic tube, so it doesn't roll. It's not a
I see.
foil type tube to where it'll stay rolled.
No. See, I'm old school, Neely. I use the toothpaste key. Do you remember the toothpaste key that you can hook on the bottom
and then you roll it up?
Yes, I'm old school. I won't buy a tube of toothpaste without a toothpaste key. What kind of fucking conversation is this? Toothpaste. Are you kidding? All right. Here we go.
Reset it every once in a while. It doesn't matter.
So you don't like roll it up as it empties?
No, that ain't gonna hold that anyways. I used to put like a chip clip on there, like one of those pinch you like the.
See?
You put a chip clip on the toothpaste?
Yes, of course you do.
A chip clip.
Who doesn't use a chip clip on their toothpaste? You say that like that's weird.
Oh. Chip clips are a pretty good size. They're not like small. They're usually, several inches wide.
Sometimes I like to take my toothpaste and just squeeze it all out into a cup and then dip it in like I would like a fry into ketchup.
Right.
Just dip it on in there and brush the teeth.
Right.
Come on. There's all kinds of conversation we can have about toothpaste, Neely.
Boy. This is unbelievable. And these are two. I can't quite put their age in there. I'm thinking that they're maybe in their mid to late 30s.
Yeah,
and they're having this discussion.
Yeah, this is cutting edge. It's too late with Alan Mosley.
Yeah, okay, it's too late for me to become a fan.
No, it's not. Come on, man. They've given you tons to think about here. Do you want to be BLM or a neocon? How do you squeeze your toothpaste? What tier is your favorite pie on? This is quality entertainment, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, these questions are fantastic. I can't wait to get to the end of these. Here we go. It's got to be near the end, don't you think?
You would think.
All right, here we go.
I was gonna try to market that. TM.
And then you found yourself a producer of libertarian podcasts. Why?
Yeah, I figured this was more lucrative.
What?
Yeah, you probably thought right about that. Lyle Durio writes, "Dear Alan and Dave, didn't he already ask a question? Didn't I just answer a question? Yeah.
You have 5 fans. Take the question.
Yeah.
Whatever, we'll do it anyway. Do you have a favorite Thanksgiving dish? Well, we just did a whole segment on pie, but I don't even like pie, so that doesn't even count as my answer. Dave, what's your favorite Thanksgiving dish?
Thank God we're getting this part.
He's
I should have thought about this.
Wow. He has to think about it.
It's a tough one, man. Favorite dish at Thanksgiving?
Oh.
Oh, I mean, what do we call deviled eggs? Do we call them a dish or an appetizer? I got to go with turkey, Neely. Turkey for me.
Deep fried turkey.
Yeah, deep fried turkey.
Right.
But I would like a nice baked potato with a little bit of sour cream and chives. That's a nice dish. Side dish, but a nice side dish.
Right.
Now, if you put those all in a pan and put them in the oven, would that be a casserole? Would that be a baked potato casserole?
Would it be a turkey casserole?
Yeah, I mean, well, apparently it is, because if you cook it in an oven, it's a casserole.
Right. Jeez.
These guys are good.
Oh boy. But he sits there thinking about it in such a thoughtful pose. He just
when you're pontificating in deep thought, that's the look you make.
I hadn't thought about this before. After all the Thanksgivings that I've attended in my life, I never thought, what is my favorite dish?
Of the 40 Thanksgivings, and I never thought of this question. Man.
Yeah. Let me give that some thought.
Why don't you go ahead while I really get my answers together for this?
I'm going to pull a Jen Psaki, and I'm going to circle back to you.
All right. Well, we'll be waiting.
It's like when it mixes all together. It's like the whole dish. You need the mashed potatoes and peas and turkey and stuffing all kind of get blended. But yeah, that single green bean casserole.
All right, so true sociopaths just put their whole dinner into a blender and blend it up and drink it like Dave Wilimowski does.
No one's ever done that. No one has ever done that. What an ass.
Hail and kill, caller, right here.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hey, Neely. Chris.
Yes.
Question for you. It's been really bothering me. It also took me an hour to get you guys' phone number. I had to go all over the internet. Fucking, it's not even on the main page. You don't want people calling you guys?
No, we don't. But go ahead.
All right. So I'm at the Applebee's the other night, and I see a big family. There's 10 of them. Now it's late. It's 11:30 at night, and it's a Wednesday. And it's a colored family.
What color were they?
They were dark.
Dark is not a color.
Dark red?
No, they weren't Susquehannock.
I was just checking.
But there were little kids crawling under the table, and there was just shit everywhere. I felt bad for the waitress, and it just bothered me. I can't go to sleep because I just see this circus at this table at 11:30 at night. But why is that? Why are there kids up?
All right.
Jesus. I was getting into his question.
All right.
Sir, you might want to call back to It's Too Late with Alan Mosley. He would love to answer this question for you. All right, here we go. Let's get to the end of this.
All right.
Guys.
Yeah, it's like a bowl.
So I like the stuffing. So there you go.
Oh.
Didn't we answer that question last week?
Well, you answered it again now.
I specifically remember saying what I just said, talking
casserole.
about the stuffing. Yeah.
It was what dish is new or something like that? Because I remember, I don't know, something like that.
Oh, good.
These people.
These people.
Andrew Avery writes, Dear Alan and Dave, was Kyle Rittenhouse justified in disarming Gage? How do you pronounce that guy's name? Grosskreutz?
Oh, I've never tried to say it out loud.
Dear Alan and Dave, was Kyle Rittenhouse justified in disarming Gage Grosskreutz? Disarming him.
Yeah, I see what he did there.
Yeah. Andrew's puns have gotten really dark lately. Have you noticed that?
Is everything okay at home?
This is the third or fourth in the row that had something to do with.
I'm done. I'm done. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, no.
I've been feigning that I'm into these guys, but it's killing me.
Yeah. It's I'd rather have a root canal.
Well, for anybody that doesn't agree with Neely and I, it is It's Too Late with Alan Mosley. It's available on Odyssey. So it might be on the other channels too. I don't know. I didn't look, but it's definitely available on Odyssey. So
it's compelling.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you get it on your phone and, if you have a commute like Neely does every day, you can listen to this on your way. Hopefully you don't fall asleep and crash your car.
Podcast to crash your car too.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. So there you have it, dude. Are you a fan now?
No.
No?
They got a little work to do.
No way. 184 episodes. They know exactly what they're doing.
Okay. All right. Let's cleanse the palate and take a little break here. So what do you want to hear?
Since we were talking about the lovely Kat Dennings, let's play her boyfriend's music. I don't think we've ever played any of that. So
Andrew WK.
Yeah, how about Everybody Sins from God is Partying? How about that? I can't remember the last time we played any of that.
Yeah.
I would say never. Have we ever played Andrew WK?
I don't think so. I think I played some years ago when I was still on terrestrial radio.
Okay.
What is it off of?
It is off of God is Partying.
And what's the name of the song?
The song is called Everybody Sins.
Oh, okay. The Wolf. God is Partying.
Yep.
Everybody Sins. All right, I got it.
All right.
All right. Well, we're going to play a few songs. We'll come back and hopefully we'll get something a little more fun.
Come on, that was fun. Fun for me.
I'm going to go have a bowl of Count Chocula while we're on break.
It was fun for me watching you just horrified at this fucking show.
That show crawled slower than a snail. It's just a slow grind.
Yeah, it's good. Well, we could have watched the other 33 minutes. We did put everybody out of their misery.
Wow. All right. Well, this guy here, he's banging the big booby chick on Two Broke Girls. So
sure is.
It's Andrew WK with Everybody Sins exclusively here
on your Classic Metal Show.
Thanks for checking out this episode of The Classic Metal Show. Get all of our episodes uncensored at www.theclassicmetalshow.com. Join us weekly from 9 p.m. till 3 a.m. Eastern at www.cmsradio.net. Participate in the live chat room at www.chatandkill.com. Once again, thank you for checking out The Classic Metal Show with Neely and Chris. Hail and kill, fuck you, pal, and hand job!
What's up, everybody? It is Chris Aiken from the Classic Metal Show, Aftershocks TV, and Heavy Metal Television. And I am now on Cameo. That's right. If you need a message sent to somebody, maybe it's happy birthday, maybe it's get out of here, hit the street, you're fired. I don't care what it is. Firing a girlfriend, firing a boyfriend, firing an employee, wishing them well, whatever it is, I'm on Cameo. I'm here to deliver the message. I'll do it in my unique way, so you can imagine it'll have some profanity in it and it'll be a little bit filthy, but that's okay because that's probably what you guys want from me anyway. So check me out, cameo.com/Chris Aiken. Again, cameo.com/Chris Aiken. Book me and I will deliver whatever message it is that you need delivered, and it's cheap, so go do it. All right, later.